hugging the unconscious demoness Ji into the human emperor's palace. Su Zimo could no longer hold on either and was fainting. He was too badly injured and had lost too much blood. His flesh and skin were burnt to a crisp and his organs were failing. He had already gone beyond his body's regeneration capabilities. If he hadn't cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and possessed shocking vitality, he would have long been dead. In his daze, Su Zimo suddenly felt his hands get lighter. A long time later, he finally snapped out of his stupor. Enduring the immense pain, he turned to his side with extreme difficulty. Demoness Ji, who was initially lying in his embrace, had disappeared. Bang! Before he had time to think, his body shuddered and he collapsed onto the cold, hard ground with a throbbing headache. Su Zimo struggled to sit up, wanting to look for Demoness Ji. However, he caught sight of a hazy fog that was approaching him from not far away. The fog billowed and surged over. Just as it was about to arrive before him, the gray fog condensed into a hazy figure. Although the person's face was old, he was energetic and his eyes had a wise, deep look, as if he had seen through everything in the world. Su Zimo was stunned on the spot. He had not imagined that there would be a living being within this ancient palace. The human emperor's palace was a relic of the ancient era and had been through countless years in the sands of time where endless supreme and mighty figures have been buried. Time was the scariest thing which even emperors could not defend against. Who was that old man? Was he a character from the ancient era, or was he a cultivator who had entered the human emperor's palace later on but was trapped here? Or perhaps was this old man the legendary human emperor? Su Zimo did not have the energy to contemplate those questions, and neither could he hang on any longer as he collapsed. Gazing at the ceiling, he found his vision blurring. The old man approached him and suddenly reached out. Between his fingers was an elixir the size of a longan. It gave off a faint smell of blood. For some reason, the aura the elixir gave off felt extremely familiar to Su Zimo. The old man peeled open Su Zimo's mouth and put the elixir inside. Su Zimo had no strength to resist and the elixir melted in his mouth, sending a spicy warmth down his throat. Upon entering his stomach, it lingered for a moment before suddenly letting out a terrifying burst of energy. The energy felt like a tidal wave as it surged and cruised through his limbs. An intense blood chi shot forth, wrapping Su Zimo in it as an extremely rich aura of vitality spewed out. One after another, beams of rainbow lights shot out in a divine manner, nourishing every single bit of his flesh. His body that was initially defeated was reignited with vitality. His injuries healed internally and externally as his charcoal black flesh peeled away. Pieces of flesh started regenerating on his bones with endless vitality. It was a regrowth of his flesh. This was a miracle almost akin to resurrection. A numbing sensation prickled through Su Zimo's nerves, almost causing him to go insane. Ah! Su Zimo could not help but let out a long bellow. The power within the elixir nourished his broken body like the way dew healed barren land. His dried flesh regrew and the tears on his organs closed, returning to normal. Su Zimo's vitality was regenerating continuously. With the help of that energy, his physique's strong regeneration capabilities were awakened once more as his blood chi ran rampant within his body. Flesh could be seen growing at a visible speed near the wound on his abdomen, forming in pieces before combining together, merely leaving a faint scar. It was the same for the injury on his left chest. Although his collarbone was snapped earlier on, it was now piecing back together rapidly. Some time later, cracks appeared on Su Zimo's charred skin and his scabs fell one after another, revealing jade-smooth skin beneath. In the blink of an eye, all of his scabs had fallen off without any scars left behind as he emitted a massive wave of vitality. All his injuries were healed. That was not all the changes brought about by the elixir. Not only did the elixir possess a massive vitality essence, it also contained terrifying blood chi and pure spirit energy. Initially, the spirit sea in Su Zimo's dantian had already dried up. Right now, spirit energy was gushing in endlessly, forming a sea with massive waves that was even fiercer than before. Su Zimo's cultivation realm was rising swiftly, and he was at the peak of 7 Meridian Foundation establishment before long. He did not even need to guide it. The spirit sea surged and a series of pure, rich spirit energy pushed against his body's 8th spirit meridian. Bang! 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 There were a series of loud bangs, and almost no time was wasted as the momentum brought him through. He had unlocked his 8th spirit meridian. Throughout history, there may have been no other cultivator who managed to unlock their 8th spirit meridian as easily as Su Zimo without the need to even consume a meridian unlocking elixir. Even after unlocking his 8th spirit meridian, his spirit sea did not calm down and was still roaring furiously. His cultivation realm was still climbing. A long time later, it finally came to a stop when he was at the peak of 8 Meridian Foundation establishment. At that moment, Su Zimo was finally certain. After the 8th Spirit Meridian, there was definitely a 9th Spirit Meridian, the legendary Extreme Foundation establishment. He was still in possession of a Meridian unlocking elixir. Su Zimo planned to attempt to unlock his 9th Spirit Meridian after stabilizing down at this current cultivation realm, so as to become the second person to reach the Extreme Foundation establishment realm after the Human Emperor. At the same time, the terrifying blood chi in the elixir restructured Su Zimo's body as well. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crackling sounds echoed from within his body as his tendons and bones rang together. His blood chi climbed, and he was surrounded by a thick demonic chi, causing multiple ancient demons to form. A mysterious glow shone from his 7 orifices, turning brighter and brighter. A moment later, Su Zimo's body shuddered and his 7 orifices shone brightly. His power of blood chi exploded and his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, organs and orifices synergized with one another, forming a major heavenly cycle. He had attained greater mastery of the orifice clearing section. All of a sudden, his eyes jolted wide open, and a beam of light that tore through the night shot forth in a bedazzling manner. Rising upright, Su Zimo felt his blood chi rumble like a tsunami as a rainbow light shone from his organs. His major tendons were firm, his bones were lively, and his flesh was flawless. Upon closer inspection, he could even see a mysterious luster cruising through them. It was as though he had attained a perfect body. Su Zimo could clearly sense that his body was different and his 5 senses were even more keen. Without even opening his eyes, he could hear the sounds of fishes playing in a pond nearby as the image was visualized in his mind. Meek as a virgin with the burst power of a rabbit, his body was even more coordinated with the fusion of toughness and flexibility. With every single motion of his arm, he could produce limitless power with a rampant might. At this point of your cultivation, you would have perfected your technique and cultivated universal sight and hearing. With the help of the spirit perception, you will be able to avoid danger without seeing or smelling it. Be it whether you're moving, sitting, or lying down, your heart will be able to sense, and you will be able to defeat your enemies within 10 feet with your bare hands. Su Zimo could not help but recall the words that Dai Yu left him with as he murmured to himself, "I'm here now." Looking at his brand new body, Su Zimo lamented to himself as he experienced the power surging within him. The human emperor's palace is truly an ancient mythical object. To think that a single elixir from it would possess such wondrous effects. At that moment, Su Zimo's appearance had already returned to normal after being washed by the energy of the elixir. With his elegant features, he wore a set of green robes once more. There was no one else around other than that mysterious old man who had disappeared. Since his disguise methods were most probably child's play that would be seen through instantly in the eyes of the old man, Su Zimo had no intention of continuing with it. He looked around and saw that the place was extremely spacious and boundless. Rather than a palace, it seemed like they were in another world. The air was refreshing and the spirit chi was richer. The environment was even better than the ancient battlefield. Concerned about Demoness G's safety, he sped forward with his spirit wings. Life was vibrant in that spacious land, and it was filled with greenery. Far away, at the side of a gigantic lake, a white deer was drinking water. It had a pair of wings on its back, and its eyes darted around with spirit. Raising its head, the white deer was not afraid in the slightest bit when it caught sight of Su Zimo. Its ears twitched slightly, as if it was curious. Su Zimo sped across the surface of the lake. Thud! Thud! Gigantic scarlet fishes leaped out of the lake, as if they were startled. Each of them was around 8 feet long and was shaped like a carp with a pair of tiny horns on its head. Each of them looked like they weighed a few kilograms. When they twitched and fell back into the lake, ripples were formed. Those are... Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart stirred when he caught sight of those gigantic scarlet fishes as he exclaimed, "Hangong fishes!" Hangong fishes had succulent flesh and were extremely shiny. Containing extremely few bones, they possessed a massive amount of energy, and it was a great tonic to strengthen one's tendons and bones when consumed. That was definitely a pure-blooded living being of the primordial era and had long gone extinct on Tianhuang mainland. Screech! In the skies far away, a clear cry could be heard. A gigantic bird streaked through the skies. The left half of its body was green and the right half of its body was red. Focusing his gaze, Su Zimo's was shocked and nearly fell from midair. That wasn't a gigantic bird. It was a pair of birds. The ancient manuals back in the sect had a few short sentences describing a bird of the primordial era. The being bird only had a single eye and wing, and the males were green while the females were red. Together, the couple must fly in tandem. Back when he saw that description, Su Zimo even shook his head and laughed to himself, thinking that it was impossible. How could there be a type of bird in the world that could fly with only a single eye and wing? Now that he was seeing it for himself, Su Zimo truly experienced how incredible the universe was. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind as he spun around and looked at the white deer with wings beside the lake. Leaping, the white deer spread its wings and flew into the skies. It came to Su Zimo's side and lowered its head, brushing against his arm intimately before flying off. Bai Zhe. That was an auspicious mythological beast of the primordial era. Bai Zhe. Legend has it that the Bai Zhe was snow white with wings and could speak in human tongue. It understood the emotions of all living beings and could distinguish between all the beings in the world, be it ghosts, gods, or any other living beings. This was an auspicious beast that could change one's luck for the better. The legends are real, Su Zimo muttered softly. Taking a deep breath of air, he soared into the skies and looked around before shuddering uncontrollably. He stood rooted to the spot as shock filled his eyes. Countless mythical and different beasts roamed this vast land. There was a 3-legged brutish beast with flames on its leg, a purple chicken with eyes under its wings, a rat that was 100 kilograms and filled with raging flames, a 3-legged golden toad with scales. The beasts were so incredible that Su Zimo had never heard of them before. He couldn't even name them. In fact, he even suspected if he had reversed through time and returned to the primordial era. All of a sudden, his heart skipped a beat and his gaze froze. Not far away, an old man stood with his hands behind his back. That was the mysterious old man who fed him the elixir. Without thinking twice, Su Zimo arrived before the mysterious old man in a flash. Bowing deeply, he said with sincerity, "Thank you for rescuing me, Senior. I'm truly immensely grateful." The mysterious old man merely nodded and stared at Su Zimo with scrutinizing eyes. At that moment, Su Zimo had countless questions on his mind. Who was the old man before him? What was that elixir? Was this the human emperor's palace? Why were there so many incredible beasts? However, those questions merely fluttered through his mind as he asked, "Senior, may I ask where the girl who entered the human emperor's palace together with me is?" Expressionlessly, the mysterious old man replied, "She's not here. Not here." Su Zimo's heart clenched up as he asked hurriedly, "Where is she? We entered the human emperor's palace together. How can she not be here? What are you getting anxious about?" The mysterious old man rolled his eyes and harumphed gently. "I was merely saying that the lass is not in the same stone chamber as you." Stone chamber? Su Zimo was confused. Pointing at his feet, the mysterious old man remarked casually, "The world we are in right now is merely a single stone chamber in the human emperor's palace." Gradually, Su Zimo's mouth fell open. He was dumbfounded and shock filled his eyes. This world with skies and stars, possessing boundless land with mountains, lush greenery and countless incredible beasts, was actually just a stone chamber within the human emperor's palace. What sort of powers were these? The mysterious old man's next sentence gave Su Zimo an even bigger shock, such that he could not snap out of it for a long time. There's billions of such stone chambers in the human emperor's palace, the mysterious old man said casually with a calm expression. Su Zimo. A long time later, still worried about Demoness G, he asked, "How is that girl in pink?" "Don't worry. She won't die. She'll follow her own destiny," the mysterious old man replied. Su Zimo only heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that. Heh! Suddenly, the mysterious old man sneered. "Young man, you're truly brazen to challenge the rules set by my master. If it wasn't because my mistress was kind enough to speak up for you, seeing how pitiful that girl is, she would have died long ago." "Master, mistress." Su Zimo blinked and asked in a testing manner, "Senior, the master you're referring to is... Can you get any dumber?" Frowning, the mysterious old man glared at Su Zimo and said in a deep tone, "Since this is the human emperor's palace, my master is definitely the human emperor." Su Zimo was shocked. Needless to say, the mistress should be the human emperor's Tao companion. The mysterious old man glanced at Su Zimo from the side of his eyes and sized up the latter while muttering, "This young man seems dumb. Could master have made a wrong judgment?" Actually, Su Zimo was not entirely to blame. Everything that he had seen and experienced after entering the human emperor's palace was way beyond his imagination. There were things that he could not dare to believe even if he had guessed it. Furthermore, even now, he wasn't clear of the identity of the old man before him. The mysterious old man's statement revealed another important message. The human emperor was alive. He was an emperor of the ancient era after all. Through the endless years, countless emperors have already died. To think that the emperor who was lauded as the strongest and most domineering throughout history was still alive. Could it be that after endless cultivation and breakthroughs, living beings are truly able to extend their lifespans and age with the universe, or even reach the realm of eternal indestructibility? Since the human emperor was still alive, what cultivation realm was he at right now? Senior human emperor, he's still on Tianhuang mainland. A moment later, Su Zimo composed himself before asking, "Of course not." The mysterious old man waved it off. "Master isn't here either. You don't have to dream about getting to meet him either. You're not qualified yet." Su Zimo was not ashamed upon hearing that, and merely took it in his stride and smiled. Right after, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he recalled that before she left, Dayu said with a chuckle that she was about to return to her world. Was that the same world as the human emperor? Since there had never been any signs of immortals found on Tianhuang mainland, did it mean that after attaining immortality, cultivators could pass through the void and travel to another world? Could that world be filled with countless immortals like Dayu and the human emperor? What sort of a vast and vibrant place was that? Instantly, countless thoughts filled Su Zimo's mind, and he developed a longing interest towards that foreign world. Before you, a total of 7 people entered the human emperor's palace, and each of them received a different inheritance. The inheritance you're about to receive is different from theirs. It can be considered as the true legacy of the human emperor. At that point, the mysterious old man looked deeply at Su Zimo before waving his sleeves gently, causing 2 objects to float in midair. It was a piece of paper and a gigantic seal. The paper was written with endless tiny words. Su Zimo merely swept his eyes across and felt them prickle slightly. The gigantic seal was squarish and golden throughout. On it, a divine dragon was etched, coiling around it in a lifelike manner. The gigantic golden seal hovered in midair, emanating waves of powerful might, as though it could crush the stars and suppress the entire world. The mysterious old man remarked, "This is the coiling dragon seal. It's a connate spirit weapon. Keep it well." A connate spirit weapon. Su Zimo was shocked. Prior to this, Su Zimo witnessed how terrifying connate spirit weapons were in that battle beneath the human emperor's palace. The shimmering silver circlet that Xianxia brought out shattered his supreme-grade spirit weapon instantly. That was also the reason why Xianxia managed to survive with a sliver of health after receiving Su Zimo's punch. Furthermore, Foundation establishment cultivators were unable to unleash the full might of Khanate spirit weapons. The terrifying burst power of Khanate spirit weapons could only be released in the hands of golden cores. "Thank you, Senior." Su Zimo did not reject and took over the coiling dragon seal, injecting spirit energy into it. Whoosh! A bright light shone on the coiling dragon seal, and Su Zimo seemed like he was holding a blazing sun with an intimidating might. Suddenly, Su Zimo's expression changed and he shuddered as his wrist sank. It was heavy. After it was injected with spirit energy, the coiling dragon seal almost caused Su Zimo to embarrass himself as it weighed down on him. Now that Su Zimo had attained greater mastery of the orifice clearing section, his physique had the strength to suppress all other 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators without even taking on his demon form. However, despite that, his body experienced pressure from the coiling dragon seal. The mysterious old man nodded to himself. He thought that Su Zimo would definitely embarrass himself since he was unprepared and would be squashed by the coiling dragon seal. The fact that the lad could remain standing without moving had exceeded his expectations. Clearing away his spirit energy, Su Zimo put the coiling dragon seal away in his storage bag. That was a great treasure. Delighted, Su Zimo's gaze shifted towards the page of sutra at the side expectantly. The mysterious old man pointed to the page and remarked indifferently, "This is a secret skill created by my master in the past. If you manage to master it, you can already fight against golden cores at Foundation Establishment Realm. In fact, you can even challenge golden core phenomenons." Pest! Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. The difference between cultivation realms were divided into minor and major realms. For example, in Foundation Establishment, early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and perfected were minor realms, whereas it was a major realm between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core realm. There was an insurmountable gap between major realms. It symbolized one breaking free of the restrictions of the universe and extending their lifespans. The difference in strength was even worlds apart. But right now, the human emperor's secret skill could allow Su Zimo to challenge the strength of golden cores even at Foundation Establishment realm. The mysterious old man's final statement was even more shocking. In fact, you can even challenge golden core phenomenons. Every single cultivator knew that golden core phenomenons were the extremes of spirit arts and there were extremely few people who could cultivate them. The reason why many Foundation Establishment paragons wanted to enter the ancient battlefield so that they could progress in their Foundation Establishment realm was because they wanted to be able to cultivate the strongest golden core phenomenons when they form their cores. Without further description, the mysterious old man's simple statement had already revealed how terrifying that secret skill was. Sighing gently, the mysterious old man continued. The conditions required to cultivate this skill are extremely stringent, and after my master created it, nobody else managed to learn it. I hope that you'll be able to succeed. Even though he said that, it was clear that the mysterious old man did not bear much hope through his tone. Su Zimo received the page of sutra and focused his attention. There were 3 tiny golden words in the middle of the first row. Ancient Dragonification Manual. Those 3 simple words caused a terrifying pressure that was shuddering. For some reason, Su Zimo felt his body heating up. It was as though an inexplicable power was surging within him. The mysterious old man's voice sounded once more. Although you won't be able to transform into a divine dragon after attaining greater mastery of the Ancient Dragonification Manual, you'll be able to conjure the phantom of a divine dragon that possesses the true might of the dragons. Humans are weak and have ordinary bloodlines. They can't be compared against the dragons who are extremely powerful from birth. If you want to cultivate the Ancient Dragonification Manual, you will have to steal the blood chi of the dragon race. The elixir you consumed earlier was a blood-flesh elixir made from the flesh of a young dragon. Instantly, Su Zimo had a look of realization. That was the reason why he had a sense of familiarity towards the aura given off by the elixir. Su Zimo's eyes flickered and he frowned in deep thought. According to the mysterious old man's words, One could only succeed in cultivating the ancient dragonification manual after consuming the blood chi of the dragon race. He was in a rather unique situation. A couple of years ago, he had consumed half a dragon. Although it was not formed yet, that was the egg of a divine dragon after all. Hee. The mysterious old man chuckled coldly. Don't look down on the fact that it's a young dragon. You were able to receive such immense benefits just by consuming an elixir made from the flesh of a young dragon. If it was an adult divine dragon, the power of a single drop of its blood would be enough to destroy you, let alone its flesh. Su Zimo did not doubt that statement at all. Back then, after he and Night Spirit consumed that dragon egg, their bodies almost gorged to the point of explosion, and it took them a full 3 years to digest it completely. The conditions required to cultivate the ancient dragonification manual are extremely stringent, and obtaining the blood chi of the dragon race is merely the beginning. Among the 7 people who entered the human emperor's palace before you, there were also some of them with potentials comparable to you. However, they were merely slightly inferior. The mysterious old man said with a trace of pity, Tiske, that lay kid was rather decent as well. However, it was a pity that he couldn't unlock his 9th spirit meridian, causing him to miss this great opportunity to get the ancient dragonification manual. At that point, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Uncle Liang's words. Legend has it that the secret to the Extreme Foundation establishment is hidden within the human emperor's palace. He asked hurriedly, Senior, may I ask, how does one unlock the 9th spirit meridian and cultivate to the point of Extreme Foundation establishment? Foundation establishment was an extremely important step in one's path of cultivation, and how stable their roots were would decide their future accomplishments. The mysterious old man replied, 9 represents the extreme, and if one wants to unlock their 9th spirit meridian, their spirit energy would have to be extremely pure without the slightest bit of impurity. I've checked through your spirit energy. It's very pure, and that's quite seldom. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo remarked, Senior, up to this point of my cultivation, I've rarely consumed any elixirs, and even for those that I consume, they were at perfect grade. I think it should have something to do with that. Apart from perfect grade elixirs, every other grade of elixir possessed impurities. Long-term consumption would result in consolidation of those impurities. Although they would not have a significant impact on a cultivator's combat strength, it would impede the possibility of them unlocking their 9th spirit meridian. Elixirs are only part of the equation. The mysterious old man shook his head. In Tianhuang mainland, there are many sects and factions with rich heritages and immense foundations. It's not rare for them to provide perfect-grade elixirs for the paragons in their sects with the most potentials. However, even while cultivating and absorbing spirit chi, there's no way to avoid the existence of impurities. While cultivating, Su Zimo frowned slightly. The mysterious old man explained, mortals consume food which would turn into feces upon digestion, creating impure chi and filth. Therefore, at a certain point of cultivation, there's a saying of Inedia. Su Zimo nodded. He had heard about Inedia before. It was said that after entering nascent soul realm and cultivating an essence spirit, cultivators could live without consuming food and merely take in dew and the essence of the universe to survive, soaring through the skies and riding the clouds. In fact, they could even scour the world and explore the 4 oceans and 8 desolates with a single thought. The mysterious old man continued. Similar to mortal food, spirit chi would inevitably contain impurities upon absorption to one's dantian. That is, unless the person was in possession of an utmost treasure that could help them purify the spirit chi. At that point, he gave a meaningful look at Su Zimo's right hand. Suddenly, Su Zimo gave off a gradual look of realization as he recalled how chi entered his body while he was cultivating his chi condensation manual. Back then, spirit chi entered his body through his right hand. Before entering the human emperor's palace, the few sealers said that his right hand was a divine phoenix bone. If that was true, it would explain many things. Entering his right hand, spirit chi would be purified by the divine phoenix bone, incinerating all impurities and allowing him to only take in the purest spirit chi. Back then, He had just mastered qi condensation and was able to release a level 3 spirit fire with his right hand immediately. Now that he thought about it, that was not a true level 3 spirit fire. He merely managed to possess the might and heat of a level 3 spirit fire because of the divine phoenix bone. Of course, from the beginning till now, Su Zimo had never released the true powers of the divine phoenix bone. At the battle beneath the human emperor's palace, the terror of the divine phoenix bone had only revealed itself for a brief moment after absorbing the golden core's true fire before returning to normal. The mysterious old man said with a hint of lament, "This divine phoenix bone is one of the rare few utmost treasures in Tianhuang mainland. The person who changed your fate by attaching your wrist with this divine phoenix bone must have exerted a lot of effort." At this point, Su Zimo was finally certain that his blood bone palm was the legendary divine phoenix bone. Previously, he was severely injured after killing the joyful sect cultivators in Songlang mountain range, and his right hand was battered. By the time he woke up, his right hand was already perfectly fine. In other words, during the few days he fainted, Dai Yu had not only helped him to plant a spirit root, she had even reattached his wrist with the divine phoenix bone. If you are smart, you should have realized that you must not reveal that divine phoenix bone again after leaving this place. Otherwise, you are definitely bound to die, the mysterious old man said with a stern expression. Even the mighty figures and patriarchs of the human race would be tempted to make a move for the divine phoenix bone. Su Zimo nodded. Thankfully, he changed his appearance and hid his identity beneath the human emperor's palace. Otherwise, he would definitely be hunted upon re-entering Tianhuang mainland. A man's talent would often arouse the greed of others. There is also an extremely strict requirement for one's spirit root if they want to reach the extreme foundation establishment realm. Regarding that, you have no issue as well. After a brief pause, the mysterious old man looked at Su Zimo deeply once more. There are only that few types of utmost treasures in Tianhuang mainland. Someone has really spared no expenses in trying to pave your path forward by leaving you with 2 of them. Ah! Su Zimo was shocked. Before Dai Yu left, she had left him 3 gifts. One of them was his spirit root, and now, he knew that the divine phoenix bone was another. There was still one more unknown gift. Through the mysterious old man's words, it seemed like the second utmost treasure had something to do with his spirit root. Su Zimo could not help but ask, "What's the second utmost treasure? Even if I explain it to you, it's no use for you because your cultivation realm isn't there yet. Perhaps one day in the future, you might be able to see it for yourself." The mysterious old man shook his head. Su Zimo did not press on, feeling slightly disappointed. The mysterious old man continued, "The ancient Dragonification manual expends a lot of one's spirit energy, and it can only be released with an extreme foundation establishment. Not only that, the ancient Dragonification manual requires a lot from the physique of a cultivator. Although you're only conjuring the phantom of a divine dragon, it still possesses the true might of a dragon. Extremely terrifying, it overrides over all living beings. An ordinary body wouldn't be able to withstand the might of the dragon, and even ancient remnant beasts would explode into a blood mist. Since you're someone who does immortality and demonic cultivation together, your physique is alarming and is enough to withstand the ancient Dragonification manual." Su Zimo was not surprised that the mysterious old man could read his background like a book. However, what surprised Su Zimo was the mysterious old man's attitude towards the matter. If the various major sects of Tianhuang mainland were to know that he was doing immortality and demonic cultivation at the same time, they would definitely regard him as a despicable outcast and kill him. However, the mysterious old man was indifferent towards the issue. Waving it off with his hand, the mysterious old man said, "There's less than half a year left. Stay here and cultivate for now. You don't have to force yourself even if you don't succeed." "All right." Su Zimo nodded and strode to the lakeside without hesitation, sitting down to glance through the page of sutra. Every single word on the sutra possessed a mysterious might. Even with Su Zimo's powerful eyes, he had to take a rest every now and then. He could only continue reading after closing his eyes for a short break. When he was thirsty, Su Zimo would drink from the lake. When he was hungry, he would catch a hungong fish for food. Other than that, the rest of his time was spent on cultivating the ancient dragonification manual. Just like that, 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. This day, as it was close to the end of the year in the ancient battlefield, the mysterious old man appeared and was about to inform Su Zimo, who was at the lakeside. All of a sudden, a change happened to Su Zimo's aura. A terrifying might descended at the lakeside, shocking the masses. Sensing something, the mysterious old man looked towards Su Zimo. Beside the lake, Su Zimo assumed a lotus position with an upright back. His eyes were closed as his black hair swayed without any wind. A terrifying aura was coming forth from within his body, climbing rapidly. It was as though an ancient power was being awakened. An extremely long living being appeared in midair, coiling several rounds around Su Zimo upwards. Finally, it stopped in midair and its gigantic head stared in the direction of the mysterious old man. Dragon race. Compared to adult dragons which can be thousands of feet long, this could only be considered as a young dragon. Although it was only a phantom of a young dragon, the aura that it produced was shuddering, as if it could conquer all living beings. Gradually, green scales appeared on the young dragon's body one after another, shimmering with a cold glint. The bone spikes on its back and its sharp claws were bared while its horns stood gloriously. The phantom of the green dragon was actually turning corporeal. Even the scales, bones and claws were condensed with flesh, lifelike and no different from a true dragon. Pest! The mysterious old man gasped and his expression changed. Disbelief filled his eyes as he exclaimed, "How is that possible?" The ancient dragonification manual was meant to conjure the phantom of a divine dragon by using the blood chi of the dragon race. The shape of a divine dragon could only be made out faintly. That alone was heavenly defying. However, Su Zimo had conjured an actual true dragon. Even the human emperor who created this secret skill was unable to reach this point. How did this foundation establishment cultivator manage it? Could this young man have achieved a new comprehension of the ancient dragonification manual within a mere 6 months? All of a sudden, Su Zimo's eyes burst wide open with a lightning gaze. At the same time, the coiling dragon above him opened its eyes as well. Cold and mighty, it could not be ignored. The man and dragon opened their eyes at the same time. The moment the dragon opened its eyes, it was as though it had awakened and possessed actual life as it surveyed its surroundings with an overwhelming might. Given the mysterious old man's cultivation realm, he was composed and felt nothing much as the dragon's eyes swept past him. However, the incredible beasts in the surroundings sprawled onto the ground motionlessly. The fishes in the lake went silent, not daring to swim, and the birds in the skies fell one after another fearfully. Against the dragon's might, all the living beings felt a sense that came from the depths of their souls. The dragons were one of the strongest living beings back in the primordial era where the thousands of races reigned. It had once ruled over the world above all the thousands of races. Although Su Zimo was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, with the protection of the dragon, he exuded a dominance that looked down on the world. It was peerless, as though he had control over all divine beings in the universe. Bang! Su Zimo swayed a little and the dragon coiling around him dissipated before disappearing gradually. The immense pressure vanished. Once again, the incredible beasts went back to play and everything returned to normalcy. Heaving a sigh of relief, the mysterious old man came before Su Zimo and said, "Since you forcibly released the ancient dragonification manual without your cultivation realm being high enough, you won't be able to sustain it for long. Once you're at extreme foundation establishment, you'll be able to release the secret skill and use it against your foes." Su Zimo nodded. He had summoned that small dragon for a couple of seconds, but the spirit energy within his body was thoroughly expended and his spirit sea was almost dry. Right now, he was at the peak of 8 Meridian Foundation establishment. The fact that he was still unable to release the ancient dragonification manual, given his immense spirit energy, was proof of how terrifying that secret skill was. The mysterious old man's gaze lingered around Su Zimo, sizing him continuously. It was only until Su Zimo's hairs stood on end that the mysterious old man asked, How did you manage to conjure an actual true dragon? Hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo shook his head. I don't know either. He had a guess in his heart, but he wasn't certain. The fact that he was able to conjure a true dragon might have a lot to do with his consumption of half a dragon egg. The elixir that the mysterious old man fed him was merely a blood-flesh elixir made from the flesh of a dragon. However, he had devoured half of an actual dragon a couple of years ago. After entering his stomach, the essence and vitality of the dragon race filled every single part of his body. Cultivating the ancient dragonification manual caused that power within his body to awaken, causing yet another unaccounted change. Master truly has good judgment. The mysterious old man did not press on and merely lamented. A moment later, he said, The year is almost up and the last that entered together with you has left first. It's about time for you to do so as well. Su Zimo was relieved when he heard that Demoness G was fine. Bowing deeply to the mysterious old man, he said, Thank you for your life-saving grace and the guidance for the past half-year, Senior. He had truly benefited way too much this time round. He had attained greater mastery of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and was only a step away from forming an inner core. In terms of cultivation, he was already at the peak of 8 Meridian Foundation establishment. As long as he consumed the Meridian unlocking elixir and continued cultivating, he would have a chance of unlocking the 9th Spirit Meridian. He would be able to cultivate to the legendary Extreme Foundation establishment realm. At that point, even without taking on his demon form, he would be able to fight against golden cores with the might of the ancient dragonification manual. The mysterious old man waved it off. You don't have to thank me. If you're truly able to reach my master's level one day, thank him personally face to face. Where do you want to descend? I can send you there. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, Xianxia City. Upon re-entering the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the place seemed to have gotten more unstable. It meant that the year was almost up. Xianxia City was a little empty and quiet without the bustle from before. Most of the cultivators have already left and only a few remained. They traveled through the city with hurried expressions. It was clear that they were also preparing to leave. There was already no one at the territory of Elixir Yang sect. Su Zimo went straight to Xiaoning's room and caught sight of her handwriting etched on a stone table after looking around. Brother, Elixir Yang sect is located in the middle continent of Tianhuang mainland. Because their teleportation spot is extremely far from Xianxia City, I'll have to make a move with Sister Tang Yu first. Once I cultivate the longevity elixir, I'll return to Yen country to look for Big Brother. Both Night Spirit and I are fine. Don't miss us. Regards, Xiaoning. The writing was scribbled a little hurriedly. It was obvious that Xiaoning truly had no time at the end and had to leave. Smiling to himself, Su Zimo reached out and gave a simple swipe. Even though it was a casual move, an entire layer of the stone table's surface was wiped off and the words disappeared completely. Before leaving Xianxia City, Su Zimo had already instructed Night Spirit to stay by Xiaoning's side and head to Elixir Yang sect with her. He had to return to the Great Zhou dynasty and was unable to stay by Xiaoning's side. As such, the only way he would feel relieved was if Night Spirit was with her. Now that he knew that Xiaoning was fine, Su Zimo was at ease and did not linger further in the city. He headed straight for the cave abode that Ji Yaoxue and the rest were cultivating in. Previously, he promised her that he would return for her. Suddenly, Su Zimo could not help but frown when he recalled a person. Jun Hao. Previously, he suspected that there was something wrong with that person, but he had no proof. Before leaving, he even reminded Ji Yaoxue to keep something up her sleeve to guard against that guy. I hope Yaoxue is fine. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with a cold glint and a massive pair of wings spread out behind him. Blood chi burst forth and he sped forward at full speed. His speed was already at its limits. A steep mountain stood at the borders of the ancient battlefield. Halfway on the mountain, a man stood in front of the cave abode with his hands behind his back. He was handsome and had a noble aura, but his expression was grim and his eyes flashed with coldness occasionally. Azure Frost Sex Jun Hao was the prince of the Great Xia dynasty. The reason why he courted Ji Yaoxue painstakingly previously was because he knew about her identity as the princess long ago. If the two of them could develop further, he could make use of the opportunity and her identity to understand the background of the great Zhou dynasty fully. However, it was a pity that Ji Yaoxue maintained a neutral attitude towards him all these years, similar to how she would treat all the other senior and junior brothers in the sect. Although Jun Hao was a little frustrated, he was extremely scheming and was in no hurry. The path of cultivation was long, and there were many chances for them to interact since they were in the same sect. However, it was a pity that a monstrous cultivator appeared in the sect competition, giving him a sense of threat. When Ji Yaoxue wore that long pale yellow dress and circled around that man, smiling with a bedazzling wink, that scene stabbed Jun Hao's heart like a thorn. Su Zimo. He gripped his fists slowly and narrowed his gaze. Ji Yaoxue's attitude towards that man was clearly different from others. Even the way she looked at him was enough to make Jun Hao jealous. After entering the ancient battlefield, his plans were further destroyed when Su Zimo unleashed terrifying methods and suppressed all enemies domineeringly. Almost all the great Xia cultivators that entered the ancient battlefield were killed. The scariest thing was that Su Zimo had already begun suspecting him. In that period of time, Jun Hao lived his days on thin ice, hiding carefully, afraid to let out a single mistake. During normal times, that man looked like a scholar with a friendly appearance and calm gaze. However, Jun Hao knew in his heart that this was a man who was decisive to kill. As long as he revealed a single mistake, that man would definitely kill him without giving him a chance to explain. Finally, that day Su Zimo left. It was only then that Jun Hao heaved a sigh of relief and felt relaxed. However, it did not take long for him to be frustrated once more. In fact, he was even seething with hatred. There were 5 stone chambers in the cave abode. Before leaving, Su Zimo had actually set up a formation outside the 5th stone chamber. Ever since that day, Ji Yaoxue had not stepped out from that stone chamber at all. No matter how Jun Hao tried to invite her, she would always have excuses to push him away. At the same time, she did not allow anyone in, including the remaining 2 guards of the great Zhou dynasty. Yaoxue, have you started suspecting me as well? Jun Hao's gaze flickered. Slowly his expression turned cold as he murmured, "Since that's the case, don't blame me for falling out with you." He withdrew a spirit crane from his storage bag and wrote a few words on it. After injecting spirit energy to it, it spread its wings and flew, disappearing into the void instantly. Turning around, Jun Hao entered the cave abode and walked towards the 5th stone chamber. He did not walk far when Si Yutong of Iridescent Cloud's palace approached him. The latter greeted with a smile. "Brother Jun Hao, the year is almost up. When are we leaving?" After consuming the Meridian Unlocking Elixir, Si Yutong cultivated to 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment. Jun Hao was at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment right now. With a fake smile, Jun Hao replied, "I'm about to look for junior sister Yaoxue to discuss this. Come along." "All right," Si Yutong agreed readily without suspicion. After passing the long tunnel, they arrived before the 5th stone chamber where the remaining 2 guards of the great Zhou dynasty stood on each side. Both of them were also at the peak of 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment. Most of the cultivators at the center of the ancient battlefield were at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment, and the paragons of supersects were even at 8 Meridian Foundation Establishment. However, in reality, most of the cultivators in the ancient battlefield were only at 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." The 2 guards greeted with cupped fists. Since there were only 5 of them here, all of them were long familiar with one another. Jun Hao's gaze was fixated on the stone door as he said loudly with a smile, "Junior sister Yaoxue, the year is almost up. Let's move today and return to the teleportation spot." A moment later, an unhurried voice sounded from within the stone chamber. "Senior brother Jun, there's no need to hurry. Zimo promised me that he will return. There's no difference waiting for a couple more days." Jun Hao's expression froze when he heard that. Lowering his head slightly, his gaze was ghastly and his face was frighteningly dark. "Wait for him," Si Yutong sneered. That person didn't know what's good for him and ventured deep into the ancient battlefield. Since there's been no news of him for so long, he's definitely dead, Xianxia replied indifferently. I believe that he won't die and will definitely return. Fu! Yutong stifled a chuckle and shook his head. He was absolutely sure that Su Zimo was dead after venturing into the depths of the ancient battlefield. Jun Hao took a deep breath of air. By the time he looked up, he had a smile once more. Junior sister, there's only 10 odd days left. If that man wanted to return, he would have done so long ago. We only need 2 days to reach the teleportation spot from here. We can still make it even if we move a couple of days later, Xianxia replied firmly. Brother Jun Hao, since she won't leave, let's leave. Yutong sneered once more. We can definitely return to the teleportation spot, safely given our current cultivation realms. The smile on Jun Hao's face had vanished as he said slowly, with a cold expression, Yaoxue, I've already given you your last chance. Since you didn't cherish it, don't blame me for not showing mercy on account of us being in the same sect. The moment he said that, the atmosphere turned strange. The 2 guards frowned and looked at Jun Hao in confusion. Yutong was stumped as well. Things were fine earlier on. Why did he suddenly have a change in attitude? What did it mean by last chance and not showing mercy? With a cold gaze, Jun Hao glared at the stone door, as though he could see the woman inside, and said word by word, Yaoxue, you'll be leaving today whether you want to or not. The choice isn't yours. Jun Hao, what do you mean by that? Sensing Jun Hao's hostility, one of the guards hollered warily. Inside the stone chamber, Xianxia sighed. You still couldn't hide it after all. Since you've already begun to suspect me, there's no need for me to pretend any longer. Jun Hao admitted readily. I was initially skeptical when Zimo reminded me at the start. Xianxia shook her head. However, you've been too anxious for the past half a year, trying to find excuses to either enter or to get me out. At that time, I knew that Zimo's guess was right. Indeed, he was the one who spoiled my plans. Jun Hao cursed and pointed at the stone chamber, sneering, Yaoxue, do you think that a few layers of formations laid down by a dead man would be able to protect you? Zimo mentioned that even an 8-meridian foundation establishment cultivator would have to take a few days to dispel this formation. Xianxia replied, however, it's a pity that you're at 7-meridian foundation establishment. Given your strength, there's no way you'll be able to dispel this formation. Jun Hao, give it up. Even if it's something that Zimo left behind, you won't be able to deal with it either. Jun Hao was furious upon hearing Yaoxue's words and lost control of his emotions. He snarled as an ugly expression showed on his face and green veins popped from his neck. Yaoxue, once I break through the stone chamber, I'll let you enjoy for a long time beneath my crotch. A series of dull, heavy footsteps sounded, approaching from afar in the tunnel. Bang, bang, bang. The entire cave abode was shaking as dust fell endlessly. Instantly, an aura of death gushed over with a suffocating stench. Although she was behind a formation in the stone chamber, Yaoxue could still sense the repressive pressure that was arriving. It was as though a supreme monster was rapidly approaching. Jun Hao's expression was dark and his gaze was cold. I can't deal with something that Su Zimo left behind? Yaoxue, do you really think that he's the only one with an ace up his sleeve? Following Jun Hao's fallout, both parties were on the brink of fighting. The 2 great Zhou guards looked serious and withdrew their spirit weapons one after another, ready to fight. Yutong's eyes were filled with shock. He retreated slowly upon realizing that something was amiss with the situation, wanting to stay out of things and find a chance to escape. On the one hand, it was the 3rd princess of the great Zhou dynasty. He did not dare to offend her. On the other hand, although it seemed like the other party was a cultivator of Azure Frost sect, his background did not seem simple. More importantly, Jun Hao was at 7-meridian foundation establishment. Yutong did not dare offend him. How unlucky! He cursed internally. Jun Hao's gaze shifted towards Yutong as he asked murderously with a cold glint in his eyes. Yutong, whose side are you on? He was straightforward, leaving Si Yutong with nowhere out at all. If Si Yutong chose to be on Junhao's side, once this matter was exposed, he would definitely be hunted down in the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty and would be in dire straits. However, if he chose to be on Ji Yaoshua's side, he would be faced with a fierce battle right away. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they were all at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment. They had little chance of winning against Jun Hao, who was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Right then, a cultivator walked over from the tunnel. His feet did not touch the ground and he was like a ghost. Si Yutong was scared out of his wits. Wearing white robes, that person's face was frightfully pale and his skin was pale, reeking of death. Those listless eyes that resembled dead fishes bulged out in a bloodshot manner, looking extremely terrifying. Bang! 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 Heavy footsteps approached. A tall and mighty figure followed right after and arrived. A full 10 feet tall, he was silent and wore black robes with a hood that covered his body tightly. This was like a guardian of hell. The expressions of the 2 Great Zhou guards changed slightly as they subconsciously gulped, trying hard to compose themselves. Against the black-robed cultivator, the 2 of them seemed like children. Both of them turned their attention over. Most of the black-robed cultivator's face was covered by the hood, revealing only his chin such that it was hard to catch his appearance. Initially, Si Yutong was still hesitant. However, he made up his mind after the black-robed cultivator appeared and suddenly said, "Senior brother Jun, I'm definitely on your side." Jun Hao's eyes flickered with a mocking expression as he nodded. "Very good. At least you can read the situation." Si Yutong heaved a sigh of relief. The reason for his decision was because he could sense danger exuding from the black-robed cultivator. By standing on Jun Hao's side, he was exposing himself to the danger of being hunted by the Great Zhou dynasty. However, he would have to die right away if he chose to stand on Ji Yaoshua's side. Jun Hao had already composed himself. Arriving before the white-robed cultivator, he bowed deeply and respectfully. "Thank you for rushing over, Senior Brother Li. I'm afraid I'll have to depend on you to dispel this formation." "Yes." The white-robed cultivator raised his head slightly. Si Yutong's gaze shimmered and he frowned to himself. He noticed something odd. Jun Hao merely greeted the white-robed cultivator and was oblivious to the tall black-robed cultivator at the back. However, Si Yutong could clearly feel that the black-robed cultivator was scarier. How could that be? Turning around, Jun Hao could not conceal the killing intent in his eyes as he glared at the 2 Great Zhou guards and said coldly, "Si Yutong, it's time for you to shine." "All right." With no other way out, Si Yutong could only abide by Jun Hao. "Go!" Slapping his storage bag, Si Yutong hollered softly and summoned a supreme-grade flying sword. A resplendent glow filled the sword in a bedazzling manner. The 2 Great Zhou guards retaliated as well, churning their spirit energies with all their might. 6 spirit meridians appeared as they summoned their flying swords to fight against Si Yutong. Cling! Clang! The 3 of their flying swords collided repeatedly in midair, causing sparks to fly. The guards who were qualified to enter the ancient battlefield were carefully selected from the capital of Great Zhou. Since the 3 of them were at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, Si Yutong did not have any advantage against the 2 guards and was instead losing slowly. Humph! Waving his robes, Jun Hao sent forth a green azure chi that condensed into a gigantic palm in midair. The temperature on the battlefield dipped instantly. The 2 Great Zhou guards were shocked. Both of them could not deal with the full might of a spirit art released by a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Azure Frost Palm? Right then, a cold laugh sounded from within the stone chamber. The stone door opened and Ji Yaoshua strode out. Waving her robes in the same manner, she conjured hand seals and let out an azure frost chi, creating a massive palm. The 2 palms collided in midair. Boom! Spirit chi dissipated evenly. 7 Meridian Foundation establishment? Jun Hao's eyes lit up and he could not help but clap his hands in laughter. Well, to think that you've also unlocked your 7th Spirit Meridian, Yaoshua. It's no wonder why you're my junior sister. Ji Yaoxue was wearing the long pale yellow dress. Although she was merely standing there, she exuded an air of nobility that was filled with dominance. "Princess, hurry back. It's dangerous here," one of the great Zhou guards urged after seeing Ji Yaoxue leave the stone chamber. "Yaoxue, you're finally willing to come out." Junhao whipped out a flying sword from his storage bag and shook his head. "However, since you walked out of that stone chamber, you don't have to return anymore. Go!" The sword tore through the air, turning into a streak of light that arrived instantly. Ji Yaoxue did not panic at all as she circulated the spirit sea in her dantian with her full might. Her 7-meridian spirit energy surged wildly as she similarly brought out a flying sword and fought against Junhao. Since they were both at 7-meridian foundation establishment and had cultivated in Azure Frost sect before, they were rather familiar with one another's moves. In a short period of time, neither could overpower the other. On the other hand, although the two great Zhou guards had the advantage against Si Yutong, they could not kill the latter right away either. The fight between the 5 of them carried on in that stalemate. Spirit Qi surged furiously on the battlefield and Sword Qi was merciless, but no victor could be decided. Junhao became increasingly frustrated. Distracted momentarily, his arm was cut by Ji Yaoxue's flying sword and blood flowed out. A bunch of trash. The white-robed cultivator that was initially standing at the side was finally getting impatient. Waving his hand gently, he said in a cold manner, "Go and kill those 2 6-meridian foundation establishment cultivators and capture that woman alive." The black-robed cultivator that was originally standing motionlessly behind him walked forward. Bang! 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 With each step taken, the cave abode would quake violently in a terrifying manner. Roar! Charging in the direction of the battlefield, the black-robed cultivator suddenly let out a deafening roar. Xing! His black robes were ripped apart, turning into countless pieces of cloth that danced in the air. The black-robed cultivator revealed his true appearance. Apart from the white-robed cultivator, everyone else present was shocked and their pupils constricted. Their scalps prickled as they felt their hairs stand on ends. What's that monster?" One of the great Zhou guards asked with a trembling voice. His limbs had gone cold. Even though Junhao knew what the black-robed cultivator was right from the start, he was still shocked when he caught sight of his true appearance and nearly lost control of his flying sword. That was no cultivator. To be precise, that wasn't a living being. The monster reeked of a rotting stench and his skin was black. Muscles bulged from his body in distinct pieces, looking as though they were washed with steel liquid. Long fingernails as sharp as knives shone with a ghastly green color. They were clearly carrying poison. There were no pupils in his eyes and they were completely white, looking extremely frightening. When the monster roared, green veins popped up on its necks and face, akin to small little snakes that were crawling on the surface of its skin. It bared a pair of bloodied fangs and its face was shuddering and menacing. This was a living corpse. None of them present had witnessed such methods before. Not only was the corpse resurrected, it was controlled by someone and let out such a terrifying aura. Even though she was the princess of Great Zhou, Ji Yaoxue was also greatly shocked and her face was pale. Bang! 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 The corpse strode in huge steps towards the battlefield. Sensing that the situation was bad, Junhao and Si Yutong had already withdrawn themselves from the battle long ago, afraid that they would be implicated. Go! One of the great Zhou guards summoned his flying sword while the other conjured hand seals, producing blazing fireballs that shot at the corpse. As though it did not see them, the corpse did not slow down at all. The two great Zhou guards were slightly relieved when they saw that, thinking to themselves, at the end of the day, it's just a walking corpse with no brains that doesn't know how to dodge at all. Clang! Before they could finish their thoughts, the flying sword had already pierced the corpse's chest. However, the sound of metal clashing echoed. The flying sword was repelled. The fireball landed on the corpse and lasted for 2 breaths before extinguishing. In the billowing smoke, not only was the corpse fine, it turned even more violent. The two of them were dumbfounded and their eyes widened. At the same time, Ji Yaoxue's flying sword descended. shining with 4 bedazzling spirit patterns. Its sword chi was cold, and it pierced the corpse's head with its sharpness. Clang! Another crisp sound rang out, accompanied by a chain of sparks. The flying sword was repelled as well. A faint white scar merely appeared on the corpse's glabella. Its skin was not even scratched. Xianxia was gravely shocked. She was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, and she possessed a supreme-grade flying sword. Yet, she could not even scratch the skin of the corpse with her full power. How was she going to fight this corpse that weapons could not pierce and fire and water could not damage? Before she could finish her thoughts, the corpse arrived in front of the 2 great Zhou guards within a few strides. Reaching out, it crushed both of their heads instantly. The 2 guards did not get a second chance to attack at all. Swash! Xianxia summoned her flying sword once more, and this time round, they were aimed for the corpse's eyes. She believed that everything had their weaknesses no matter how strong they were. Suddenly, the corpse glared at the incoming sword and reached out. He grabbed it and placed it in front of his mouth before spitting a ball of oily green smoke at it. The moment the smoke touched the blade, the spirit light of the supreme-grade flying sword dimmed. Xianxia's expression changed as she lost her connection to the supreme-grade flying sword. Not good, she thought to herself. Turning around to retreat back to the stone chamber, a black shadow had already arrived before her. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind burst forth, suffocating her. Xianxia merely felt her chest turn stuffy and her head spin. The corpse was filled with poison from head to toe and gave off a rotting stench. Any cultivator that breathed in that rotting stench without any precautions would definitely be affected. The corpse reached out with its massive hands, aiming at Xianxia's shoulders to capture her alive. All of a sudden, the pale yellow dress that she was wearing shone with 4 bright spirit patterns. With the obstruction, the corpse failed to grab Xianxia's shoulder right away. She jolted to her senses and hurriedly retreated a couple of steps back, entering the stone chamber in a flash before shutting its stone doors. Roar! The corpse was enraged and roared, slamming violently at the stone doors. Boom! While the stone doors shook violently, they did not open. Buzz! At the same time, as though it sensed something, a series of formation lights appeared on the ground of the entrance of the stone chamber. Another formation was activated at the entrance of the stone chamber, engulfing the corpse within. Sword chi buzzed incessantly. Sharp sword chi shot forth from within the formation and stabbed the corpse repeatedly from all directions in a resplendent dazzle. Trapped in the formation, the corpse flung its arms and collided against the sword chi from all around, roaring in endless rage. Not long after, the skin of the black corpse was already torn against the relentless attacks of the sword chi, and it was injured all over, leaking with gooey, sticky blood that was extremely pungent. What a terrifying killing formation! Junhao felt a sense of fear and broke out in cold sweat upon seeing that. That was clearly a trump card left behind by Su Zimo. Apart from the defense formation, there was a killing formation around the stone chamber. Previously, if Junhao had attacked forcibly, he would have been caught in the killing formation and would most likely have died after being pierced by the countless swords. Su Zimo, you're savage. Junhao grit her teeth and endless hatred flooded his eyes. Although the white-robed cultivator felt a little pained looking at the corpse's skin getting damaged by the sword chi, he did not appear to be worried. While the might of the killing formation was terrifying and might even be able to kill an 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, it did not manage to hurt the corpse fundamentally, and those were merely superficial wounds. As the filthy blood of the corpse flowed onto the ground, the formation patterns were gradually tainted. The might of the killing formation was diminishing. The formation light was also dimming gradually. Before long, the killing formation was dispelled entirely and the corpse broke free. By now, it had descended into a complete frenzy as it charged at the stone chamber. Bang! 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 The light of the defensive formation shone repeatedly, withstanding the attacks of the corpse one after another. With nowhere else to retreat to within the stone chamber, Xianxia found herself calming down instead. In her heart, She knew that the power produced by the corpse was not weaker than an 8-meridian foundation establishment cultivator. Coupled with its corrosive aura, poison and blood, the formation would not be able to hold out for much longer. If the formation was dispelled, she would commit suicide right here. A princess of Great Zhou would definitely not allow herself to be humiliated by others. As though it did not know the meaning of fatigue, the corpse fought for an entire day and night without stopping. The light of the formation had dimmed considerably. The defensive formation could be broken through at any moment. The situation was determined, and Xianxia was on the brink of calamity with nowhere to escape. Si Yutong walked to Junhao's side and let out a fawning smile. Sweeping his gaze past the white-robed cultivator, he asked, "Senior Brother Jun, what's the name of that fellow Taoist?" "You're not qualified to know," Junhao replied. "All you have to know is that he hails from one of Tianhuang mainland's super sects, and is the strongest paragon of the Foundation establishment realm." Why yes. Si Yutong nodded repeatedly with a fearful expression. Senior Brother Li's combat strength is unparalleled, and he's practically invincible amongst all Foundation establishment cultivators. He can suppress all enemies in Tianhuang mainland, and even if the ancient emperors were at Foundation establishment realm, they might not be a match for Senior Brother Li. Junhao spilled out songs of praises without any shame or embarrassment. Although he could tell that Junhao was sucking up to him, the white-robed cultivator enjoyed it nevertheless. After a momentary pause, the white-robed cultivator said, "That's not for sure. The human emperor's palace appeared sometime back, and the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island appeared. That man is not to be underestimated." Junhao hurriedly remarked, "You don't have to be humble, Senior Brother Li. I still believe nobody in the Foundation establishment realm is your match in a one-on-one battle." "Yes." Nodding, the white-robed cultivator declared with pride, "I don't even have to do it myself if it's a one-on-one battle. This steel corpse that I cultivated is more than enough to kill that monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island." "Wow! So amazing!" Suddenly, a voice sounded in everyone's ears, carrying a hint of sarcasm and mockery. Both Junhao and Si Yutong frowned in confusion. Although that voice sounded rather familiar, the two of them were not certain. Rather, that person should have been dead. Could he have ventured into the depths of the ancient battlefield and yet returned alive? "Who's there?" The white-robed cultivator's slightly bulged eyes shifted, and his expression turned grim with killing intent. Right after, his eyes flashed with confusion as well. That voice did not come from the cave abode. From the sound of it, it seemed like it came from 5 kilometers away. That was the confusing portion. If he was 5 kilometers away, how could he hear their conversation in the cave abode? Was his hearing that powerful? Could omnipresent hearing truly exist in the world? All of a sudden, the sound of clothes fluttering sounded, approaching from afar at an extremely fast speed. It was as though it arrived at the cave abode's entrance in the blink of an eye. What a swift movement technique! The white-robed cultivator's heart skipped a beat as he turned to glare at the tunnel. It was the same for Junhao and Si Yutong. Both of them wanted to know if it was that man who had arrived. Before long, a green figure appeared in the tunnel, striding over with steady footsteps. Although he looked calm, there was an indescribable aura around him. The intruder had elegant features, looking like a scholar. It was Su Zimo, who had rushed over from Shentian City. Junhao's eyes narrowed with cold, killing intent as he declared hatefully, "It's truly you. You're not dead." Si Yutong's mouth was slightly agape as he uttered in disbelief. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he swept his gaze past the two of them without pausing. Right after, he looked at the mighty corpse that was ramming against the stone chamber, and his eyes flashed. Raising his brow, he seemed to have recalled something. He paused for a brief moment before fixing his gaze on the white-robed cultivator. After entering the cave abode, Su Zimo did not say anything and merely surveyed his surroundings. However, for some unknown reason, that simple action of his caused the white-robed cultivator to feel an unprecedented sense of pressure. Su Zimo's eyes were bright and deep, His gaze was nonchalant and it seemed like he could control everything with a single look. Even without saying anything, he was exuding a dominance that surpassed everything. It was an aura that could not be faked. This was something that was created through the corpses and blood of countless paragons and was revealed subconsciously. The white-robed cultivator was expressionless, but he felt uneasy. Suddenly, he retreated a couple of steps back and shouted softly, "Come back!" The corpse came to a sudden halt and paused for a moment before taking huge strides towards the white-robed cultivator. It stood beside the ladder and glared at Su Zimo murderously. By now, the wounds inflicted by the killing formation had already formed scabs and were no longer bleeding. "Senior brother Li, this is Su Zimo," Junhao commented hurriedly. "He's the one who injured your battle corpse." The killing formation outside the stone chamber was also set up by him. The white-robed cultivator did not say anything and merely glared at Su Zimo with a grim expression. Indifferently, Su Zimo said, "One of the 5 heretical doctrines, corpse refinement cult." After entering the depths of the ancient battlefield, he gained a good understanding of the various factions on Tianhuang mainland thanks to Tang Yu and the others. As such, he recognized the white-robed cultivator's background instantly. Corpse refinement cult cultivators were extremely recognizable, as they would always bring along a battle corpse that they refined using their sect's secret skills to fight for them. Looking at the white-robed cultivator, Su Zimo asked with a fake smile, "Since you were bragging about how strong you were earlier on, why didn't you go take on the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island beneath the human emperor's palace?" The white-robed cultivator's expression turned terrible. Naturally, he wanted to fight for the human emperor's inheritance when the human emperor's palace appeared as well. His battle corpse was invincible against weapons and could not be damaged by water or fire. In terms of strength, it was no weaker than 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. However, corpse refinement cult cultivators had a fatal weakness. Compared to their mighty battle corpses, they were not strong. If they lost the protection of their battle corpse, they would most definitely die against 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Paragons from all over the place were gathered beneath the human emperor's palace. Needless to think, it would definitely be an unprecedented battle royale. There was no way his battle corpse would be able to protect him entirely in that sort of battle royale, and it would be hard for him to survive. After hesitating for a long time, the white-robed cultivator decided to give up on the human emperor's palace. Later on, it was proven that his decision was the right one as well. It was said that almost half the paragons who fought in that bloodied battle beneath the human emperor's palace were dead, and most of them were crippled. It was extremely tragic. The white-robed cultivator harumphed coldly. It was a battle royale beneath the human emperor's palace. If it was a one-on-one battle, the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island might not be my match. "Oh!" Su Zimo raised his brow. "Who are you? What sect are you from?" the white-robed cultivator asked instead. Junhao explained hurriedly, "Don't worry, senior brother Li. This is merely a disciple of a small sect in the Great Zhou dynasty. He has no backing and he was merely at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment half a year ago. Compared to factions such as super sects and the 5 heretical doctrines, Ethereal Peak could truly only be considered as a small sect." The white-robed cultivator frowned slightly when he heard Junhao's words. If this guy was at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment half a year ago, even if he had heavenly defying cultivation speed and made use of the Meridian unlocking elixir, he would only be at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment at best. In the worst-case scenario, even if he was at 8 Meridian Foundation establishment, so what? This was someone from a small sect without any backing. The foundations of small sects were not strong and they had limited secret skills. How strong could this guy be? Could he have judged wrongly? Gradually, the white-robed cultivator's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. "Go! Check out the skills of this fellow Taoist." The corpse acknowledged by roaring with a torrential aura before chairing over in huge strides. Compared to the tall and mighty corpse, Su Zimo could be considered as a thin weakling. It seemed as though he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single push of the corpse's finger. However, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged, and he merely smiled against the incoming corpse. Clang! Unknowingly, a blood-colored saber had already appeared in his hands. The saber trembled with a torrential blood chi. "Test my skills." With a razor-sharp gaze, Su Zimo said coolly, "Test it with your life." Boom! Before his words were finished, Su Zimo had already made a huge stride. The moment his stride landed, a series of dense cracks appeared on the ground beneath him. In a split second, the entire place shook and the cave abode quaked violently. Dust filled the place continuously, and it seemed like the cave could topple at any moment. Everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat. Su Zimo channeled his spirit energy, and instantly, the spirit sea in his dantian surged and created terrifying waves. One after another, spirit meridians shone brightly beneath his green robes as spirit energy surged rampantly. 8 Meridian Foundation Establishment. Jun Hao and Si Yutong were astonished as they exclaimed. Swoosh! Su Zimo slashed out and a blood beam expanded, landing on the head of the corpse like a blazing blood sun. The corpse could not dodge in time and could only tilt its head slightly. Eft! Blood Quencher sliced down along the corpse's shoulder and cut downwards heavily. Its blade let out a jarring sound as it sliced through the muscles and bones, as though it was cutting a metallic object. Gooey, filthy blood gushed out. That slash almost cut the corpse into 2 halves. Blood Quencher only slowed down in its tracks after cutting into the corpse's chest. After it was blocked by Blood Quencher, the corpse could barely advance. Although Su Zimo seemed frail and skinny, a casual slash from him was enough to send forth a shuddering power that even the corpse that was invulnerable against weapons, water and fire could not withstand. The white-robed cultivator's expression turned paler as his figure swayed for a moment. In Tianhuang mainland, be it the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, or 6 Buddhist sects, there were extremely few sects that managed to pass on their legacies and remain standing from the ancient era till now. Among them, countless top factions were drowned in the sands of time, leaving behind nothing but ruins and legends. Corpse Refinement Cult was one of the rare few super sects that managed to survive from the ancient era till now. Legend in the cultivation world even has it that the roots of Corpse Refinement Cult can be traced back to the primordial era, the brutish period of time where the thousands of races reigned and humans were weak and enslaved. There were countless secret skills in Corpse Refinement Cult, and within them, there was even an ancient supreme sutra called the Corpse Classic. The Corpse Classic contained many secret skills. Even the descriptions for the method of cultivating a battle corpse alone were plenty. Battle corpses were also graded by levels: Iron Corpse, Bronze Corpse, Silver Corpse, Golden Corpse. For Foundation Establishment cultivators and golden cores of Corpse Refinement Cult, they could only refine iron corpses. Bronze corpses required Corpse Refinement Cult cultivators to be of nascent soul realm and to cultivate an essence spirit before they could be refined. For each battle corpses, the deeper the color, the more power they possessed and the stronger they were. The power of the white-robed cultivator's battle corpse was enough to fight against 8 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators. Furthermore, the battle corpse was not only invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire, it even possessed poison. Even 8 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators won't be able to injure the core of the battle corpse. There was no way the white-robed cultivator would have expected a seemingly delicate cultivator to nearly slice his battle corpse into half with a single casual slash. How terrifying was that strength? A trace of panic flickered through the white-robed cultivator's slightly bulged eyes. Immediately, as though he made some sort of a resolve, the white-robed cultivator conjured hand seals and channeled a secret skill of his sect. Biting his tongue gently, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood that spilled onto the battle corpse's wounds. "Heal!" the white-robed cultivator shouted softly. Instantly, the frightening injury on the battle corpse started healing at a visible speed as greenish-black meat grew and intertwined together. The battle corpse roared with immense ferocity. At the same time, the aura of the white-robed cultivator turned extremely weak and his gaze dimmed. Swaying to one side, he seemed like he could collapse at any moment. He slapped his storage bag and took out an elixir before swallowing it. It was only then that he recovered some vitality. It was clearly a secret skill similar to blood escape. By sacrificing his body's vitality, He repaired the battle corpse's wounds and triggered it to produce even greater combat strength. The battle corpse reached out with its hands and grabbed Blood Quencher's blade. Blood Quencher was drowned by the endless filthy blood as it was stuck in the battle corpse's body. Gradually, the light on its blade dimmed. Harumphing coldly, Su Zimo withdrew his saber with strength. The battle corpse chose to let the blade slice its palms than to relinquish its grip. Furthermore, it even lunged forward with the momentum, spitting out a ball of oily green smoke that was extremely nauseating. "Watch out," Xianxia warned from within the stone chamber. Earlier on, the corpse's smoke had already destroyed her supreme-grade flying sword. Not only that, the corpse even opened its mouth and bared its bloody fangs, biting towards Su Zimo's neck like a wild beast. Su Zimo frowned and released his blood quencher before retreating. It wasn't because he was afraid of the smoke and those fangs. The corpse was truly way too disgusting that Su Zimo did not wish to touch it with his hands. Su Zimo's retreat revealed an opening in the tunnel momentarily. The eyes of the white-robed cultivator lit up. In truth, he had already thought of retreating the moment Su Zimo attacked with the slash earlier on. While it was meant for the corpse, he knew that he wouldn't be able to survive that attack even if he had 10 lives. When he saw Su Zimo dodge to the side, the white-robed cultivator moved in a flash and sped towards the tunnel since he was unwilling to battle. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with mockery when he saw that. Swiping his storage bag, a huge squarish golden seal appeared in his palms. The Khanate spirit weapon, Coiling Dragon Seal. It was extremely easy for Su Zimo to kill this corpse refinement cult cultivator. As long as he channeled his bloodline and made use of his spirit wings together with divine steed fleeting, he would be able to wrap around the battle corpse and strike that person to death. However, earlier on, Su Zimo had a thought and recalled this treasure he had just obtained. He was also curious as to how powerful the legendary Khanate spirit weapons were, let alone one that was given to him by the human emperor. "Go!" Tossing the coiling dragon seal upwards, he pointed and a stream of spirit energy was injected into it from his finger. The coiling dragon seal expanded rapidly and shone with a golden radiance. Hovering in midair like a blazing sun, it was bedazzling and let out a shuddering aura, exuding endless might. The feral battle corpse suddenly seemed as pathetic as an ant against the coiling dragon seal. The coiling dragon seal descended rapidly. Boom! A loud bang sounded when it rammed against the battle corpse's head. Crack, crack, crack. Right after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The coiling dragon seal merely paused for a brief moment before continuing down. With a thud, the battle corpse that was a full 10 feet tall was crushed into a pile of foul-smelling meat sludge by the coiling dragon seal, spreading all over the ground without any body left. The white-robed cultivator was about to rush into the tunnel when a blindingly bright seal crashed down, blocking the exit. He spun around hurriedly and a pile of meat sludge splattered onto his pale face. The white-robed cultivator's eyes were widened and his mind went blank, almost shocked silly. In the cultivation world, anyone who wanted to defeat corpse refinement cult cultivators had to try their best to avoid the battle corpse while attacking the actual cultivator. That was because the battle corpses were the indestructible weapons of corpse refinement cult cultivators. Nobody within the same cultivation realm could defeat their battle corpses. If anyone was embroiled in a battle against their battle corpses and could not get out, they would either end up being killed or exhausted to their deaths. That was because battle corpses did not know fatigue. Even if they were completely injured, their strength would not diminish. However, it was different for cultivators. Humans had a limit to their stamina. The white-robed cultivator had cultivated for dozens of years and had been through endless battles against various paragons. However, he had never come across anyone that fought as fiercely as Su Zimo. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo was fighting the corpse itself, he even almost managed to slice it into two with the first attack. Right after, he even turned the battle corpse into a pile of meat sludge with the second attack. Things had ended just like that. The white-robed cultivator was stunned at the moment. A deathly silence filled the air. Initially, Jun Hao and Si Yutong wanted to attack Su Zimo together with the battle corpse. But now, they were rooted silly to the spot, the corners of their eyes twitching and their bodies trembling slightly. That was a Khanate spirit weapon. The two of them could clearly see that the huge golden seal that Su Zimo summoned at the end shone with 6 spirit patterns. It was obvious that it was a Khanate spirit weapon. The deadly poison chi within the battle corpse's flesh was filthy and could destroy weapons and Dharma treasures. Even Ji Yaoshua's supreme-grade flying sword could not escape the fate of being destroyed. But now, the light on the golden seal did not diminish at all even when it was tainted by the battle corpse's blood and flesh. In fact, it shone more intensely, exuding the dominance of an emperor that looked down on the world. A deep look of envy filled Junhao's eyes. I can be as domineering as that if I get my hands on that treasure. Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. The might of the coiling dragon seal had exceeded his expectations. The power that was released was enough to threaten an early-stage golden core. More importantly, and Foundation Establishment Cultivator's Dantian was still in the form of a spirit sea and had yet to form a core. Only golden cores could release the true might of Khanate spirit weapons. Su Zimo was looking forward to how amazing the coiling dragon seal would be at that time. There was a squeaking sound. The stone doors opened and Ji Yaoshua came forth. Their eyes met. Su Zimo smiled and nodded, reassuring her. Instantly, Ji Yaoshua blushed and pursed a smile in return. Su Zimo beckoned gently and the coiling dragon seal shrank into a small, intricate seal before turning into a streak of light that returned to his storage bag. Walking slowly to the exit of the tunnel, he pushed down with his ankle and his blood quencher returned to his palm. Throughout the entire process, the white-robed cultivator, Junhao and Si Yutong did not dare to move at all and kept quiet out of fear. Every single action and gaze of Su Zimo caused the three of them to feel immense pressure. Their hearts raced fiercely, as if they could die at any moment. This was an almost invincible aura. Their gazes flickered and their minds were bothered by the same thought. How should they escape? The coiling dragon seal did not merely suppress a battle corpse, but also the final bit of determination in the three of them to want to retaliate. The white-robed cultivator was the first to speak. A rare smile was squeezed out of his dreadfully glum face as he cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist, you are truly strong. I'm very impressed. I'm nothing compared to you. You're someone who can even suppress the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. Su Zimo looked at the white-robed cultivator with a fake smile. Bearing an awkward expression, the white-robed cultivator forced a chuckle. You're joking, fellow Taoist. You're the one who's able to suppress the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island with your skills. I'm far inferior. Su Zimo did not reply and waved his saber. Instantly, Blood Quencher shot forth with a murderous blood beam once more. Blood Quencher was a perfect spirit weapon that was infused with Su Zimo's blood after all. Although it was tainted by the battle corpse's filthy blood, its sharpness could not be hidden. Sensing Su Zimo's killing intent, the white-robed cultivator's heart skipped a beat as he remarked hurriedly, "You can't kill me." "Oh," Su Zimo uttered without raising his head. Composing himself, the white-robed cultivator said in a deep voice, "You should know the status of corpse refinement cult in Tianhuang mainland. If you kill me, you'll be hunted down by the sect. Ha! Even if I kill you, who would know?" Su Zimo smiled gently. The white-robed cultivator was speechless. On the other hand, Junhao and Si Yutong felt a chilling intent. In other words, what Su Zimo meant was that he was going to kill them all. After killing the three of them, news of this would never ever be spread. There was something else that Su Zimo kept to himself. Corpse refinement cult? I've even killed quite a few paragons from the Immortal, Fiend, and Buddhist sects. You're just one of them. Clang. The blade shuddered and a startling blood beam flashed. When Su Zimo attacked once more, the gigantic blade seemed extremely agile in his hands. His slash forward caused ripples in the void. The white-robed cultivator's expression changed starkly. While that slash did not seem fast, there was an inescapable feeling to it. For corpse refinement cult cultivators, losing their battle corpses was as good as losing half of their combat strength. He could not deal with the terrifying saber technique of the Saber Emperor's Sea Calming Manual. A single moment of distraction, and he felt his throat go cold, followed by a ripping pain. A red scar appeared on his throat, turning bigger and more defined. The next moment, a blood mist spewed out. A strange sound came from the depths of the white-robed cultivator's throat as he let out an indignant expression, collapsing stiffly forward. The light in his eyes dimmed without any life. His throat was slit with a single slash. After killing the corpse refinement cultivator, Su Zimo turned around and walked towards Jun Hao and Si Yutong without hesitation. It was the idea of Jun Hao and the others. I had no choice as well. That's why I chose the wrong path. When he saw that the situation was amiss, Si Yutong knelt on the ground with a thud. His hand was placed seemingly casually on his storage bag as he bawled without a single shred of dignity as a cultivator. Wiping his snot, Si Yutong said with a quivering voice, "Fellow Taoist Su, please give me a chance." Si Yutong did not have any bit of pity at all towards a fence-sitter like Si Yutong. Today, this man could kneel down and cry before him in order to survive. Tomorrow, this man could stab him in the back instead. Arriving before Si Yutong, Su Zimo looked down and replied indifferently, "At times, once you choose the wrong path, there's no way back." Si Yutong's final hope was dashed after hearing Su Zimo's reply. His hand was still on his storage bag. But now, a dagger with a cold glint had suddenly appeared in his palms. Si Yutong's sobs came to a stop as his expression darkened. With a venomous gaze, he said coldly, "Since you won't allow me to live, I'll kill you first." Grabbing his dagger, Si Yutong stabbed towards Su Zimo's chest. This was a complete ambush. However, his thoughts could not escape from Su Zimo's spirit perception. The moment Si Yutong stood up, Su Zimo's palm descended from above and landed heavily on the former's head. Piak. As though it was tofu, Si Yutong's head was splattered and he died on the spot without a single word. The moment Si Yutong attacked, Jun Hao made up his mind and channeled his spirit energy with all his might as well. In a flash, 7 spirit meridians lit up as he charged towards Xianxia, who was at the entrance of the stone chamber. Right now, she was his only shot at living. As long as he could hold her hostage, he could talk terms with Su Zimo. As Jun Hao charged, he realized that Xianxia was motionless and merely looked at him quietly. There was a trace of mockery and pity in her eyes. All of a sudden, from the side of his eyes, Jun Hao caught sight of a bloodlight shooting towards him at lightning speed, crackled and was shuddering. The moment Si Yutong attacked, Su Zimo flung out his blood quencher. Jun Hao did not have time to react and merely caught sight of the scarlet flash. Right after, an immense pain came from beneath his ribs as he was sent flying by a powerful impact. Clang! Su Zimo's blood quencher cut through Jun Hao and pinned the latter tightly against the stone walls. The impact was immensely strong, and the saber was still shaking after embedding itself in the stone walls. Jun Hao's eyes and mouth were widened as fresh blood gushed out uncontrollably. The saber had not only penetrated his body, but also destroyed his organs and cut off his life. "You!" Raising his arm with much struggle, Jun Hao pointed at Su Zimo, as if he wanted to say something. After a momentary pause, his head tilted to the side and he died with opened eyes. In less than 10 minutes, all 3 of them were dead. "Zimo, you've saved me once more." Xianxia beamed brightly and quipped, "I won't be able to clear my debt to you in this lifetime." Su Zimo smiled as well. "There's no need to speak of such things between us. 8 Meridian Foundation establishment. Seems like you've gotten quite a bit of opportunities in the depths of the ancient battlefield." "Indeed, I've gotten some." It had to be said that Su Zimo had truly benefited way too much in this ancient battlefield expedition. Notwithstanding the inheritances and treasures, his cultivation realm gained through this 1 year in the ancient battlefield was already enough to make up for dozens of years of cultivation on Tianhuang mainland. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression changed as she asked, "Xiaoning and the others?" Su Zimo's group had 6 people when they left. Now that he was the only one who returned, Xianxia had a bad feeling about things. "Don't worry." Su Zimo waved his hand. All of them received their own opportunities and joined some older and more powerful sections. In fact, some of them might have already left the Tianhuang North region. Xiaoning's Elixir Yang sect was located far away in the Middle Continent. Tianhuang mainland was boundless and vast. If a Foundation establishment cultivator wanted to travel from the North region to the Middle Continent, they would have to be on the road day and night for dozens of years even without resting. That was also without taking into account the possible dangers they might encounter along the way. In reality, it was something that was difficult even for golden cores too. Only nascent souls could protect themselves well enough to attempt to travel out from the North region and roam everywhere. It was likely impossible for the siblings to meet one another in the near future after this separation. That was the reason why Su Zimo wanted Night Spirit to stay by Xiaoning's side and look after her. As for Little Fatty, Lung Ro, Ji Chengtian and Shi Jian, they were worlds apart as well. It was unknown if he would still have the chance to meet them in this lifetime. At that thought, Su Zimo could not help but feel slightly emotional and wistful. Zimo, you're still worried about Blood Crow Palace taking revenge, right? Ji Yaoxue was extremely smart, and after slight contemplation, she understood why everyone went their separate ways. Su Zimo had killed the young master of the Blood Crow Palace and even nearly caused the palace lord himself to die in the primordial ruins. The feud between him and them was already irreconcilable. That day, in the palace, right under the nose of the Emperor of Great Zhou, the Blood Crow King declared that all the disciples of Ethereal Peak would be buried along with the young master. It was obvious how arrogant he was and the amount of backing he had. While it might be a huge calamity for Su Zimo personally, it was also one for Ethereal Peak. Everyone else of Ethereal Peak could leave, but not him. To turn his back and leave after creating such a mess, leaving Ethereal Peak and his eldest brother, Su Hong, in the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty without any care, that was something that Su Zimo's heart would not allow. Zimo, don't worry. I'll help you plead for mercy with Father. Worried that Su Zimo might not take her words for real, Ji Yaoxue continued. If the Blood Crow Palace truly dares to do anything outrageous, the Great Zhou dynasty will definitely not sit by idly and watch. Yes, Su Zimo smiled and nodded. In reality, he knew and could read the situation clearer than anyone. The attitude of the Emperor of Great Zhou towards the Blood Crow King at the sect competition had already made many things clear. Even the Great Zhou dynasty was wary of the Blood Crow Palace's lord. Or rather, it was cautious of the witch race behind it, one of the primordial 9 races. It was almost hopeless to think that the Great Zhou dynasty would interfere in the matter. Yaoxue, prepare yourself. We'll head to the teleportation spot and return to the Great Zhou dynasty. All right. With the year in the ancient battlefield about to end, many cultivators were returning to Tianhuang mainland. Some were ecstatic while some were worried. Some cultivators even had a surreal feeling of escaping a great calamity. They could only heal the trauma in their hearts gradually after returning to their sects in Tianhuang mainland. Right after, heavy news started spreading through the super sects of the cultivation world, akin to gigantic boulders tossed into the middle of lakes and creating massive waves. After 1,000 years, the Saber Emperor's inheritance was obtained by a cultivator and the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea vanished. Right? More than 100 cultivators of Poison Sect were killed by a single person, and even Malevolent Earth Sect and Glass Palace were implicated. How savage! Who is he? What sect or faction is he from? I've got no idea. He didn't wear a sect badge. Some say that he's a meek scholar, while others say that he looks menacing. Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect received the news almost instantly, and their sect masters were enraged. Both sects sent out multiple cultivators to scout out news of that cultivator's background and location. Before the various sects managed to digest that news, an even more shocking piece of news was spread, causing a shock for the super sects and sending a wave across the entire cultivation world. The human emperor's palace appeared. The successor of Divine Phoenix Island appeared at the human emperor's palace and fought against all the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects together. The paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects work together? Fufu. Divine Phoenix Island's successor sure is unlucky. He must have died without even a corpse left. who managed to obtain the human emperor's inheritance in the end. That's where you're wrong. He suppressed all the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects single-handedly, and it was an extremely tragic and shocking battle. What? What did you say? The paragons of Azura sect, Heaven Azura sect, Purple Firmament sect, Chaos Essence sect, Clear Wind Temple, Illusion Fiend cult and Formless Monastery are all dead, while the paragons of the other sects managed to survive and escape. Some of them had their arms and roots crippled, and it would be tough for them to shine in the future. The elders of the various sects received the news at almost the same time and were in shock and disbelief. What about the sealers? There were more than 10 sealers from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects together. Are they all trashes? As golden cores, can't any of them kill a single Foundation establishment cultivator? Even when 5 sealers joined forces, they failed and died with regrets. Pest! Even sealers failed despite working together. The right hand of Divine Phoenix Island's successor is made from a divine phoenix bone and possess an immense might. He was severely injured together with the fiend sect's pure maiden, and they entered the human emperor's palace at the same time. Their fates are currently unknown. The elders went silent when they heard that. A long time later, someone sighed deeply. It's a monster incarnate. I don't think it's exaggerated to claim that he's the #1 monster incarnate ever since the ancient times. At the same time, in an unknown location in the Middle Continent, an ancient-looking palace stood erected. A rosy-cheeked old man with a white crown and long robes stood in front of the palace entrance with one hand behind his back. His other hand was in front of him and his fingers were twitching. There was a gray fog that veiled his eyes, making him seem extremely mysterious. Old man, have you divined anything? Behind the old man was a gray-robed man who was slightly plump and had a pale, beardless fan. Holding a folding fan, he asked anxiously. If Su Zimo was here, he would have recognized that this was Lin Xuanji, whom he had encountered by chance at the primordial ruins. The old man in front was the storyteller back in the capital of Great Zhou. A long time later, the haze disappeared from the old man's eyes as he frowned while shaking his head. It's true that the human emperor's palace appeared. However, I didn't manage to divine any news of that lad. Strange. Does Divine Phoenix Island truly have such a monster incarnate? The two of them exchanged glances, feeling that there was something odd about this. Sucking his lips, the old man replied, "No matter what, the appearance of the human emperor's palace proves that this is going to be a golden era with countless paragons and monster incarnates created. It's very likely that we'll have a situation similar to the ancient era with multiple emperors arising. Of course, with that, there will also be unimaginable trouble. Heh, let's just wait and see." Deep in the night in the Great Zhou dynasty, with a bang, a bedazzling column of light lit up in the depths of the palace. Bursting into the skies, it filled the night skies with a resplendent luminescence, attracting countless glares. The geniuses who entered the ancient battlefield have returned. That's right. I wonder how many of the 50 managed to survive. There should be a third of them at the very least. The geniuses selected by the 5 major sects aren't weak. Ethereal Peaks Xianxia and Lu Hui, iridescent clouds palaces perfected being Songlang and many other golden cores stood around the column of light expectantly, preparing to await their returning disciples. If nothing went wrong, these cultivators that returned alive from the ancient battlefield would end up being the supports of their sects in the future. The Emperor of Great Zhou stood right at the front with a grim expression. A flicker of worry would appear in the depths of his eyes from time to time. Gradually, 2 figures appeared in the middle of the column of light. As time passed by, the 2 figures became increasingly clear. It was Su Zimo and Xianxia who had returned. The Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. He was relieved as long as Xianxia was fine. But immediately after, he frowned and thought to himself, "There's only the 2 of them?" Although the ancient battlefield was a dangerous place, at least 7 people or so managed to return in previous worst-case scenarios. Now that only 2 of them returned, it was not hard to guess that something big must have happened in the ancient battlefield. Xianxia and Lu Hui did not have smiles on their faces when they saw that Su Zimo was fine. On the one hand, it was because they were worried about the safety of Ji Chengtian and the others. On the other hand, while it was a good thing that Su Zimo was alive, it may not have been the best choice for him to return to the Great Zhou dynasty. Apart from Ethereal Peak, the golden cores of the other sects looked extremely grim as they strode forward with huge frowns. Perfected being Yun Shan of Southern Mountains sect cupped his fists slightly. Mr. Mo, my disciple, Shi Jian, is a little foolish and isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Did he meet with any accidents? No, he was selected by one of the 5 heretical doctrines, puppet sect, and left together with them. Su Zimo shook his head. Ah, it's good that he's all right. It's his opportunity to be selected by one of the super sections. How rare! How rare! Perfected being Yun Shan nodded his head in gratification. For the sects of the Great Zhou dynasty, super sects such as the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, and for unorthodox groups were insurmountable mountains. If a disciple of their sect managed to join them, it would be an enormous feat and those sects could not be any happier. For example, with their connection to Shi Jian, Southern Mountain sect would most likely have the massive backing of Puppet sect in the future. What happened in there? Why are you two the only ones who have returned? Where are the others? Liang Mao is my personal disciple and he was the number 2 of the talisman ranking. His strength is decent and he has a careful nature. There's no way he could have died. Mr. Mo. Did my disciple manage to obtain any opportunities? Many golden cores glared at Su Zimo, asking repeatedly with threatening gazes. Su Zimo frowned with a look of impatience. Everyone, please be silent. Ji Yaoxue stood forward and gestured for silence with both hands. Although she was only a princess, her gesture already possessed the dignity of the royal family. The crowd instantly went silent. In an unhurried manner, Ji Yaoxue recounted the events in the ancient battlefield, including Jun Hao's true identity, Jiang Yu's betrayal, and Si Yutong's choice. Everyone was startled and speechless. Nobody expected that this ancient battlefield expedition would have met with such immense dangers. Perfected being Songlang's expression was grim as he narrowed his gaze and sneered. This is only your side of the story. Who knows if you had conspired with Su Zimo to kill my disciple, Si Yutong? Song Lang, are you suspecting my daughter? The emperor turned slightly and glared at Perfected being Song Lang expressionlessly. Ha, I wouldn't dare to. Chuckling, Perfected being Song Lang looked at Su Zimo deeply and said in a cold voice, Lad, don't think that you've got the rights to stand shoulder to shoulder with me, just because you know how to refine weapons. The grudges between us will have to be settled sooner or later. Wait and see. With that, Perfected being Song Lang laughed sinisterly and left the hall. The other cultivators gradually as well after seeing that they wouldn't be able to obtain any news from the 2 of them. Take care. Su Zimo bid farewell to Ji Yaoxue. You too. Ji Yaoshua's head was slightly lowered and her eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. Su Zimo left the palace together with Lu Hui and Xianxia. Along with Nian Qi of Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop, they boarded a spirit vessel and sped in the direction of Ethereal Peak. A long time after Su Zimo left, Ji Yaoxue was still standing on the spot gazing in the direction he left in, unwilling to leave. The emperor said softly, Shuer, although that man is a rare paragon, it's best for you to not have any contact with him. Ji Yaoshue's heart sank when she heard the emperor's tone. Be it Ethereal Peak or Su Zimo, they are most likely doomed against the impending calamity. After traveling for more than half a month, the 4 of them finally returned to Ethereal Peak. Ever since that battle at Dongling Valley, Su Zimo had left the sect for many years. Now that he had returned once more, he felt deeply emotional. Nian Qi was curious and surveyed the place intently. The 4 of them stopped instinctively as they arrived at the tall peak in front of the mountain. Back then, this was where when Xian and Xianxia accepted Su Zimo into Ethereal Peak. The memories were fresh as yesterday. Lu Hui remarked, It's a pity that when Xian couldn't wait till you've returned. No matter. If when Xian knows of your current achievements in the afterlife, he'll definitely feel comforted as well. Xianxia patted Su Zimo on the shoulder encouragingly with a smile. All right, go take a look around the sect and catch up with everyone. Thereafter, go into seclusion as soon as you can. Xianxia gazed at the distance with a grim expression as he murmured softly, I've got a premonition that a storm is about to arrive. Upon returning to Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo visited the disheveled old man first. Thereafter, he visited the sect master and recounted some of the events of the ancient battlefield. In that period of time, Little Crane came over and chirped repeatedly with extreme joy. After not seeing one another for many years, the man and beast were not distant at all and got along like before. Monkey and the spirit tiger had not returned still, and their locations and fates were unknown. Senior Crane had already been in seclusion for a year and nothing had happened still. She was the true pillar of support for Ethereal Peak, and if anything happened to her, Ethereal Peak would be destroyed by the impending storm. Su Zimo took a spin around the sect before heading to seclusion. Right now, he was already at the peak of 8 Meridian Foundation establishment. His aim of entering seclusion was to unlock his 9th Spirit Meridian and become a 9 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. This was an extremely important step that would affect his cultivation path in the future. The firmer his foundation, the better the quality of his condensed golden core, and the stronger the golden core phenomenon he would be able to comprehend and obtain. At extreme foundation establishment realm, Su Zimo's combat strength would also increase in folds. Similarly, he could sense the incoming danger. The only way to tide through the impending storm was by trying his best to raise his cultivation realm. Northwest corner of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Black Crow Mountain. Deep in the forest, in a sinisterly dark area, a blood-stained palace was erected. This day, a piece of news arrived. Master, Su Zimo has returned from the ancient battlefield and has arrived at Ethereal Peak. All right, a blood-robed, middle-aged man opened his eyes. They shone with a sinister faint green hue as he said coldly, I want nothing in the radius of 50 kilometers around Ethereal Peak to remain alive. His voice was extremely chilling and spread to every single corner of Black Crow Mountain. Countless blood crows flew out from Black Crow Mountain, shrieking as they swarmed the skies with their sheer numbers and flew towards Ethereal Peak. 2 days later, Iridescent Cloud's palace. An order was sent forth that mobilized the sect. Wage war against Ethereal Peak. Throughout the years, all the sects in the territory of Great Zhou had harbored coveting thoughts towards Ethereal Peak, Iridescent Cloud's palace included. Everyone knew that the arrival of the order meant that Iridescent Cloud's palace was absolutely confident. It was extremely likely that for this battle, a void reversion Dao being, Iridescent Cloud's palace's founder master, would appear. Perfected being Tsang Lang could not help but roar in laughter. Su Zimo, oh Su Zimo. Even if you manage to cultivate and join Ethereal Peak, so what? At the end of the day, you still can't escape death. Almost at the same time, news spread within True Fire sect that the sect master was leading an army to wage war against Ethereal Peak. True Fire sect's elder, Sima Ji, clenched his fists tightly. He laughed endlessly in a cold manner and sneered, I've finally waited for this day. Su Zimo, you killed my disciple and shamed me at the sect competition. I'm going to turn you into ashes. Not long after, many cultivators of Southern Mountain sect were mobilized. Azure Frost sect. A few golden cores stood together. Among them was Ji Yaoshua's previous master, perfected being Yi Ning, who had appeared at the sect competition. She sighed after hearing the news of everything outside. Actually, this was a situation that everyone had predicted long ago. Ever since the death of Ethereal Peak's founder master, they were already weakened and their only support was an aging demon beast. The foundation of Ethereal Peak was stronger than the other 4 major sects, and they had been established for a long time. Everyone was coveting the countless treasures and secret skills in their sect. Prior to this, the reason why the other sects did not dare to act recklessly was because they were wary of the old immortal crane that was at Void Reversion Realm. Each of the 5 major sects had a Void Reversion expert holding the fort and maintaining the balance. However, all the golden cores and nascent souls of the sects knew that once the old immortal crane was at the end of her lifespan, the balance would be broken and that would be the moment of Ethereal Peak's annihilation. Normally speaking, the other major sects would wait for dozens of years more. But now, with Blood Crow Palace leading the fight, Apart from Iridescent Cloud's Palace, True Fire Sect, and Southern Mountain Sect, there would be other sects and cultivators coming forth to Ethereal Peak to take advantage of the situation. It was most likely the same for Perfected Being Ning's Azure Frost Sect. Everyone kicks a man who is down, she sighed gently. She could not help but feel regret when she recalled the scholarly green-robed cultivator at the sect competition. Within 10 days, all the sects within the territory of Great Zhou heard about this and moved one after another. Their target was Ethereal Peak. So what if you're the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou? At the end of the day, you're just doing it for all of us. Hee hee. Notwithstanding the secret skills of Ethereal Peak, there are countless high-grade spirit weapons in Mr. Mo's possession alone. Instantly, the world was moving. Ethereal Peak. Hundreds of golden cores stood in Ethereal Palace, most of them discussing in hushed whispers with grim expressions. Sect Master Ling Yun sat in the middle of everyone. His eyes were closed and he was expressionless. Reporting in, Sect Master. A golden core strode hastily into the hall and said deeply, "Some blood-eyed crows have suddenly appeared in the forest outside the sect and more are gathering." "Got it," Sect Master Ling Yun replied indifferently. He did not open his eyes still. The hearts of many golden cores skipped a beat as they thought to themselves, "It's coming." At the end of the day, they could not avoid this crisis still. Initially, this crisis would take another dozens of years to arrive with the backing of the old immortal crane. However, nobody expected that something would change in this period of time. By some freak accident, Su Zimo was embroiled in an irreconcilable feud with Blood Crow Palace's lord, and that resulted in the situation today. It's all Su Zimo's fault. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have made enemies with a sect as strong as Blood Crow Palace. Finally, a golden core could not help but bark with a grim expression. "That's right," someone else declared. "Sect Master, let's just hand over Su Zimo. Perhaps it might help to quell the anger of Blood Crow Palace." "That's correct. Why should Ethereal Peak die together for Su Zimo's feud?" The voices of dissent were growing louder in the hall and many golden cores were moved. "Bullshit." The disheveled old man could not help but curse as he blew at his beard with widened eyes. Pointing at the golden cores who spoke, he shouted, "How dare you have the cheek to speak of such words? Do you think that we wouldn't have a feud with Blood Crow Palace if Su Zimo wasn't here? Who was the one who killed so many cultivators of our sect in the battle at Dongling Valley? Who was the one who killed Peak Master? Wen Xian?" The disheveled old man's question caused everyone to go silent. The few golden cores who spoke at the start were quiet as well. Loudly, the disheveled old man hollered, "Everything else aside, if not for Su Zimo, all our disciples at Dongling Valley would have died in the battle. Instead, you guys are talking about his great deed like it was a mistake. Have your consciences been eaten up by dogs?" The disheveled old man's angry scolding reverberated in the hall deafeningly. Xianxia stood up and said grimly, "Additionally, back at the sect competition, if Su Zimo hadn't held the fort, Ethereal Peak would have been thoroughly shamed and turned into a joke of the cultivation world of Great Zhou. Countless people would be disheartened if we hand over a disciple as such. That's enough?" Opening his eyes, Sect Master Ling Yun said calmly, "Even if Su Zimo did not contribute as he did, and was merely an ordinary disciple of Ethereal Peak, there's no way we will cast him out. Ethereal Peak wouldn't have survived till this day if we sacrificed our disciples for the sake of survival. At the same time, I'm not able to do something like that either. Everyone has their ambitions, and those who want to leave the sect, do it now. I won't stop you." Sect Master Ling Yun swept his gaze across the crowd. Some cultivators cupped their fists and left one after another, but even more chose to stay. Among the crowd, an outstanding girl with withered, yellow hair stood. She smiled gently upon seeing everything unfold, and her eyes were bright and moving. Previously, Xianxia accompanied Su Zimo back to Ethereal Peak and had been listening and observing in secret ever since. She wandered everywhere and had no home since she was young. As such, it was hard for her to trust people. Towards such a foreign environment and these new people, she was conflicted and resistant. However, She did not dare to bother Su Zimo since he was in seclusion. Yet, as time passed by, her impression of this sect gradually changed. There was a group of lovely cultivators within, and there were also righteous people. At that moment, after she heard the words of sect master Ling Yun, Nian Qi made up her mind that she was going to stay in Ethereal Peak from now on, never forsaking it. There were more blood crows gathered at the forest outside, circling above Ethereal Peak in an orderly manner. They formed a gigantic black vortex that covered the skies, like thunderclouds that flickered with scarlet glints. It was extremely pressuring. Darkness fell on Ethereal Peak, and it has been 3 days since they saw sunlight. This day, dust billowed from far away, followed by a torrential killing intent. The army of cultivators from Blood Crow Palace had arrived. For the past few years, Blood Crow Palace's influence had been expanding, and they took over all the sects in the vicinity and grew at a rapid pace. By now, they were as good as a sixth major sect. Coupled with the cruel methods of Blood Crow Palace's lord and his heavenly-defying combat strength, many itinerant cultivators submitted to him one after another. Blood Crow Palace's current strength had already surpassed the 5 major sects. Leaping into the skies, Ethereal Peak's master, Ling Yun, gazed over with a grim expression. The army from Blood Crow Palace was densely packed, and there were 10,000 cultivators. Among them, there were 100 nascent souls alone, and many of them were notorious itinerant cultivators in the cultivation world of Great Zhou. There were more than 1,000 golden cores. The rest of them were foundation establishment cultivators, and there were no Qi refinement warriors. Qi refinement warriors were almost useless in a clash of this level. Any single flying sword, spirit art, or even the shockwave of the ensuing fight was more than enough to kill a Qi refinement warrior. A blood-robed middle-aged man stood at the front of Blood Crow Palace's massive army, looking cold with a faint green hue in his eyes. It was Blood Crow Palace's lord. The palace lord waved his hand and declared icily, "Kill everyone and spare no one." At the same time, Ethereal Peak's master, Ling Yun, waved his arm and yelled, "The sect is on the brink of its extinction. People, fight with all your strength and protect the final sanctuary of our sect." Everyone from Ethereal Peak knew that there was no other way out for them. Bang! 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 In the back mountain, stone doors were pushed apart by tremendous forces one after another as dozens of terrifying auras appeared. Ethereal Peak's nascent souls, who were in seclusion, had appeared one after another as well. Under the lead of Sect Master Ling Yun, 100 nascent souls and nearly 1,000 golden cores were mobilized. In terms of numbers, they were comparable to Blood Crow Palace. Their formidable foundation was thoroughly shown. However, due to the stringent requirement process of Ethereal Peak, there were not many foundation establishment cultivators, and they amounted to slightly more than 2,000. Once the Great Battle was invoked, their foundation establishment cultivators would definitely be disadvantaged. Of course, the final outcome of the battle was not decided from the Foundation Establishment battlefield, nor was it decided from the Golden Core and Nascent Soul battlefields. The ultimate challenge was between the Void Reversion experts. Caw, caw. The countless blood crows let out ear-piercing cries, charging towards the Ethereal Peak cultivators like a swarm of locusts. It was startling. All of a sudden, a might aura burst forth from within Ethereal Peak, followed by a deafening cry. A figure broke out of seclusion, bearing a head of red hair and exuding a terrifying demonic aura. Although she had an insane might and a sharp gaze, this was a beauty. Senior Crane. Senior Crane has come forth from seclusion. A series of cheers sounded from Ethereal Peak, and the masses were overjoyed. The old immortal crane looked at the countless incoming blood crows, and her eyes shone brightly. A mysterious shockwave spread out from her glabella as she suddenly opened her mouth and shot out a fiery stream of flames. Swoosh! The stream of flames spread out and was hundreds of feet tall, incinerating half the skies. Countless blood crows were turned into ashes without being able to make a single sound. Humph! Blood Crow Palace's lord harumphed coldly and soared into the air. With a single thought, a blood-colored bone staff appeared in his hands with a skull at its tip, emanating a sinister aura. Blood Pattern Curse. Waving his blood-bone staff, The palace lord chanted an unidentifiable incantation, and the void surged with a terrifying energy feedback. Two streams of blood light shot forth from the sockets of the skull. As though it was alive, the skull opened its mouth and shot out a green streak of light. The blood and green light fused into a drop of fresh blood. When the drop of blood arrived above the old immortal crane's head, it suddenly exploded and spread into a series of mysterious patterns. Descending slowly, it engulfed the old immortal crane. Buzz! Buzz! The blood patterns formed a blood-colored circle of light that caused smoke to form each time it made contact with the old immortal crane's body. Eventually, it corroded the old immortal crane's shirt, and a series of burn marks appeared on its fair skin beneath. Caw! The old immortal crane cried, and its blood chi burst forth. Instantly, its body and flesh expanded while its bones changed structures as it transformed. Right in front of everyone, it turned into a massive, ferocious bird that was dozens of feet in width, ready to fly with its wings at any moment. Resembling an immortal crane, the ferocious bird had a smudge of red on its head and its body was green. A thin, dense layer of flame burned on its body, emitting a scorching heat, and its beak was red and a full 10 feet long. The Blood Crow Palace's lord's expression changed as he murmured softly, "So, your true form is actually a pure-blooded, ferocious bird." The old immortal crane soared into the skies, and the flames on its body burned brightly, purging away the power of the blood curse. Rising into the clouds with its gigantic body, it looked down at the palace lord on the ground with a murderous intent. "Fufu, you might have been a threat to me at your peak. But now, you're nothing but a beast at the end of your lifespan and is nothing to be feared." The palace lord sneered and leaped up. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared above the 9 heavens into the clouds. That was a height that even nascent souls could not reach. Although golden cores could soar into the skies without the use of any external objects, the truth was that there was a limit to the height they could reach, and it was merely about 100 feet. There was an incredibly strong dermic power between the heaven and earth that restricted cultivators and all living beings immensely. The higher cultivators flew, the greater the pressure they would have to endure. With their essence spirits, nascent souls could greatly resist the restrictions on their bodies set by the heaven and earth and could soar to heights a couple thousand feet high. More than that, one would be in the clouds and their vision and hearing would suffer. At that place where even nascent souls could not reach, only void reversions could fight there. The great battle was invoked beneath Ethereal Peak. Blood Crow Palace's lord and the old immortal crane clashed as well, producing shuddering power shockwaves that attracted the attention of a few void reversions nearby. Those void reversions came from Iridescent Cloud's Palace, True Fire Sect, Southern Mountains Sect, and Azure Frost Sect. The armies of the 4 major sects were speeding towards Ethereal Peak under the lead of their void reversion experts. That old beast has sure hidden herself well. To think that she's a ferocious beast of the ancient era. A Bai Fong. The Bai Fong was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast that did not need to consume food and specialized in the Tao of Fire. Legend has it that the Bai Fong carried the bloodline of the Phoenix race and was extremely ferocious. While the Bai Fong looked extremely similar to immortal cranes, their difference was that their head was a full feet wide. It's lucky that the Blood Crow Palace's lord is around. Otherwise, the 4 of us might have been destroyed by that old beast instead. Yes, the Bai Fong is old now. Furthermore, I heard that the Blood Crow Palace's lord belongs to one of the 9 primordial races. Even if the Bai Fong was at its peak, it might not be a match for this guy. Let's go. Let's head over there first to help the Blood Crow Palace's lord kill that old beast as soon as possible. After conversing, the 4 void reversions soared into the skies and vanished in the blink of an eye. It wouldn't be long before the armies of the other 4 major sects arrived at Ethereal Peak. With the fight between the void reversions taking place, nascent souls from both factions soared into the skies one after another to a height of a few thousand feet tall before breaking out into a battle. At that height, the fight between the nascent souls would not affect the Golden Cores and Foundation Establishment cultivators. Every single attack of a nascent soul possessed the might of the heaven and earth, and it was something that Golden Cores couldn't defend against. As for Golden Cores, They left the ground and flew 100 feet into the skies before they started fighting. Countless spirit arts and flying swords streaked, and there were even golden core phenomenons. On the ground, Foundation establishment cultivators collided intensely like two massive torrents. Blood Crow Palace did not have the advantage in numbers when it came to nascent souls and golden cores. However, they had multiple times the number of Foundation establishment cultivators of Ethereal Peak. The moment the fight began, Ethereal Peak showed signs of defeat on the Foundation establishment battlefield. In recent years, most of Ethereal Peak's paragons of the Foundation establishment realm died in Dongling Valley. The rest, such as Ji Chengtian, Lang Ro, and the others, obtained their own opportunities and left the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect had no leader, and the strongest among them was only at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment with a few others at 4. As for the 9,000-odd Foundation establishment cultivators on Blood Crow Palace's side, there were 2 of them at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment and dozens at 5. In the ancient battlefield, especially at the core regions where battles were plenty, 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were common sight, and only 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators could protect themselves. However, in the territory of Great Zhou, the environment was not as favorable as the ancient battlefield, and it was almost the limit for any cultivator to unlock 6 spirit meridians. Bang! 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 The moment the battle began, Ethereal Peak Foundation establishment cultivators were already showing signs of defeat. There was nothing to compensate for the difference in numbers and strength. The most eye-catching cultivator on the side of Ethereal Peak was an outstanding young girl. This outstanding young girl was not old, and her features were intricate with a straight nose bridge. Her eyes shimmered like diamonds, but her hair was withered, yellow and messy without any luster. This young girl was none other than Xianxia. After cultivating for less than 2 years, she was already at the peak of Foundation establishment and had already unlocked 3 spirit meridians. It was also because of Xianxia's presence that the Ethereal Peak Foundation establishment cultivators were not instantly overwhelmed and defeated. Controlling her flying sword with one hand, she wielded a saber in the other and charged into the Blood Crow Palace crowd, cleaving left and right. Initially, back when Xianxia did not have any spirit chi in her body, she was already able to lift the mystic gold silk armor which weighed a ton. It could be said that she had an innate godly strength. Now that she had entered the path of cultivation, her strength had grown even more, and she was like a tiger who had obtained wings. Although she was only at 3 Meridian Foundation establishment, she could kill 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators and even face off against 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Swinging her saber widely, Xianxia was completely following Su Zimo's previous style without any complicated movements. He was overwhelming everything with brute force. Unable to defend against her, a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was cut into 2. Gradually, the 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators of Blood Crow Palace surrounding Xianxia increased, and even 2 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators had targeted her. "Let's join forces and kill that girl first," a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator yelled. Bang! 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 Swoosh! 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 At least 10 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators attacked Xianxia at the same time. 2 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators released their spirit arts and flying swords as well, unleashing a flurry of attacks at Xianxia. Instantly, Xianxia descended into danger. She had already charged into the depths of the Blood Crow Palace faction a long time ago and was far away from the Ethereal Peak faction. Right now, she was like a helpless leaf floating in a raging sea. Xianxia did not wish to die. She wanted to continue staying in Ethereal Peak and following her young master. However, she knew that in such a situation where everyone could barely fend for themselves, no one could save her. The only way she could survive was if she fought for herself. Against the attacks that came from all directions, Xianxia shivered and channeled blood chi with all her might. Gradually, her eyes turned into a mysterious shade of blue, akin to the color of the deep ocean. A terrifying aura exuded from within her. It was as though an ancient power had been awakened. Ah! Roaring into the skies, Xianxia let out an ear-piercing shriek. Her initially wrinkly hair turned silky smooth, swaying on its own and giving off a bright luster. Although she had nothing beneath her feet, she rose slowly into the air and stood upright. It was like a godly being of the universe with a pair of azure blue eyes and golden dancing hair. Her magnificence was outstanding and blinding. That scene did not cause much of a stir to the golden cores and nascent souls. No matter what, Xianxia was just a foundation establishment cultivator. While the aura that she suddenly gave off was terrifying and even shuddering, it was not strong enough to threaten the golden cores. However, thousands of feet above the clouds, the expression of Blood Crow Palace's lord who was embroiled in a battle currently changed. His gaze penetrated the voids and landed on Xianxia. Could it be? The palace lord's eyes shimmered, as if he had recalled something. On the battlefield, just as Xianxia was about to be drowned by the countless spirit arts and weapons, a burst of energy shot forth from within her. Buzz! The spirit weapons that were arriving from all directions froze in midair. Even the spirit arts shook violently before dissipating. All the Foundation establishment cultivators present were shocked when they saw that a 3-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator had managed to defend against the full-powered attacks of 10 5-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators and 2 6-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. That scene had already surpassed everyone's knowledge. It was a 3-level gap right there. After a momentary pause, all the spirit weapons flew back in reverse and Xianxia's gaze gradually dimmed. She turned extremely weak and fell from midair, as though she had lost all her strength. Caw, caw! The sound of a crane echoed out as a green streak of light shot by, carrying Xianxia before retreating at an even faster speed. The one that saved Xianxia was none other than Little Crane. Ha 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 ha! Right then, a series of laughter broke out from the horizons far away. I'm Dao being Jing Ming of Iridescent Cloud's Palace. Greetings, Blood Crow Palace's lord. I'm Dao being Liao Yuan of True Fire Sect, here to assist the palace lord. I'm Dao being Lao Yang of Southern Mountains Sect. I'm Dao being Han Ming of Azure Frost Sect, here to help the palace lord kill that old beast. For terrifying auras surged over and climbed thousands of feet into the clouds instantly, surrounding the old immortal crane. The ethereal peak cultivators felt their hearts sink. The immortal crane was old, and it did not have a clear advantage against Blood Crow Palace's lord. But now there were 4 more void reversion experts. Spirit vessels sped over from the horizon with a murderous intent. Not long after, cultivators of the other 4 sects arrived. There were a full 200 nascent souls and 2,000 golden cores combined from the other 4 sects. Together, there were more than 10,000 Foundation establishment cultivators. The insertion of such a massive amount of power into the battlefield was almost a fatal blow for Ethereal Peak. Initially, Ethereal Peak was holding its ground on the nascent soul and golden core battlefields. But now, all 4 battlefields of Ethereal Peak had fallen into an encirclement and could collapse at any moment to be entirely annihilated. Almost at the same time, a deafening bang sounded from a cave abode within Ethereal Peak. A figure had broken out of seclusion. With the addition of the other 4 major sects, the situation of the battle changed. The old immortal crane was fighting 1 against 5 and spread its wings, causing gusts of wind to howl and the clouds to shift endlessly. Dermic powers filled the skies as it roared in anger, fighting with its fullest strength. Although the old immortal crane was aged, it still had the remaining dominance as a pure-blooded ferocious bird. Shoo! 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 It released a shocking demonic skill and tens of thousands of feathered wings shot forth from its body. Burning with scarlet flames, each feathered wing was like an apocalyptic spear. Shooting forward fiercely, they tore through the voids and left countless holes. Let a blood-cursed mirror be formed with my blood. The Blood Crow Palace's lord bit his fingertip and flicked out a drop of fresh blood. Waving his bone staff, he guided that drop of blood and drew an obscure arc in midair. Chanting an incantation, he created a mirror of blood water swiftly before him. The flurry of red feathered wings shot over and created blood waves as they collided against the surface of the mirror before their flames were extinguished. The other 4 void reversions did not dare to be careless and defended with all their might. Instantly, dermic powers surged and runes appeared, shaking the world as endless light burst forth. The void was illuminated, and it seemed as though the firmaments were collapsing. That demonic technique had expended almost all of the old immortal crane's remaining life essence. Its gaze dimmed slightly, no longer as sharp as before. Not far away from Ethereal Peak, an army of cultivators clad in armor appeared in the void. All of them stood upright in midair wielding long spears, looking stoic. It was an army of golden cores. A carriage was escorted in the middle of the army. In front of the carriage stood 2 people, a man and a woman. The middle-aged man wore yellow robes and frowned deeply. Looking at the great battle above the clouds, he shook his head and sighed. "Schwer, as you wished, I've brought you here. You can see for yourself now that it's going to be tough for Ethereal Peak to avoid this calamity." The man and woman were the Emperor of Great Zhou and Xianxia. Xianxia could not help but ask, "Father, why do you refuse to lend them a hand? Our Great Zhou dynasty clearly has more than one void reversion to back us up." The Emperor shook his head in silence. Xianxia continued, "Furthermore, I heard that there's a patriarch in Great Zhou who is still alive, and he is a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. The Dharma characteristic realm came after the void reversion realm. Those that are in the void reversion realm gain the title of Tao Being, while those in the Dharma characteristic realm gain the title of Tao Lord." After a moment of silence, the Emperor said softly, "Schwer, actually, the patriarch was the one who made the decision to not interfere." "Why?" Xianxia was in disbelief as she questioned. "As a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, can't the patriarch beat a void reversion Tao Being? What are you guys scared of?" "Heis!" The Emperor gave a deep sigh. "If the patriarch comes forth, he can naturally suppress the Blood Crow Palace's lord. However, the thing is that this guy's background is extremely touchy. He is one of the primordial 9 races." "So what if he's one of the primordial 9 races? Weren't they defeated by the ancient emperors of the human race in the primordial era all the same?" Xianxia could not understand. As though he recalled something, a hint of fear flickered through the depths of the Emperor's eyes as he shook his head. "The might of the primordial 9 races is far beyond what you can imagine. If we really anger the experts of the primordial 9 races, notwithstanding the Great Zhou dynasty, even the entire north region of Tianhuang mainland would experience a catastrophe." Back then, the patriarch witnessed and had been through a similar catastrophe personally. Pausing for a moment, the Emperor did not continue on that topic. "Let's hope that Su Zimo has already left Ethereal Peak." On the other side, 2 outstanding women with voluptuous figures stood within the ancient forest. One of them was older, but there were no signs of aging on her face. Instead, she gave off a mature and charming aura from head to toe. The other was dressed in a long pink dress and wore a veil, looking like she was a young girl. "Antigu, since Su Zimo hasn't shown himself yet, I suppose he must have already left and is no longer at Ethereal Peak," the girl in pink said with joy. The 2 of them were the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Gu Shi, and the pure maiden of the fiend sex, Demoness Ji. That had better be the case. Given the circumstances, he would die for sure if he appeared. Gu Shi's expression was unchanged. "The Blood Crow Palace's lord is someone from the witch race, and they are one of the primordial 9 races. The impact left on the cultivation world after that catastrophe 10,000 years ago was way too deep. Let alone the patriarch of the Great Zhou dynasty, even those of the Immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects would be cautious and not want to provoke the primordial 9 races." Demoness Ji shook her head. "That's not for sure. That senior of the fiend sect definitely fears nothing." Pausing for a moment, Demoness Ji tugged at Gu Shi's sleeves and asked, "Antigu, haven't you sent the message yet? What did that senior say?" "What can he say?" Gu Shi pouted her lips. "He is cold and merciless. When he heard my message, he didn't even have any reaction mentally. Don't pin your hopes on him." At Ethereal Peak, the battle was intensifying. On the Nascent Soul battlefield, Sect Master Ling Yun was already at perfected Nascent Soul realm and was a step away from Void Reversion realm. With his terrifying combat strength, he fought at the front and held on bitterly. It was a complete defeat for the Golden Core and Foundation establishment battlefields. Xianxia was exhausted and frightfully pale. Lying on Little Crane, it was difficult for her to recover in a short period of time. The Foundation establishment cultivators of Blood Crow Palace and the other 4 major sects charged over like a relentless torrent, rushing at the Ethereal Peak Foundation establishment faction repeatedly. During this period of time, some of the smaller sects and itinerant cultivators of Great Zhou seized the opportunity to take part in the battlefield, ready to take advantage of the situation as well. Without Xianxia, the Ethereal Peak Foundation establishment cultivators were retreating repeatedly, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Blood flowed like a river, and it was extremely tragic. The situation on the Golden Core battlefield was even more pressing. Golden Cores of Ethereal Peak were dying repeatedly. True fire sects Sima Ji controlled for flaming flying swords that streaked through the crowd endlessly, leaving streams of scorching sword chi. "Where's that little bastard, Su Zimo? Are you still going to continue hiding?" Now that the outcome was set, Sima Ji roared in laughter gleefully. Perfected being Songlang controlled his flying sword, and his long, narrow eyes shone with a cold glint. The entire Ethereal Peak will have to die together just for the sake of a Foundation establishment cultivator, Su Zimo. His remark caused the Ethereal Peak faction, which was already getting defeated steadily, to turn even messier. "To hell with you!" The disheveled old man had a fiery temper and cursed. However, immediately after, his slight distraction caused him to suffer a gash on the wound from perfected being Songlang, and blood flowed like a stream. Xianxia summoned his hexagonal sword formation and had to give it his best before he could rescue the disheveled old man. "Fufu, open your eyes properly and take a look." Perfected being Songlang pointed at the Foundation establishment battlefield beneath their feet and sneered, "Ethereal Peak's Foundation establishment cultivators are almost completely dead." Xianxia and the disheveled old man's hearts skipped a beat. On the ground, Xianxia's group retreated step after step and were already at the base of the mountain. Of the 2,000 Foundation establishment cultivators, there were only a few hundred left battling bitterly right now. All of the disciples carried injuries and panted heavily. They were almost at their limits. Swoosh! 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 Right then, 10 streaks of dark light shot forward from the back of the mountain, sending forth a shuddering impact. As the 10 dark lights streaked through, a terrifying air current surged and smashed the tiles on the ground. The mud was overturned and 10 long ravines were formed. Fast as lightning, a green-robed cultivator surged over with a murderous intent. Flapping his spirit wings furiously, he wielded a gigantic moon-colored bow and exuded a torrential aura. The 10 dark lights arrived instantly and shot into the crowd viciously. Poof! 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 Flashes of blood appeared. The 10 dark lights were so strong that their momentums were still ferocious even after penetrating the bodies of more than 10 cultivators. They were unstoppable. The terrifying power of the dark lights even surged through some of the cultivators after passing through them, causing them to explode with their limbs flying everywhere. All the Ethereal Peak cultivators witnessed the massive torrent formed by more than 20,000 Foundation establishment cultivators stop just because of 10 dark lights that were streaking through. Within the torrent, there were 10 lines filled with countless corpses and endless blood. The cultivators of Blood Crow Palace, the other 4 major sects and multiple small sects had swarmed over. Coupled with itinerant cultivators from all over the place, they were way too densely packed. The 10 dark lights were extremely lethal. There were at least a few hundred Foundation establishment cultivators who died on the spot. With more than 20,000 cultivators on the Blood Crow Palace's faction, the few hundred dead Foundation establishment cultivators could not be considered as a great amount of damage. However, it created a trauma within everyone's hearts. "Su Zimo!" Someone with a keen eye exclaimed upon recognizing the identity of the green-robed cultivator. No wonder the dark lights were so terrifyingly lethal. "Hurry! Look! The bow in his hand is a perfect spirit weapon." Indeed, many Foundation establishment cultivators were jealous and were raring to give it a shot. They had heard long ago that Su Zimo was the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou, and the lousiest weapons in his storage bag were supreme-grade spirit weapons. In fact, he even possessed perfect spirit weapons. The rumors were true. Many golden cores turned to look from the golden core battlefield. On the sect competition, Su Zimo had made a name for himself, and how could anyone not know or have not heard of the title of the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou? True Fire Sect's Sima Ji's eyes lit up as he roared in laughter. Good, good. Su Zimo, you've got guts to appear. I'll have you pay for my disciple's death. Perfected being Tsong Lang's long, narrow eyes were locked on Su Zimo. Looking down from above, he sneered, Su Zimo, so what if you manage to join Ethereal Peak? You still can't escape death. A few years ago, back in Pingyang Town, I should have killed you together with that beast. No matter how you struggle, you can't fight against the cycle of your fate. Su Zimo's gaze was indifferent as he stood on midair and surveyed the surroundings. His gaze seemed to contain an enormous might that could overwhelm and overpower everything. The Foundation establishment cultivators on the side of Blood Crow Palace felt their hearts clench when they met with Su Zimo's eyes. That person gave off a frightening aura. That was an aura that was built from endless bloodshed and countless corpses. In the ancient battlefield, even many paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend cultivation sects died in his hands. Since the strongest cultivators here were only at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment at best, none of them could withstand Su Zimo's aura. When he saw the corpses of Ethereal Peak disciples on the ground, Su Zimo's killing intent spewed out of his eyes. Die! Putting away his moon concealment bow, Su Zimo's sleeves waved and 18 supreme-grade flying swords appeared. However, all 18 of them disappeared in the blink of an eye, forming ripples in the void, as though fishes were gliding through water. Not good. That's Ethereal Peak's secret skill. Everyone, watch out! Arg! Someone screamed tragically. Sword light flashed, and a few 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators died on the spot without any chance to fight back at all. Condense! A 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator crushed multiple protection talismans and released High Sect's secret skill. Right after, he took out a supreme-grade defensive shield, used it to block in front of him. Clang! The flying sword did not pause at all upon colliding with his supreme-grade shield, causing the latter to explode immediately. Poof! 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 Against Su Zimo's flying sword, his secret skills and protection talismans were akin to paper and were disintegrated instantly. A flash of blood appeared and a gigantic head fell down neatly. A 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was dead. The Blood Crow Palace faction was in chaos, and the expressions of many cultivators changed. How could that be? They were both supreme-grade spirit weapons, but why did the other party's flying sword destroy the shield immediately? Unless many cultivators turned over instinctively. Pest! In midair, underneath Su Zimo's green robes, spirit meridians shone one after another in a bedazzling manner, wrapping around his body like metal chains. 1, 2, 3. 9 spirit meridians. Was it a hallucination? Many cultivators rubbed their eyes and looked again before gasping. Pest! There were a full 9 spirit meridians. Even 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators would be able to barbarically suppress the entire Foundation establishment battlefield, let alone a 9 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. As Su Zimo stood on midair, his Dantian spirit sea churned rapidly and rich spirit energy surged through his 9 spirit meridians. He was like a god of the universe with a mighty aura. Many cultivators were aghast. The Foundation establishment cultivators were not the only ones. Even the golden cores and nascent souls were shocked when they saw what was going on. In the territory of Great Zhou, it has been 1,000 years since there was even an 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. As for 9 Meridian Foundation establishment, ever since the ancient era, there had never been a second person to reach that realm apart from the human emperor. The legends are true. The 9th Spirit Meridian can truly be unlocked. Extreme Foundation Establishment, the second human emperor. A wary look flashed through perfected being Tsong Lang's eyes, followed by a feeling of trepidation. It was lucky that Ethereal Peak was on the brink of annihilation and Su Zimo wouldn't be able to escape death. Otherwise, if that lad were to grow further, who in the territory of Great Zhou would be able to stop him? He is the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou, and now, he's even at the extreme foundation establishment realm. Once he forms a core, he would definitely develop a phenomenon as well. Sect Master Ling Yun sighed internally. Such was the cruelty of fate. They could only blame the sect for being unlucky. If they had not met with such a calamity, with talents such as Ji Chengtian, Lang Rou and the others, they would definitely rise to be the #1 sect of the Great Zhou dynasty. As for Su Zimo, his accomplishments would even be more limitless. In fact, he might even be able to lead Ethereal Peak to become one of the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. Alas, the Blood Crow Palace's lord narrowed his eyes and his killing intent deepened. His personal feud with Su Zimo aside, the fact that this lad was at extreme foundation establishment meant that he had to be killed. A second human emperor must not be allowed to appear on Tianhuang mainland. The 18 supreme grade flying swords streaked through the crowd, and none of the foundation establishment cultivators could defend at all. It was a complete massacre. The massive flood formed by more than 20,000 foundation establishment cultivators was punctured and pushed back by Su Zimo single-handedly. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was reinvigorated. At that moment, Su Zimo flapped his spirit wings and rose into the air. He was actually arriving at the Golden Core battlefield 100 feet high. "Zimo, hurry back down!" The disheveled old man shouted hurriedly when he saw that. The fight between Foundation establishment cultivators would only take place on the ground, and no one would soar into the skies 100 feet high. Given the chaotic battlefield, the flying swords and spirit arts of Golden Cores carried an absolutely destructive power against Foundation establishment cultivators. To everyone, Su Zimo's move was complete suicide. Ha 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 ha! Composing himself, Sima Ji roared into laughter. Even if you're at extreme foundation establishment, you're still just a foundation establishment cultivator. Everything is futile before you form a core, and you'll never ever be able to experience the power of being at Golden Core realm. It's been a long time since I've experienced the feeling of murdering a talent. Perfected being Song Lang smiled gently and said coldly, "Su Zimo, thank you for granting me that feeling today." Swoosh! Many foundation establishment cultivators and golden cores unleashed their attacks towards Su Zimo, who was standing in midair. Instantly, hundreds and thousands of spirit weapons and arts swarmed forward. The void quaked and the entire world dimmed instantly. The golden cores of Ethereal Peak were disadvantaged in numbers after all. By this point of the battle, Xianxia and the others were thoroughly exhausted, and he could not even conjure a sword formation. Embroiled in battle with hundreds of golden cores, Xianxia and the others could not pull themselves out to assist Su Zimo at all. Furthermore, even if they could, all of them would most likely die against such intense and terrifying attacks. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's black hair swayed without any wind and his eyes shone with a deep glint. Suddenly, a shuddering aura burst forth from within his body. It was an ancient and vicissitude aura that was awakened. When the spirit weapons and arts arrived in Su Zimo's vicinity, they slowed down as though they had entered a swamp until finally, they could not advance at all. Stopped. The flurry of spirit weapons that shone resplendently as well as the shimmering spirit arts hovered in midair motionlessly. Many cultivators were shocked. How could that be? The next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared that caused chills to run down everyone's hearts. An extremely long illusory figure of a living being appeared around Su Zimo, hovering in midair. Gradually, it materialized as flesh started forming. The living being was filled with green scales that shimmered coldly. One after another, sharp spikes protruded from its back, and its fangs and claws were extremely sharp while its horns stood proudly. Its eyes were extremely cold and domineering. What's going on? Is that a true dragon? Against the gaze of the azure dragon, everyone felt like they were as insignificant as ants. The foundation establishment cultivators on the ground broke out in sweat and suffocated. Unable to withstand that sort of might, they shuddered and almost knelt on the ground to kowtow. Even the golden cores in midair were stricken and frightfully pale. What is that? The 6 void reversions above the clouds were shocked. The ancient dragonification manual was a secret skill unique to the human emperor. Ever since the ancient era, Su Zimo was the second person to cultivate it successfully, and by now, almost no one recognized that secret skill. Even the gaze of Blood Crow Palace's lord was a little lost. That azure dragon looked familiar, but it was much smaller, like a young dragon. Even so, the palace lord felt a sense of trepidation as he recalled that terrifying encounter back in the primordial ruins, and a hint of fear flashed past his eyes. Crack, crack, crack. A series of ear-piercing shrieks rang. Against the immense pressure, cracks started appearing on the countless spirit weapons that were initially hovering in midair. Suddenly, they shattered, scattering onto the ground like scrap metal. Only superior and supreme-grade flying swords were able to remain intact. Countless spirit arts dissipated as well. The crowd was in an uproar. How terrifying did his power have to be such that spirit weapons couldn't endure it and shattered on the spot? The azure dragon was lifelike with intact flesh and coiled around Su Zimo's body, spiraling upwards like a variant beast that was guarding him. As Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings, the gaze of the azure dragon above him shifted as well. The man and dragon moved in tandem. Nobody dared to meet with their gazes at all. Su Zimo's eyes were like lightning, and he suddenly took a deep breath, puffing his chest. The azure dragon coiling around him took a deep breath as well, and its body expanded extensively. Raising its chest, a tremendous air current surged and formed a series of cyclone in midair. There was a slight pause. Both of them opened their mouths and let out a deafening roar that could break metal and rocks. Roar! Su Zimo was also letting off a dragon roar. In that instant, the entire world shook and the weather changed. Poof! 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 The Foundation establishment cultivators closest to Su Zimo were unable to defend, and their bodies ruptured, turning into blood mists without corpses. He was roared to death. The Foundation establishment cultivators that were slightly further also bled from all 7 orifices. Their gazes dimmed and they collapsed to the ground, dead. Right away, thousands of Foundation establishment cultivators died. Right now, Su Zimo was at extreme Foundation establishment, and he had already attained greater mastery of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness's orifice clearing section. His organs and orifices possessed shocking strength. After releasing the ancient dragonification manual together with Thunderclap Kill, he instantly created an incomparably lethal impact. There was no way Foundation establishment cultivators could endure it, as they were shocked to death on the spot. After the dragon roar, silence ensued. Corpses were strewn all over the Foundation establishment battlefield as their blood formed rivers. It was like a scene from hell. That single dragon roar crushed the hearts of many Foundation establishment cultivators present. The cultivators that wanted to take advantage of the situation initially fled far away, not daring to turn back. Although there were still more than 10,000 Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace and the other 4 major sects, none of them dared to advance and retreated instinctively. Everyone was trying their best to keep their distance from Su Zimo, and they shivered with fear in their eyes. He killed thousands of Foundation establishment cultivators with a single roar. Even the golden cores and nascent souls present had never witnessed such methods, let alone the Foundation establishment cultivators present. The dragon roar even caused some of the golden cores that were facing Su Zimo directly to clutch their ears in pain. Their bodies swayed, and they nearly fell from midair. With a murderous intent, Su Zimo glared at perfected being Tsong Lang and said coldly, "You guys actually think you can kill me with your standards? Go!" Su Zimo pointed forward. The azure dragon coiling around him soared into the air and let out a torrential aura. Baring its fangs and claws, it rammed 3 golden cores that stood at the front instantly, crushing their bodies entirely. Golden cores were dead. Furthermore, they died in the hands of a Foundation establishment cultivator. In the cultivation world, it was still rather common for cultivators to kill enemies that were minor realms above their levels. However, it was almost impossible for them to do that to enemies who were major realms above their levels. But right now, everyone witnessed it with their very eyes. At Extreme Foundation establishment together with the ancient Dragonification manual, Su Zimo now possessed the capabilities to kill golden cores. Another few golden cores attacked and released powerful spirit arts, conjuring pairs of heavenly encompassing palms that wanted to grab the young azure dragon. Roar! The azure dragon's body shone brightly and it roared. Charging before the few of them, it opened its gigantic mouth and devoured them. It took a couple of chomps and blood streamed down from the side of its mouth. Evil dragon! How dare you act so brazenly? Dozens of golden cores attacked at the same time. Their terrifying spirit energies created a series of chains that restricted the azure dragon. The azure dragon struggled and its body let out shocking strength, crushing the spirit energy chains of the golden cores. When it soared into the skies once more, it charged in front of perfected being Tsong-Lang. Bang! Perfected being Tsong-Lang was expressionless and a sky spread out behind him. Filled with resplendent light, it was bedazzling and shot forth countless spirit lights with an alarming aura. It was a golden core phenomenon. Bang! 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 The azure dragon charged at perfected being Tsong-Lang's golden core phenomenon repeatedly, letting out shuddering echoes. A moment later, the azure dragon dissipated alongside perfected being Tsong-Lang's golden core phenomenon. The crowd was shocked. A secret skill released by a Foundation establishment cultivator was able to go against a golden core phenomenon. If Su Zimo was at golden core realm, that azure dragon would be even more terrifying and could very likely devour perfected being Tsong-Lang in a single mouthful. Perfected being Tsong-Lang broke out in cold sweat. He was at late-stage golden core and yet, even after releasing his golden core phenomenon, he merely matched a single secret skill released by Su Zimo. This was the first time that perfected being Tsong-Lang realized that the inexperienced and arrogant scholar of the yesteryears had surpassed his control and expectations. Back then at the sect competition, Su Zimo merely took advantage of the situation to suppress and shame him using his identity as the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou. But now, this scholar was standing toe-to-toe with him in a battle. The difference between the two of them was almost an entire major realm. In the past, perfected being Tsong-Lang cultivated to 6 Meridian Foundation establishment before forming his core. He managed to succeed while forming a golden core phenomenon of his own. At that point, he felt that his potential was not inferior to others and at the very least, he was among one of the top few golden cores within the territory of Great Zhou. But right now, in front of Su Zimo, all his achievements dimmed in comparison. Perfected being Tsong-Lang could not help but admit he made a wrong judgment in that small town back then. Time could not be reversed and there were no medicine for regrets in the world. Right now, the only way out for him was to use everything he had to try and kill Su Zimo. He must not be allowed to continue to grow. That was the only thought remaining in perfected being Tsong-Lang's mind. Suddenly, True Fire Sect's Sima Ji raised his voice. This lad has just released his secret skill and it must have taken a toll on his spirit energy. He won't be able to release it a second time. An Azure Frost Sect Golden Core yelled, "That's right. Everyone, don't panic. There's nothing to fear about this lad." Before that person could complete his sentence, his vision turned dark, as though an enormous mountain was shrouding over his head, covering the skies. With a frightening aura, it suddenly collapsed. More than 10 golden cores stood beneath the mountain and they attacked one after another, wanting to destroy that mountain peak. Clang, clang, clang. One after another, the spirit weapons were repelled. Countless spirit arts clashed against the mountain peak and let out ringing sounds. Yet, they were still unable to slow the speed of its crash. The golden cores were frightfully pale as they tried to flee hurriedly. However, it was a pity that it was too late by then. Boom! A deafening noise echoed. The void shook endlessly. On the spot, more than 10 golden cores were crushed and turned into meat sludge, seeping into the mud beneath and could not be differentiated. That is, a connate spirit weapon. He actually has a connate spirit weapon. A series of exclamations sounded and everyone's gazes landed on that shining golden seal. That gigantic seal was squarish and golden with a divine dragon etched onto it in a lifelike manner. That was the coiling dragon seal that Su Zimo obtained in the human emperor's palace. Su Zimo beckoned gently and the coiling dragon seal shrank, returning to his palm. Perfected being Tsonglang, Sima Ji and all the other golden cores were red with envy. They glared at the small golden seal in Sima Ji's palm and their breathings got heavier. After entering nascent soul realm, cultivators would be able to make use of dermic weapons. In other words, for golden cores, Khanate spirit weapons were the best weapons they could make use of. Their combat strength would double at the very least if they had a Khanate spirit weapon, and it would be extremely for them to kill enemies above their levels. However, Khanate spirit weapons were way too rare and nobody ever sold those in the free market. In the territory of Great Zhou, treasures such as Khanate spirit weapons had not appeared for hundreds of years. Seems like you've benefited plenty in the ancient battlefield. Perfected being Tsonglang said coldly. That's good as well. I'll wait to get my hands on your treasures and secret skills after killing you. The treasures are right in my hands. We'll just have to see if you've got the life to use them. Su Zimo sneered and propped up the coiling dragon seal with his left hand. It shone with 6 spirit patterns in a dazzling manner, as though he was carrying a blazing sun. He swiped his storage bag with his right hand and a gigantic blood-colored saber appeared in his palm. This blade quivered and 5 blood patterns shone. A blood beam expanded followed by the spreading of a nauseating stench of blood. It was the perfect spirit weapon, Blood Quencher. Tsonglang, prepare to die. Su Zimo's gaze burned like a torch and he yelled. Propping the seal with his left hand while wielding his saber with his right, he strode widely towards perfected being Tsonglang with a murderous aura. In the face of hundreds of golden cores, Su Zimo was advancing instead of retreating. Xianxia and the others exchanged glances as they charged forward together with invigorated expressions, trying to relieve as much of Su Zimo's burden as possible. You must have a death wish. A Southern Mountains sect cultivator wielded a long rod and burst forth with his blood chi, aiming for Su Zimo's head. Splash! Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and the sound of a tsunami tide echoed. Swoosh! He did not even look at the incoming rod and slashed in reverse, meeting the attack with another attack as he released his incomparable countercurrent stance. The pupils of the Southern Mountains sect cultivator constricted and his heart skipped a beat in shock. His motions slowed down for a moment due to the effect on his mental state by the saber force. Flashes of blood appeared. That man was cut into 2 from the middle and his organs and intestines spilled out, giving off a nauseating stench. Shoo! A streak of light burst through the void and arrived instantly. Without turning to look, Su Zimo raised his gigantic seal and repelled the incoming flying sword. At the same time, he shuddered and slowed down. Although Xianxia and the others held back a portion of the golden cores, there were still more than 100 golden cores who attacked Su Zimo at the same time, causing flying swords, spirit arts and talismans to fill the skies with resplendent lights. Clang! 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 Spinning the gigantic seal with his left hand, Su Zimo released the sea calming 5 stances right his right and took on the incoming flying swords and spirit arts. Thud! 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 He retreated repeatedly and his organs were immensely shaken, almost shifted out of position even. Su Zimo spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Sima Ji roared in laughter. Su Zimo, you're nothing without that secret skill from earlier. Fufu. Perfected being Tsonglang sneered. Even if you can kill early or mid-stage golden cores with your Khanate spirit weapon, you are still a foundation establishment cultivator after all. There's no way you can withstand the might of late-stage or perfected golden cores. You really think you can kill me with those skills of yours? Perfected being Tsonglang continued laughing coldly. Su Zimo was unmoved. Perfected being Tsonglang was not wrong. Even if he was at extreme foundation establishment and had the support of the coiling dragon seal in terms of strength, he could only match against mid-stage golden cores at best and he wouldn't be able to deal with those at late stage. In that previous attack, a few perfected golden cores had attacked and Su Zimo was injured on the spot, unable to endure it. However, he was someone who did both immortality and demonic cultivation. Even without taking on his demon form, Su Zimo's physique and bloodline was still enough to crush all other cultivators of the same realm. Even perfected golden cores would not be able to escape death if Su Zimo closed in on them. He was invincible in melee combat. If anyone else had received the injuries he took, it would definitely affect their combat strength. However, Su Zimo's physique was way too strong and his regeneration capabilities were shocking. After consuming the blood-flesh elixir made of dragon flesh in the human emperor's palace, he attained greater mastery of the orifice-clearing section and was only a step away from condensing a demon inner core. Within a couple of breaths, Su Zimo's injuries were already mostly recovered. Fu-fu-fu. Smiling, he stood up and his tendons and bones sounded at the same time. Not only did his aura not drop after getting injured, it was even getting stronger and the glint in his eyes intensified. He was like an ancient demon that wanted to devour people. The battle on the Foundation Establishment battlefield had already stopped. The Foundation Establishment cultivators of Blood Crow Palace and the other 4 major sects were scared out of their wits by Su Zimo's methods and did not dare to advance. Clang! Clang! Su Zimo beckoned gently, and the 18 flying swords that were streaking around the Foundation Establishment battlefield returned to him, hovering above his head and buzzing loudly. Candlelight sword formation. Condense. Right after, the 18 flying swords gathered together with their tips pointing outwards in unison, forming a gigantic sword-shaped circular disc. 18 rays of sword chi were released like a blazing sun and was extremely dazzling. Kill! Propping the seal with his left hand, Su Zimo held his saber with his right and flapped his spirit wings, charging forward with the candlelight sword formation above him. Swoosh! 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 Flying swords tore through the air one after another, sharp and dense as raindrops. Spirit arts exploded, covering the skies as they arrived. Su Zimo was calm and seemed composed. With his spirit wings coupled with divine steed fleeting alongside his spirit perception that was gained from cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. His movements were unpredictable. At times, he would be light as a feather and at others, he would be swift at lightning. No one could read him at all. Shifting nimbly in the air, his tendons and bones constricted and expanded, allowing him to shock everyone by producing motions that were far from ordinary. Like anacondas, snakes, apes and horses, Su Zimo kept closing in on the distance between him and the golden cores. You! A late-stage golden core looked at Su Zimo who was charging at him, and his eyes were widened in disbelief. Was that even a human? He could not imagine how a human could contort their bodies to that extent and dodge such an intense flurry of attacks while rushing over without any injury. He no longer had the chance to think about it anymore. Swoosh! Su Zimo raised his saber instantly. Countercurrent surged forth. After entering Extreme Foundation Establishment, Su Zimo's spirit energy grew much richer and he could not release saber forces in succession. That golden core was shocked and found himself having difficulty breathing, as though a surging wave was rushing at him. Thunder sounded inside his ears and the tide arrived almost instantly. Go! This man was a late-stage golden core after all and composed himself swiftly, maneuvering his flying sword above his head. He circulated his golden core and spirit energy gushed out. No matter what, the strength of a late-stage golden core was not something a Foundation Establishment cultivator could handle. As long as he could withstand a move or two till the attacks of the others arrived, his enemy would naturally be trapped. Su Zimo smiled faintly with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. To him, the way the golden core changed tactics was full of flaws. Su Zimo's seemingly unstoppable saber suddenly stopped and was only an inch away from the man's flying sword. Swash! Swinging his wrist, the angle of his slash changed. Suddenly, the massive blade of Blood Quencher turned extremely flexible, like ripples on the surface of water. It wrapped around the flying sword and sliced the person's throat gently. Right after that insane toughness, it turned extremely flexible. There was no sluggishness at all, and the process was smooth as water. That person's eyes dimmed and a gash appeared on his throat. The next moment, his head was lopped into the air as blood gushed out in a terrifying manner like a fountain. Melee combat was the most dangerous, and one would be dead with a single misstep. Su Zimo had been through countless battles in his cultivation journey, and he was extremely experienced. While the strength of late-stage and perfected golden cores was strong and could even injure or threaten his life, even the physique of a perfected golden core could not match up to him. That was an advantage he had that could make up for his inferior strength. As long as he closed the distance between them, even perfected golden cores could not escape death. Dai Yu had once told Su Zimo that demonic cultivators are the best at killing people above their levels. That was the logic in that statement. After killing someone, Su Zimo did not have to pause at all, as he used the candlelight sword formation and coiling dragon seal to smash against some incoming flying swords and spirit arts from early and mid-stage golden cores. At the same time, he dodged the attacks of late-stage and perfected golden cores, fleeing away to kill at the other side. A golden core could not react in time and was closed in by Su Zimo, who raised his coiling dragon seal to smash down on the former's head violently. The person's head was smashed and his entire body ripped into pieces with fresh blood flowing everywhere. He died on the spot. Swerving within the crowd, Su Zimo did not bother to fight against late-stage and perfected golden cores forcibly at all. The moment he missed an attack, he would flee instantly without lingering. Even when dozens of golden cores attacked at the same time, they could not keep Su Zimo to a single spot. A moment later, Su Zimo was only filled with a couple more superficial wounds that healed within the blink of an eye. However, more than 10 golden cores on the side of Blood Crow Palace had already died. Everyone was getting more fearful. This man was way too frightening. He already possessed the capability to kill golden cores without even forming a core of his own. Furthermore, he was battling dozens of golden cores and yet, instead of being disadvantaged, he was slowly controlling the situation. This man looked to be in his 20s. How did he possess such terrifying combat talent? Kill! Seizing an opportunity, Su Zimo took a few strides forward and arrived before Sima Ji. Lifting his coiling dragon seal, he smashed it down at the latter's head. The coiling dragon seal shone with a bright golden light and let out a thunderous bang as it landed. Boom! The seal landed with a frightening aura. Suddenly, a vicious glint shone in Sima Ji's eyes as he said icily, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Swoosh! Sima Ji circulated his golden core to its limits and a phenomenon suddenly appeared behind him. Searing flames burned more than 100 feet tall, letting out a scorching heat. Swiftly, he engulfed Su Zimo with a blazing momentum. It was a golden core phenomenon. The reason why Sima Ji endured till this point was because he wanted to kill Su Zimo thoroughly with his golden core phenomenon. However, Su Zimo did not avoid nor dodge as his bloodline raced. He pushed down his blinding coiling dragon seal violently like it was a blazing sun. "You must have a death wish," Sima Ji roared and his golden core phenomenon intensified. Boom! The coiling dragon seal collided against the power of the golden core phenomenon, and a deafening bang was produced as their powers ran rampant. The instant of the collision, the momentum of the flames was actually repressed by the coiling dragon seal. Since he was extremely close to the sea of flames, Su Zimo could only grit his teeth and endure the incoming blaze. He channeled his bloodline and spirit energy to fight against it repeatedly. Both sides exerted their strength. The coiling dragon seal was less than an inch away from Sima Ji's head, but it could not go down further due to the obstruction of the golden core phenomenon. A moment later, a gigantic flame burned over, engulfing Su Zimo's arm completely. The fire sizzled. In an instant, Su Zimo's arm was charred and his flesh ripped apart in a terrifying manner. Sighing internally, Su Zimo withdrew himself and retreated. It was no wonder why golden core phenomenons were the strongest techniques available to golden cores. Even with his connate spirit weapon and tsunami bloodline, he could not manage to break through the defenses of the golden core phenomenon. Swiftly, Su Zimo avoided the attacks of many golden cores and escaped. His arm was still burning with fire and his flesh was already in a bloodied mess. There was no way to purge golden core phenomenons except for extreme means. "Ha ha!" Sima Ji laughed loudly. "Sima Ji, your arm is already crippled." "Not necessarily." Su Zimo harumphed coldly and took a deep breath of air. The spirit sea in his dantian roared and his bloodline surged. cruising through his limbs towards his injured arm. Clack! The flames extinguished and smoke billowed. The cultivators watched with widened eyes. The next moment, something even more frightening happened. The charred black flesh on Su Zimo's arm fell off gradually and fresh. Tender meat started growing with a shiny luster. It was an uproar. "Father, are you really going to just sit by idly and watch?" Xianxia had a blaming look in her eyes the way she looked at the Emperor of Great Zhou. The assertiveness in her eyes was overwhelming, and she already possessed a sort of dominance that was unique to the Emperor. "First, Su Zimo is my life-saving benefactor. Putting the past aside, even in the ancient battlefield this time round, I would have died in the hands of Jun Hao and the others if it wasn't for him. Second, he's the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou, and would definitely become a great weapon refinement master in the future with limitless accomplishments. Third, and most importantly, he has unlocked 9 spirit meridians and has reached the legendary Extreme Foundation establishment realm. This is the second person in history who has done so apart from the human emperor. Is a paragon as such not worthy of the Great Zhou's attention?" Xianxia's 3 sentences caused the emperor to turn entirely silent. In reality, the third point was still the one that moved the emperor the most. If he could take an Extreme Foundation establishment cultivator under his wing, there was a huge possibility that the Great Zhou dynasty could one day defeat all the other 3 dynasties and reign over the entire north region of Tianhuang mainland. However, Blood Crow Palace's lord was from the witch race, one of the primordial 9 races. If he dealt with this wrongly, it wouldn't be impossible for the entire Great Zhou dynasty to be destroyed into ruins, let alone rule over the north region of Tianhuang mainland. More than 10,000 years ago, a massive entity stood on this piece of land, known as the Great Qian Empire. The title of an empire was only given if one could rule over all the dynasties and vassal states of a single region in Tianhuang mainland. The might of the Great Qian Empire was far greater than the current Great Zhou dynasty, and its territory was vaster. There were even multiple supersects of Tianhuang mainland within the territory of the Great Qian Empire. Even just within the Buddhist monasteries, 2 of them resided in the Great Qian Empire. The Tao of Buddhism was glorious in the Great Qian Empire. However, it was unfortunate that a catastrophe arrived. Almost overnight, the Great Qian Empire was dismantled and even its capital was turned into ruins. Because of that, the north region of Tianhuang mainland fell into chaos and the flames of war raged everywhere. Devastation spread and millions of lives were lost with corpses scattered all over the place. From then on, the Great Qian Empire disappeared with the winds. The place was in chaos and many vied for supremacy. For great vassal states conquered many places and rose swiftly, turning into the Great Zhou, Great Shang, Great Xia and Great Yu dynasties of the north region of Tianhuang mainland today. In other words, the 4 dynasties were established on the ruins of the Great Qian Empire. The progenitor of that catastrophe was one of the primordial 9 races. The patriarch of the Great Zhou dynasty has lived for more than 10,000 years and personally witnessed the destruction of a great empire. As such, he viewed the primordial 9 races with a sense of trepidation. As a Dharma characteristic expert and a Tao lord, it wasn't difficult for the patriarch to come forth and take down Blood Crow Palace's lord who was at void reversion. However, if he were to incur the wrath of terrifying existences such as the mighty figures or patriarchs of the witch race, even if there were 10 Great Zhou dynasties, they would all have to be destroyed. The battle was turning more intense and things were not looking good on the side of Ethereal Peak. It was also difficult for Su Zimo to hold the fort single-handedly. No matter how strong he was, he could not affect the direction of victory for the nascent soul battlefield, and as such, he could not decide the fate for Ethereal Peak. Xianxia was anxious. When she saw her father remaining silent, as though he was reminiscing about something, she could not help but say, "Father, what are you hesitating for? If you can't make a decision, how about sending a message to the Patriarch of Great Zhou and ask him to make one?" Returning to his senses, the Emperor shook his head and replied firmly, "The Patriarch will definitely not agree to this." "How do you know if you hadn't tried?" She looked at her father without blinking. The Emperor could clearly sense the anxiousness and worry within Xianxia's heart. However, She was trying her best to control herself, and she wasn't offensive through her words either. He sighed internally. In truth, among the younger generation, the one who resembled him the most and had the most potential to be the emperor was not the many princes, but this daughter of his. However, Xianxia was a woman and could not inherit his legacy. I'll admit that Su Zimo is an unprecedented paragon who managed to reach the extreme foundation establishment realm, second only to the human emperor. His future accomplishments are unpredictable, but the emperor changed the topic and said deeply, Su Zimo is about to die and he has no future. As such, what accomplishments do we have to speak of? This time round, both Ethereal Peak and Su Zimo are stuck in this calamity, and I can't think of any way in which Ethereal Peak is able to break out of this situation. Xianxia said in a slight huff, Nothing is absolute. The emperor replied grimly, If Su Zimo manages to tide through this calamity, then... He did not continue but merely raised his head and looked at Xianxia deeply. At that moment he made a decision in his mind. If Su Zimo could survive this calamity, he would go against all odds and pass the throne down to Xianxia. On the other side of the forest. There's no chance left. She shook her head. Since that person didn't come, it's over for Ethereal Peak. Auntie Gu, what other way is there to save him? Demoness G frowned deeply. I'm at late-stage nascent soul, and even if I step in, the most I can do is help stabilize the nascent soul battlefield. However, the old beast of Ethereal Peak up above the clouds can no longer hold on, she replied regrettably. It's a pity that as the second person in history to reach the extreme foundation establishment realm, Su Zimo is about to die without the chance to grow further. Demoness G's eyes dimmed. She sighed. The impression left on the cultivation world by that catastrophe 10,000 years ago is way too deep. No cultivator or sect is willing to make an enemy as strong as the witch race just for the sake of Ethereal Peak. Beneath Ethereal Peak, blood flowed in rivers and the corpses were stacked like mountains. On the Golden Core battlefield, Su Zimo made use of his strong physique and terrifying movement techniques to sustain in the fights continuously, ensuring that they did not lose. However, Ethereal Peak was already completely defeated on the nascent soul battlefield. There were more than 100 nascent souls, but more than half of them had already died. The remaining nascent souls were wounded and could only struggle to defend while being steadily defeated. It was only a matter of time before Ethereal Peak was annihilated. The situation of the old immortal crane above the clouds was even worse. To begin with, the old immortal crane did not have long to live. Unless she progressed in her cultivation realm, she would have only held on for a few dozen more years even without this calamity. Although her true form was a Baifeng, a pure-blooded ferocious bird, she was already old and her combat strength was not even half of when she was at her peak. Of the 5 void reversions that were fighting in the battle, one of them was even from the witch race. By this point of the battle, the old immortal crane was already at the end of her road. Wounded all over, her gaze was dimmed and her feathers shed endlessly. Even the flames on her body were starting to extinguish. Blood Crow Palace's lord waved his bone staff and shot forth an extremely evil blood arrow. The old immortal crane was unable to dodge in time, and an additional bloodied hole the size of an arm appeared on her wings. A sizzling sound was produced from the wound and it ate at her flesh nearby. Oozing with thick blood, the smell was pungent as the old immortal crane grunted. Immediately after, the attacks of the remaining 4 void reversions landed on the old immortal crane. Poof! Poof! 2 more wounds appeared on her body and blood gushed like a stream. The old immortal crane's body almost exploded and one of her legs was snapped. It was a tragic sight as she swayed, about to fall. The old immortal crane had protected Ethereal Peak for thousands of years ever since the founder master passed away. She had truly given it her all and fought to the very last moment without backing off. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was heartbroken when they saw that. Senior Crane, Sect Master Ling Yun exclaimed miserably. The outcome was decided. The moment the old immortal crane falls, all the other Ethereal Peak cultivators would be akin to fish on a chopping board, helpless to being slaughtered. Fu-fu-fu. Blood Crow Palace's lord sneered. Old beast. I've already told you. Today, I'm going to massacre Ethereal Peak from top down, leaving no one alive. Leaving no one alive? Suddenly, another voice could be heard from above the clouds. It was deep and a little hoarse. Although it wasn't loud, it reverberated through everyone's ears. Who would dare appear at a moment as such? All the cultivators looked over instinctively. From the horizons, a man in black robes strode over in an unhurried manner. Initially, it was just a blurry figure. However, he arrived in the blink of an eye. Everyone on the battlefield was surprised. That person walked extremely slowly as though he was taking a leisure stroll. However, by arriving instantly, he created a strong visual impact. Now that he was so close, everyone could finally see clearly. He had long shoulder-length black hair that fell freely like a waterfall. His face was extremely sharp and angled, and he possessed a frosty expression, emitting an aura that was equally cold. For some reason, after the black-robed man appeared, everyone on the black-robed man, including the 5 void reversions above the clouds, felt a sense of trepidation. There was no reason behind it. They merely felt fear and trepidation upon seeing that man. Be it the Golden Core, Nascent Soul, or Void Reversion battlefield, all the cultivators stopped what they were doing and looked over instinctively. You've come. The old immortal crane had a conflicted expression and sighed gently when she saw who it was. It was clear from the old immortal crane's tone that she knew the person. Everyone from Ethereal Peak, Sect Master Ling Yun included, were in a daze. It's him. Suddenly, among the dozens of Ethereal Peak nascent souls left, an old man who was clearly at the end of his life exclaimed, glaring at the black-robed man with his cloudy eyes. He's back. The nascent soul old man shivered emotionally. Little E, you've still got 3 years to your lifespan. Shifting his gaze, the black-robed man looked at the nascent soul old man and said calmly, Little E? Su Zimo and the other cultivators of the younger generation were confused. However, Sect Master Ling Yun, Xianxia and the others shuddered. The name of that nascent soul was Ning Yi, and apart from the old immortal crane, he was the oldest Grand Elder of Ethereal Peak with a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Golden Cores had lifespans of 500 years. Nascent souls had lifespans of 1,000 years. Void reversions had lifespans of 5,000 years. Almost all the cultivators in the generation of that nascent soul old man had died of old age, leaving him. If the black-robed man before them addressed Grand Elder Ning Yi as Little E, didn't that mean that he was even older than the latter? The black-robed man should have been someone from more than 1,000 years ago, and that was why the generations from Ling Yun onwards did not recognize him. Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat when he saw the reaction of the old immortal crane and Grand Elder Ning Yi, as though he recalled something. Could it be him? Xianxia and the other golden cores gasped, exchanging glances. They had already guessed it. Outside Ethereal Peak, Ji Yaoshua looked at the newcomer with a confused expression and turned to ask, Father? Who is that? He seems to have some sort of a relationship with Ethereal Peak and is rather formidable. I don't recognize him. The Emperor shook his head. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he thought of someone. Someone that he had never seen before but have heard of from the legends. The Emperor murmured. Perhaps he should be the only one who would care nothing about the witch race. On the other side, Gu Shi and Demoness Ji heaved sighs of relief when they saw the black-robed man appear. Clapping, Demoness Ji laughed. Hee. This senior still chose to appear. Gu Shi said, with him, there's nothing to worry about for the Void Reversion battlefield. If I step in to stabilize the nascent soul battlefield, they should be able to tide through this calamity. I won't be heading over since Father's watching from the other side. Demoness Ji blinked. Gu Shi nodded and took out a mask from her storage bag. Wearing it on her face, she turned into another person and headed to the battlefield. Far in the depths of the capital of Great Zhou, an old man sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light shone from his glabella and a small person the size of his palm flew out, glowing with a radiance. It was his essence spirit. A mysterious energy fluctuation spread forth from the radiant little man. His spirit consciousness was spreading. A moment later, The radiant little man returned to the old man's glabella and vanished. Letting out a long breath, the old man murmured softly. To think that he would have returned. There's no wonder why he's the #1 paragon of great show back then. After not seeing him for 1,000 years, he has already cultivated to that point. The skies above Ethereal Peak. The black-robed man surveyed the surroundings. When he saw the corpses strewn all over, his expression did not change and he merely commented indifferently. It's truly been a long time since it was so crowded at Ethereal Peak. When they heard that, Xianxia and the others were even more certain about this man's identity. Su Zimo frowned. No matter how he looked at it, the black-robed man seemed like he had a deep connection with Ethereal Peak, as though he was a cultivator from it in the past. However, Su Zimo could not sense any bit of emotions coming from that man. He had no reaction even after seeing Ethereal Peak cultivators dead all over the place with their corpses forming mountains. Indifferent, cold-blooded and heartless. That was the first impression the black-robed man gave Su Zimo. 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind as he recalled a person. The first time he heard about that person was through the disheveled old man. Thereafter, he heard Senior Crane mention a little about him back in Thunderclap Valley. This was the owner of the mystic gold silk armor. Someone who was invincible across the Foundation establishment and Golden Core realms in the north region of Tianhuang mainland in the past. When this person joined Ethereal Peak, his method of dispelling the 8 distresses formation was by killing everyone. Because he was cold, heartless, and extreme in his ways, the moment he showed signs of turning into a fiend, he was locked in Thunderclap Valley to reflect in seclusion. This was also the same person who found the Void Thunder manual in the ancient battlefield and placed it inside the mystic gold silk armor to await someone with affinity. Later on, this man descended into the Tao of the Fiend and betrayed the sect. He was the terrifying expert 1,000 years ago. Now he has returned. The 5 void reversion experts above the clouds, Blood Crow Palace's lord included, had grim expressions and were sizing up the black-robed man the entire time. Each of them felt danger exuding from that man. A moment later, Dao Being Jingming of Iridescent Cloud's palace narrowed his gaze and asked with cupped fists, "Fellow Taoist, may I know what is your name and what sect you are from? Also, why are you interfering in this matter?" The black-robed man shifted his gaze towards Dao Being Jingming before saying slowly, "Do you think someone like you is worthy to know my name?" Before his words were finished, the black-robed man's glabella shone brightly and a blood beam shot forward. A terrifying aura burst forth. Blood Crow Palace's lord and everyone else were shocked as they scurried to retreat. Poof! Immediately after, right in front of everyone, Dao Being Jingming's head exploded as though it was a watermelon. He died on the spot, and his essence spirit didn't even get the chance to escape. He was dead. A void reversion expert died just like that. A dead silence crept through the air above and beneath Ethereal Peak. This was a truly savage man who was decisive to kill. The black-robed man was emotionless after killing a void reversion as he turned towards the other four expressionlessly with a gaze cold as ice. The death of Dao Being Jingming frightened the other 4 void reversions and their hairs stood on end. The expression of Blood Crow Palace's lord turned extremely terrible as he glared at the black-robed man. His gaze was dark with a faint green light. It was extremely difficult for one to die once they were at void reversion realm. Although nascent souls could cultivate essence spirits, their essence spirits had impurities and were in turbid states, causing them to be extremely fragile. Without any protection, upon leaving their physical bodies, their essence spirits would be akin to babies situated in forests and could die at any moment. A strong gust of wind, an exposure to the blazing sun, or even any slight activity could injure the essence spirit. If they met with any misfortunes, their essence spirits would be destroyed instantly. The death of one's essence spirit was the true meaning of death, whereby it would be useless even if their physical bodies remained intact. However, it was different at void reversion realm. By comprehending the heaven and earth and making use of the dermic methods to visualize the essence spirit, nascent souls could cultivate their essence spirits continuously to remove the impurities within it. Eventually, after obtaining some pure yang spirit, they would be able to enter the void reversion realm. That was the meaning of the saying, cultivating one's spirit to return to the void in the cultivation world. At void reversion realm, one's essence spirit would resemble the physical body of the cultivator. Flawless without impurities, they do not fear the scorching sun, heavy rains, or misfortunes. They would truly be able to break out of the restraints of one's body and roam the world, traveling everywhere. At that point of the essence spirit's cultivation, it would be akin to a corporeal body outside of the cultivator. There was another saying in the cultivation world of one's spirit leaving them and taking form. By leaving them, it referred to the essence spirits exiting their bodies, and taking form referred to the corporeal bodies outside of their physical self. In the ancient era, void reversion realm was also known as the corporeal spirit realm. For void reversion Tao beings, even if their bodies were destroyed, if they reacted fast enough and sent their essence spirits out of their bodies, they would be able to survive. Although their bodies were destroyed, the presence of their essence spirit was equivalent to their survival. The black-robed man killed a void reversion with a single thought, and the latter vanished on the spot without a chance to let his essence spirit escape. That single move caused the hearts of Blood Crow Palace's lord and the other three to skip a beat. They were inevitably feeling fearful. Turning slightly to the side, the black-robed man looked at the utterly wretched and wounded old immortal crane who was swaying unsteadily nearby. He swiped his hand on his storage bag. Instantly, an elixir the size of a longan appeared, and there were a few patterns on its surface, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. That is, true fire sex Dao being Liao Yuan narrowed his eyes with an alarmed expression. Vitality reprisal elixir. Blood Crow Palace's lord said it word by word. The moment those words were uttered, although the others did not have much of a reaction, all the nascent souls and void reversions present were shaken. Dao being Liao Yuan glared at the elixir in the hands of the black-robed man with an extremely scorching gaze, wanting nothing more than to devour the latter's hand right now. A grade 5 elixir, the Vitality Reprisal elixir was created by the Elixir Emperor of the ancient era, and it illustrated the meaning of lucidity for one's final moments. No matter how badly injured a void reversion was, as long as they weren't dead and consumed a Vitality Reprisal elixir, they would definitely instantly invoke a tremendous amount of vitality and their injuries would be completely healed. The Vitality Reprisal elixir had long been lost on Tianhuang mainland. It was akin to a second life of a cultivator. The black-robed man sent the Vitality Reprisal elixir before the old immortal crane through a single thought. Dao being Liao Yuan and the others were green with envy. A precious elixir as such was given out just like that. The few of them revealed jealous expressions and their eyes shone with vicious glints. They even had thoughts of snatching it over for themselves. The old immortal crane had a conflicted expression and did not take it over immediately. Blood Crow Palace's lord sneered. That old beast is at the end of her lifespan and is on the brink of death. She won't be able to live for much longer even if her injuries are fully recovered. While the Vitality Reprisal elixir could heal one's injuries almost immediately, it could not add on to one's lifespan. It was also the same reason why the old immortal crane did not take the elixir immediately. The Vitality Reprisal elixir was way too precious and it was a waste for her to use it. I won't take back anything I give out, the black-robed man said indifferently. You don't have to have any considerations as well. The reason why I'm giving you the elixir is to sever the karma between us. But, the old immortal crane sighed gently. The Vitality Reprisal elixir is too precious and rare. As a void reversion, you need it as well. I don't, because no one can injure me. The black-robed man's tone was calm without any fluctuations, as though he was talking about something that was only logical. Instantly, the entire place went silent. Almost everyone was stunned by the casual majesty revealed by the black-robed man through his words. Looking at the old immortal crane, the black-robed man continued. You still have a sliver of hope. The old immortal crane understood what the black-robed man meant. Her sliver of hope was to recover her wounds by consuming the Vitality Reprisal elixir and make use of this great battle to advance in her cultivation realm. As long as she made a single step of advancement, her lifespan would increase exponentially and she would be averted from the imminent crisis of her expiring lifespan. As for Ethereal Peak, it would be blessed with the rise of a Dharma-characteristic realm, pure-blooded, ferocious bird. Little Crane cried softly with a concerned expression, urging repeatedly. Sect Master Ling Yun, Su Zimo and everyone else looked at the old immortal crane, hoping that she could make use of this opportunity to gain rebirth through nirvana. The old immortal crane took a deep breath before nodding and reaching out for the vitality reprisal elixir, swallowing it. The moment it entered her mouth, a tremendous amount of vitality burst forth like a tornado, surging through all her limbs to every single part of her body. The wounds on the old immortal crane were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Zimo and the others were elated when they saw that. If the old immortal crane could advance a step further, it would be a blessing in disguise. Although Ethereal Peak suffered great losses due to this calamity, if the sect had a Dharma-characteristic pure-blooded ferocious bird as its support, it would definitely be the strongest among the 5 major sects, and it would only be a matter of time before its rise. The black-robed man shifted his gaze towards Blood Crow Palace's lord and the others. I know who you are. The palace lord harumphed coldly. There aren't many cultivators at Void Reversion Realm with strength like yours. You should be the titular disciple of Azura sect, this generation's Azura. The black-robed man was expressionless. To think that the Azura notorious for killing would have crossed the North region to be a busybody here. Fufu, the palace lord sneered. The black-robed man was still silent and his expression did not change. The palace lord gripped his fists and repressed the killing intent in his heart, saying darkly, Azura, since you insist on interfering with this matter, I can take a step back. However, that person must leave with me. He pointed towards Su Zimo, who was beneath Ethereal Peak. Instantly, everyone from Ethereal Peak felt their hearts sink in despair. It was already unexpected that the black-robed man was able to protect Ethereal Peak. However, he had no relationship with Su Zimo, so how could he possibly offend someone of the witch race just for the sake of a Foundation establishment cultivator? The black-robed man shifted his gaze towards Su Zimo. For some unknown reason, Su Zimo felt a mysterious feeling inside his heart. The gaze of the black-robed man was as though he was looking at his successor of the younger generation and was extremely odd. After pausing for a moment, the black-robed man finally spoke with a single word. No! Everyone was shocked. Nobody expected that he would choose to offend someone of the witch race just for a Foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, he was so decisive in his rejection. Azura, you should know of my background. Let's each take a step back, the palace lord said with a dark gaze. All I want to do is take away that Foundation establishment lad. That has nothing to do with you. If you continue pushing your luck... Before the palace lord could finish, the black-robed man let out an impatient expression and interrupted. I want to push my luck. What can you do about it? Everyone was in an uproar. He was way too savage. He did not leave the other party a single way out at all. His reputation truly precedes him. It's no wonder why he was invincible across the Foundation establishment and Golden Core realms on Tianhuang mainland back then. He's truly way too savage, Xianxia lamented. The disheveled old man sighed. He is fearless even when the great Zhou royalty does not dare to interfere. He's truly incredible. It's just a pity that he has turned into a fiend. Otherwise, Lu Hui did not continue, but her meaning was clear. At this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo was no longer as resistant and negative towards the fiend sections. Iridescent Clouds Palace, Southern Mountain Sect, True Fire Sect, and Azure Frost Sect could be considered to be part of the Immortal sects as well. They were self-proclaimed to be righteous and viewed slaying demons and fiends as their responsibilities. But now that Ethereal Peak was in trouble, those sects chose to take advantage of the opportunity and kick it while it was down and out. How were their actions different from the fiends? The black-robed man was someone of Azura sect, a fiend sect. Yet, upon knowing that Ethereal Peak was in danger, he rushed over here from thousands of miles away across the Middle Continent and North region. Who were the true immortals and who were the true fiends? Su Zimo found himself agreeing more and more with Demonist G's words. The Tao of fiends was not the Tao of evil, but one of obsession and extremity. At that moment, the disheveled old man asked, The sect has severed connections with that man a long time ago. Who was the one who informed him? That's right, Xianxia exclaimed softly. I heard that Azura sect is situated in the middle continent of Tianhuang mainland and is most likely millions of miles away from Ethereal Peak. Even for a void reversion at full speed, they would need close to a year to arrive. How did he manage to get here in time? Sect Master Ling Yun's heart was filled with the same doubt. Didn't that mean that someone had managed to locate the black-robed man a year ago and told him the news of the possible calamity that was about to befall Ethereal Peak? Ling Yun was certain that nobody in Ethereal Peak, including the old immortal Crane, had contacted the black-robed man. Who was it then that managed to spread the news over to him? Su Zimo was curious as well when he heard the discussions of the Peak Masters. At that moment, a gaze lingered on him for a brief moment. Sensing it, Su Zimo looked up into the air. In midair, a woman in a gauze top had appeared unknowingly. She was not a cultivator of Ethereal Peak and had extremely ordinary looks. However, her figure was voluptuous and curvy. A single look was enough to seduce anyone. Su Zimo had never seen that woman before. However, for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity. He went deep in thought. Above the clouds, the black-robed man was overbearing, and instantly, the palace lord's expression turned extremely terrible. Right now, he was in a difficult position. The palace lord declared coldly, Azura, although you're the titular successor of the fiend sex, all of us are at void reversion realm, and I'm even someone of the witch race. We're not going to be afraid of you. That's right. True fire sex Dao being Liao Yuan said deeply. There's 4 of us void reversions here. Don't go overboard. Fellow Daoist. Southern Mountain Sex Dao being Lao Yang and Azure Frost Sex Dao being Han Ming looked at the black-robed man with cold gazes. They were tense and ready to strike at any moment. You're still not leaving? The black-robed man's eyes were initially closed. However, they suddenly opened up and he spoke. That sentence was uncalled for and sounded ridiculous. Yet, the palace lord and the other 3 of them felt chills run down their spines as their pupils constricted. Raising his head, the black-robed man had an indifferent gaze. Very well, don't leave then. All of you can stay here. Before he finished his sentence, his glabella shone and he sent forth another killing move. Azuras don't open their eyes, but if they do, they kill. Instantly, the world changed. The black-robed man did not do anything and his glabella merely shone with a blood-colored light. But a sea of blood instantly appeared in the void, emitting a nauseating stench as it surged towards the palace lord and everyone else. Those methods had already surpassed the knowledge of Su Zimo and the other golden cores. This was a fight between the essence spirits. A faint green light shone from the palace lord's glabella and a gigantic, menacing skull was formed in midair. It opened its bloodied mouth and swallowed the sea of blood in huge mouthfuls, the same way a whale swallowed water as though it wanted to devour the entire sea. At the same time, the glabellas of Dao being Han Ming, Dao being Lao Yang and Dao being Liao Yuan shone brightly as their spirit consciousnesses were released, conjuring multiple phenomenons. Swoosh! A massive fireball that was like a blazing sun surged towards the blood sea. Boom! A mountain materialized and descended, attempting to suppress the raging tides of the blood sea. Swash! Snow filled the entire place and froze everything. Layers of frost appeared on the surface of the blood sea. It was an attack of the spirit consciousnesses. These were killing moves that could only be used after entering the void reversion realm. By conjuring phenomenons with their spirit consciousnesses, these were corporeal illusions that attacked the other party's essence spirit directly. The defending cultivator could only block them with their own spirit consciousnesses. A fight between essence spirits was extremely dangerous and a single misstep would lead to death. Previously, Dao being Jing Ming of Iridescent Cloud's palace was attacked by the black-robed man's spirit consciousness and instantly, his head exploded and his essence spirit was destroyed, resulting in his death. Kill! Right now, the black-robed man was fearless despite facing 4 opponents. Shouting. His eyes shone ferociously, and he exuded a shuddering killing intent. In midair, the gigantic skull was swallowing the blood sea at a much slower speed and was shivering. Crack! Crack! Crack. A series of cracks appeared on the surface of the skull. The palace lord's expression changed. At the same time, a sinister roar echoed from the depths of the blood sea. Bang! 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 The ice on the surface of the sea suddenly cracked as one after another. Corpses with terrifying auras whirled their fists and destroyed the frost. Leaping out of the sea, they roared from the depths of their throats and floated in the blood sea. It was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. No matter which faction they were from, all the cultivators in the vicinity of Ethereal Peak felt chills upon seeing that. Those methods were truly shocking and struck fear through everyone. The blood sea surged and created massive waves, threatening to devour the entire world as it howled. Dao Bing Han Ming gasped. Xing! The fireball in midair was drowned by the blood sea and its flames were extinguished. Dao Bing Liao Yuan shuddered and blood drained from his face. In the spirit consciousness of Dao Bing Liao Yuan's glabella, an essence spirit with his exact appearance burned with dense flames. Gradually, it dimmed and the flames on its body were extinguished. Dao Bing Liao Yuan's life force was severed as he fell from midair. He was dead. Even though he was fighting against 4 people, the black-robed man managed to kill a void reversion in reverse. Boom! A thunderous bang sounded from the unyielding mountain in the middle of the blood sea as it was attacked by the corpses repeatedly. Before long, the mountain crumbled and was devoured by the blood sea. At the same time, Dao Bing Lao Yang's essence spirit exploded in his spirit consciousness. He was devoured by the blood sea and turned into one of its corpses. Another void reversion had fallen. The moment the 5 void reversions above the clouds started fighting, the nascent soul battlefield continued on as well. Both factions were in the heat of the battle. You guys go and kill Su Zimo. The faster, the better. Realizing that something was amiss with the situation, the Blood Crow King did not dare to be careless and ordered 10 nascent souls for that task. In terms of numbers and strength of nascent souls, Blood Crow Palace possessed an absolute advantage. From the side of Ethereal Peak, the remaining dozens of nascent souls that were led by Sect Master Ling Yun were filled with injuries and exhausted. They were almost unable to fight on anymore. The Blood Crow King transformed into his true form, which was a pitch-black crow with bloodshot eyes, and led the remaining nascent souls in a fiery battle against Ling Yun and the others. Unable to withdraw themselves from the situation, Ling Yun and the others could only watch as the 10 nascent souls charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. No matter how strong he was and how many trump cards he had, he could not withstand the might of nascent souls. At nascent soul realm, one could cultivate an essence spirit and could make use of the heaven and earth powers to release dermic arts. Even the simplest dermic art was more than enough to kill Su Zimo, who was at Foundation Establishment realm with ease. As the 10 nascent souls charged towards him, Su Zimo conjured hand seals in midair. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread through the void. Not daring to be careless, Su Zimo released his spirit wings and chanted a sutra internally. He was already prepared to unleash the secret skill of the fiend sex, blood escape, to flee far away. He could read the situation clearly. The black-robed man had terrifying strength and was extremely domineering. As long as he could survive a little longer and wait till the void reversion battlefield to settle down, Blood Crow Palace was bound to lose. All of a sudden, a slender figure appeared in front of Su Zimo. It's her. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The person before him was the seductive woman with the gauze top. You must have a death wish. You're asking for death. The 10 nascent souls that were charging over shouted and had already released the dermic arts from their hands. There were razor-sharp long swords with rainbow ripples, crystalline fingers as thick as stone pillars, horrifying fists as heavy as mountains. The dermic arts filled the skies and surged over, almost engulfing the gauze-top woman and Su Zimo entirely. The gauze-top woman's expression was unchanged and her eyes flickered with ridicule. Suddenly, she smiled brilliantly and a bedazzling and seductive glint shone from her eyes. Although the gauze-top woman had ordinary looks, her smile caused all the stars and moon to dim in color. Her eyes shimmered like the surface of water, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. In the blink of an eye, all the dermic arts vanished. All the cultivators were shocked by the methods of the Gauzetop woman when they saw that. As for Su Zimo, he had a vague guess about the Gauzetop woman's identity after a moment of contemplation. Only a cultivator of the fiend sect's pure maiden sect could bewitch all living beings with a single action and smile. Although this woman wasn't Demoness G, she definitely had a deep relationship with the latter. By adding those information together with this person's cultivation realm, her identity was revealed almost instantly. It was the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Gu Shi. With the secret skill of pure maiden sect, Gu Shi removed all the dermic arts and seized the opportunity while the 10 nascent souls were distracted to raise her palm. Instantly, 10 cold flashes of light shot into the glabellas of the 10 nascent souls. After a brief pause, the eyes of the 10 nascent souls dimmed and they fell from midair one after another lifelessly. For nascent souls, they won't die even if their hearts were crushed. The true weakness of a nascent soul was their essence spirit. Gu Shi's counterattack did not show any mercy, and she crushed all 10 of their essence spirits instantly, causing them to die on the spot. Su Zimo nodded silently. It was no wonder why she was of the fiend sections. All the itinerant cultivators of Blood Crow Palace and the nascent souls of small sects could not deal with the secret skill of pure maiden sect at all. Back in the ancient battlefield, Demoness G was restrained by the paragons of the Buddhist and Immortal sects, and she even suffered a loss against the successor of Diamond Monastery. However, if she were to face these Foundation establishment cultivators here, a simple smile and wink from her could charm them into losing their minds. The Blood Crow King and the others were extremely grim when they saw the 10 nascent souls die. I don't believe that we won't be able to kill a mere Foundation establishment lad despite our numbers. The Blood Crow King had a vicious gaze as he grit his teeth, prepared to attack personally. The Gauzetop woman spoke up. Her voice was charming, but her tone was indifferent. Everyone, you don't have to waste your energy with me around. None of you will get past me. Perfected being Tsang Lang and the others had indignant expressions. What sort of merits and capabilities did Su Zimo, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, have such that 2 experts showed up in succession to defend him? Boom! Suddenly, a bang sounded from above the clouds. All the nascent souls stopped subconsciously and turned to look. They saw True Fire sects Dao being Liao Yuan and Southern Mountain sects Dao being Lao Yang fall one after another. Suddenly, the tides changed on the battlefield. Sensing that something was amiss, some people made an instant decision to retreat with the chaos and flee into the distance. Although the Palace Lord and Dao being Han Ming were able to defend against the impact of the black-robed man's blood sea, they were swaying and their expressions were pale as they grunted. Dao being Han Ming was thoroughly subdued by the methods of the black-robed man and kowtowed, declaring with a trembling voice, "Please be appeased, fellow Daoist. I know now that I'm in the wrong and I'll leave right now, never taking another step onto Ethereal Peak for the rest of my life." When they heard that, everyone from Ethereal Peak were emotional and almost wanted to roar into the skies as a pent-up frustration was released from their hearts. The feeling of a void reversion forced to the state of acknowledging his mistake while swearing never to step foot onto Ethereal Peak again for the rest of his life was ecstatic. Right then, the black-robed man's voice sounded above the clouds once more. "It's already too late for you to leave now." It was dead silent above and beneath Ethereal Peak. Everyone was astounded by the black-robed man's aura. Acknowledging his mistake? Swear? None of that mattered now. Even if he wanted to leave now, he couldn't. Dao being Han Ming seemed to have been scared as well as he trembled. What do you mean by that? Have he already apologized? He was stuttering by now. "It's no use speaking now. Die." The black-robed man pointed at his glabella. Instantly, it shone brightly and formed a blood sea vortex. Reaching out, the black-robed man actually withdrew a saber from the blood sea vortex. It was initially extremely small, but by the time it was out completely, it had expanded with a torrential killing intent. There were a series of blood patterns on its blade. The black-robed man flicked his wrist and his saber shook. Instantly, all the blood patterns rose, as though they were veins on the blade, and the stench of blood filled the air. He uses a saber? Su Zimo froze momentarily when he saw the black-robed man withdraw a saber, and a thought flashed through his mind. Before he could think about it properly, his attention was drawn by the terrifying methods of the black-robed man. The black-robed man took a step forward and slashed in reverse. It arrived instantly and engulfed Dao Bing Han Ming, sealing his escape path. "Don't go overboard!" Dao Bing Han Ming shrieked and tapped his glabella, withdrawing a shimmering flying sword. At the same time, he withdrew a shield from his storage bag and injected dermic power into it, causing it to expand and hover over his head. Clang! The saber sliced the flying sword into two the moment they clashed. Dao Bing Han Ming grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. The flying sword was his life-force dermic weapon and was connected to his essence spirit. With his life-force dermic weapon crippled, Dao Bing Han Ming's essence spirit received an immense impact and was severely injured. The black-robed man's saber technique was still sharp and his momentum did not pause, cutting down heavily onto the shield in midair and letting out a deafening sound of metal screeching. Boom! The shield exploded into pieces. A terrifying power surged into Dao Bing Han Ming's body and his organs. Bloodline and bones were disintegrated into pieces due to the sharpness of the blade. Poof! 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 A series of blood mists spewed out from Dao Bing Han Ming. A single slash was all it took to sever Dao Bing Han Ming's vitality entirely. A glowing little man scurried out of the top of Dao Bing Han Ming's head frantically. His essence spirit was exiting and escaping into the distance. However, it was a pity that the two of them were extremely close. Dao Bing Han Ming's essence spirit did not manage to escape far before the black-robed man caught up to it, grabbing it and crushing it with his palm. After losing the protection of his body, the essence spirit was too weak and could not withstand a single attack. In the blink of an eye, the void reversions of the four major sects had already died in the hands of the black-robed man, leaving Blood Crow Palace's lord. The palace lord had just conjured his dermic technique when Dao Bing Han Ming had already died. Gritting his teeth, the palace lord waved his bone staff and uttered an indecipherable incantation. The skull on top of the bone staff gradually filled with blood, and two scarlet blood beams shone from its eye sockets, as though it was alive. Bloodbat form! The palace lord roared in rage and pointed his bone staff at the black-robed man. Buzz! Buzz! The skull opened its mouth and blood-colored bats flew out one after another continuously. Like a swarm of locusts, they charged towards the black-robed man in a dense pack. This was a secret skill of the witch race. All of those were blood-sucking bats, and if a cultivator was trapped in their encirclement, their blood would be sucked dry within a single second. How dare the light of a firefly try to compete against the shine of the moon for glory? The black-robed man sneered. He did not retreat or dodge the looming swarm of bats and instead took a step forward and slashed again. The weather changed. That single slash seemed as though it had unleashed endless hell. The sky and earth collapsed. Endless firestorms descended from the skies and the ground ripped apart, causing scarlet lava to gush out. The vast land was filled with ugly scars and corpses were strewn everywhere. The blood bats cried endlessly upon entering that endless hell, and they disappeared before they could even get close. A look of panic flashed through the palace lord's eyes. Swoosh! In a flash, the black-robed man had already arrived before the palace lord. He slashed in reverse at an extremely fast speed, and the sound of ghosts wailing could be heard as his saber sliced through the void. The palace lord felt his heart skip a beat. With no time to think, he could only receive the attack with his bone staff. Scree! A jarring sound was let out as the saber glided across the bone staff. A faint imprint was left on the bone staff. The palace lord shuddered and a mouthful of blood rushed up his throat before he swallowed it back forcefully. Although the witch race was one of the primordial 9 races, they did not have strong physiques and neither did they specialize in melee combat. The palace lord was already severely injured from that single slash. With each breath he took, he could taste the damp stench of blood and feel a ripping pain in his lungs. It was proof that his organs were already injured. If the battle continued, it may very likely result in irrecoverable wounds for him. The palace lord burst in retreat and waved his bone staff, setting up faint green layers of barriers before him. As if oblivious to them, the black-robed man charged at them readily. Crack, crack, crack. The faint green barriers shattered repeatedly and could not stop the black-robed man at all. The black-robed man's gaze was icy cold and his killing intent was chilling as he moved like a phantom. Sensing the killing intent of the black-robed man, the palace lord was finally nervous and shouted with widened eyes. Azura, I'm someone of the witch race. If you dare take my life, you will bring about destruction for Azura sect. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed when he heard that. The tone of the palace lord was extremely tough and firm, as if he truly meant it. Could there truly have been super sects that were destroyed by the primordial 9 races on Tianhuang mainland? Do you think that a remnant of the witch race like yourself is enough to threaten me? The black-robed man took a stride forward with a frosty glare and slashed at the palace lord once more. Clang! Although the palace lord managed to defend against it, he could not endure it anymore and spat out a huge mouthful of blood. His organs had shifted positions and were almost ruptured. The words remnant of the witch race caused a commotion in the crowd. In the cultivation world, ferocious beasts that had impure bloodlines were called remnant beasts. In other words, the palace lord was not completely considered as someone of the witch race and could only be considered as a half-being. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled that back then at the primordial ruins, the divine dragon said something similar, berating that the palace lord had an impure bloodline and was merely a bastard child. The palace lord's expression turned extremely harrowing after the black-robed man exposed his background. The black-robed man sneered. Notwithstanding the fact that you're a remnant of the witch race, even if someone who was truly of the witch race came forth, I would dare to kill him as well. There's no one in this world that I, Yen Beichen, wouldn't dare to kill. It was only at this moment that Su Zimo knew that the name of the terrifying expert from 1,000 years ago was Yen Beichen. The palace lord did not dare to linger and bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood to release his secret skill. He turned into a streak of light and fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Where can you run to? Yen Beichen's eyes lit up with a dark glint. He slashed forward and it seemed to cross the voids, landing heavily on the palace lord. There was nowhere to escape. A stream of blood gushed out. The palace lord's body was split into 2 instantly. His essence spirit left his body and hovered in midair. It was a little man that shone with a dim blood light and looked exactly the same as his physical body. Blood tribute. The palace lord's essence spirit escaped and let out a spirit consciousness fluctuation. The essence spirit traveled through villages where there were countless innocent mortals. There were farmers who were plowing the fields, muscular men who were chopping firewood, mothers preparing to cook and children who were playing merrily. All of those living beings suddenly froze, as though they were engulfed by some mysterious power. In the blink of an eye, their bodies withered at a visible speed, turning into streaks of blood light as their life forces surged into the essence spirit that was escaping in midair. The eyes of the palace lord's essence spirit shone brightly as it recovered rapidly. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was heartbroken at the sight of that. Hundreds of thousands of innocent mortals were met with the calamity, turning into dried corpses and died in miserable manners. It was the same situation that Su Zimo and the others encountered at Linfeng City in the past. Yen Beichen chased in pursuit with his saber and took huge strides, crossing through the voids. Unfortunately, the distance between them increased further and further. When void reversions lose their bodies and were left with their essence spirits, although their combat strength were weaker, their speeds were at least doubled without the restrictions of their flesh. Furthermore, the palace lord released the evil blood tribute technique and replenished a massive amount of energy, allowing him to escape from Yen Beichen's pursuit before long. Azura, one day, I'll definitely make you pay for destroying my physical body today. Ha ha ha. The blood light disappeared into the horizon, leaving nothing but a sinister laughter. Blood Crow Palace's lord fled more than 1,000 meters away. The remaining cultivators were dumbfounded. This was supposed to be a calamity for Ethereal Peak, and yet, the tides turned immediately after the appearance of a cultivator. The advantage of Blood Crow Palace and the other 4 major sects had disappeared entirely. Su Zimo's gaze burned bright like a torch and he swept past the crowd. He could not find perfected being Tsang Lang and sneered internally, "You sure are quick to run." Many cultivators yelled and fled everywhere. The Blood Crow King gazed above the clouds at that terrifying figure standing in midair. He had a venomous look that lingered for a brief moment before he turned to escape. All of a sudden, Yen Beichen turned around and his gaze was extremely sharp, landing on the Blood Crow King instantly. "You still dare to harbor killing intents towards me?" Instantly, the Blood Crow King felt chills run down his spine and his limbs went cold. The blood within his body seemed to have stopped flowing. "You sure are bold." A massive shout echoed through the clouds, reverberating through the ears of many cultivators in a deafening manner. Immediately after, a gigantic saber beam descended from the skies and swept through the void, as though it wanted to slice the world apart. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains trembled. The saber beam burst into the crowd that was escaping and blood mist spewed everywhere. The Blood Crow King had just transformed to his true self and was about to fly into the skies when he was cut down by Yen Beichen's slash without a corpse left. Long blood-colored ravines were left at the foot of Ethereal Peak as a torrential killing intent surged into the skies. They were filled by countless corpses and looked terrifying, like blood scars on the ground that everyone was forbidden to enter. More than 10 nascent souls died at the very least because of that slash. There were even more golden cores and foundation establishment cultivators that were beside the blood ravines and died, unable to withstand the killing chi that was sent forth from the saber. Finally, Ethereal Peak's calamity came to an end after Yen Beichen's slash. The cultivators of Ethereal Peak that survived felt a sense of relief after a major calamity. However, immediately after, when they saw the corpses that were strewn at the foot of the mountain, they felt a tragic sadness. All of those were their sect mates. They had grown up together in Ethereal Peak, cultivating and slaying evil while protecting the masses for many, dozens, and even hundreds of years. But now, many of them were dead because of a massive battle and they could never hear from them ever again. This was the cultivation world, which was incomparably cruel. For the first time, Su Zimo felt that the cultivation world was much more savage and had more bloodshed than Songlang Mountain Range. After consuming the Vitality Reprisal Elixir, most of the old Immortal Crane's injuries had already recovered, and it had gotten a new life. However, a look of weariness could still be seen from the eyes of the old Immortal Crane. This battle had expended most of her life's essence and vitality. If she could not advance a step further, she would have to pass away here. Maintaining its ferocious bird form, the old Immortal Crane stood at the peak of Ethereal Peak on one leg and closed its eyes to cultivate. A power was rumbling within its body, raring to spew out. Old skin started shedding from its body and its green feathers were incinerated. However, right in front of everyone, new skin regrew alongside green feathers that shone with a shiny luster. The flames that were originally extinguished from her body had appeared once more. Although the flames were small, they emitted a scorching temperature and were growing steadily. The void around the flames were already starting to contort due to the heat. The old Immortal Crane's condition was gradually turning better. The little crane cried softly and jumped in joy. Sect Master Ling Yun swallowed a mouthful of elixirs and started managing the situation, dragging his injured body while focusing his spirit. First, he ordered the cultivators on the battlefield to return to the sect and treat their injuries. Next, he requested for the Chi Refinement warriors who did not take part in the battle to come forth and clean up the battlefield. Although he was severely injured after experiencing such a calamity, Ling Yun did not panic and displayed strong leadership in controlling the situation. The sect started moving in an orderly manner after his instructions were pumped out. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." At that moment, when Ling Yun saw the gauze-top woman turn to leave, he called after her immediately and bowed deeply, saying in a sincere manner, "Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. Please stay a couple of days in Ethereal Peak so that we can host you properly." "There's no need." The gauze-top woman waved it off with an indifferent expression. Sensing the firmness in the gauze-top woman's attitude, Ling Yun did not force things and cupped his fists. May I know what's your name and what sect you are from? I'm unable to leave now because our sect has just been through a huge calamity. However, I'll definitely pay a visit personally to your sect in the future to express my thanks. There's no need for thanks either. The gauze-top woman shook her head and turned to Su Zimo. The reason I stood forth this time round was because I was bequeathed to repay a favor. Upon hearing that, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. She gauze-top woman was definitely Gu Shi. The person who bequeathed her should be Demoness Ji. Instinctively, he turned to look around but did not catch sight of Demoness Ji. Ling Yun followed the gauze-top woman's gaze and froze momentarily. Zimo? The elders of Ethereal Peak revealed odd expressions when they heard that as well. A nascent soul as powerful as such came forth just to repay a favor for a Foundation establishment cultivator? The gauze-top woman continued, If you want to express your thanks, do it to him. With that, the gauze-top woman did not linger and flew away. Ling Yun and the others looked at Su Zimo with endless admiration in their eyes, as though they had just discovered the most precious treasure in this world. Even without the gauze-top woman's remark, Su Zimo had done great merits in this battle. Furthermore, he was at Extreme Foundation Establishment 1. This was the second person after the human emperor in history to have achieved that. If he was already able to kill golden cores and possessed such terrifying potential and combat strength at Foundation Establishment realm, his future accomplishments would definitely not be inferior to that person above the clouds. Of course, the Azura of the Fiend Sex was still the key to them turning the tides and securing victory. Prior to this, everyone in Ethereal Peak harbored immense hatred towards those of the Fiend Sex. As people of the Immortal Sex and the path of righteousness, they viewed the extermination of fiends and demons as a personal duty and would definitely not want to be associated with anyone of the Fiend Sex. But now, after this incident, everyone had complicated feelings towards those of the Fiend Sex, or at least towards Yen Beichin. It did not matter whether he betrayed the sect or he was an evil fiend. What was undeniable was that Ethereal Peak owed him a life-saving debt. Ling Yun wanted to head forth and express his thanks. However, when Yen Beichin remained thousands of feet up above the clouds, Ling Yun couldn't reach that height given his cultivation realm. Yen Beichin's hands were behind his back and he had a cold expression, giving off an aura that forbade people from approaching him. A Grand Elder shook his head and said, Forget it, even if you head up. Given that person's cold and aloof nature, he wouldn't pay any attention to you. That's right. After all, we are all considered to be of the younger generations compared to him. Senior Crane is probably the only person in the sect who is qualified to speak to him. Another Grand Elder added. Ling Yun nodded. Right then, Yen Beichin, who was initially up above the clouds, suddenly descended. Instantly, he arrived before everyone else and looked at Su Zimo, saying indifferently, Su Zimo, follow me. With that said, he turned and headed in the direction of Ethereal Peak's Thunderclap Valley. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was shocked. The Grand Elders who spoke earlier on almost bit their tongue as their eyes widened. Did the two of them know one another? Everyone from Ethereal Peak exchanged glances speechlessly. When they recalled how firm Yen Beichin was in rejecting the Blood Crow Palace's lord's request in taking Su Zimo away, their minds starting reeling. The attitude of the Fiend Sex Azura towards Su Zimo was rather strange. It did not seem as though he merely cherished the fact that Su Zimo was at Extreme Foundation Establishment. Is he thinking of taking Su Zimo with him to Azura sect? A Grand Elder frowned in deep worry. After all, Su Zimo's potential was way too great, and there was a chance that Ethereal Peak would rise in glory if he remained in the sect. Let's not think too much about it. Even if that's what he wants, there's nothing we can do, and there's no one who can stop him either. That's right. In the void not far away, everyone from the royal family of Great Zhou watched on with shocked expressions, taking a long time to recover. Ethereal Peak suffered great losses for that battle. However, the remaining cultivators, be it at Foundation Establishment, Golden Core or Nascent Soul Realm, had gone through the baptism of blood and life and death and would definitely grow to be the strongest supports of Ethereal Peak in the future. This calamity would only cause Ethereal Peak to turn even stronger. Without any accidents, The old immortal crane would also advance a step further to become a Dharma-characteristic ferocious bird. One could almost predict that Ethereal Peak's reputation would grow after this battle, and many cultivators in the territory of Great Zhou would head over due to their great name. Ethereal Peak would rise swiftly. As for the other 4 major sects, they would have to leave with defeated spirits. Notwithstanding the fact that their void reversions were dead, they had countless nascent souls, golden cores, and foundation establishment cultivators who were severely injured or dead as well. It was a great loss for their sects. Be it their cultivators of the younger generations or their top experts, the 4 major sects won't be able to challenge Ethereal Peak any longer. The fact that they were not annihilated despite the circumstances is proof of how much providence is shining on them. At the very least, for the next 1,000 years, Ethereal Peak's position would most likely be unshakable. The Emperor of Great Zhou lamented. Upon returning to the capital, he was prepared to send cultivators over to Ethereal Peak with a huge gift of plenty of elixirs. Let's return. Waving his arm, the Emperor led the crowd back. Su Zimo followed Yen Beichen into Thunderclap Valley. Waving his arm, Yen Beichen set up a barrier that isolated the sounds of rumbling thunder outside. Thereafter, he turned to look at Su Zimo quietly with a scrutinizing gaze. You were the one that obtained the secret skill inside the mystic gold silk armor? Suddenly Yen Beichen asked. Su Zimo nodded. Thank you, senior. Yen Beichen pouted his lips. The Void Thunder Manual is a secret skill that's said to be the Thunder Emperor's compilation of his life's work before his ascension back then. Unfortunately, I only managed to obtain a page of it in the ancient battlefield. The Thunder Emperor. It was no wonder why the demonic chi in Su Zimo's bloodline could be purged just through the mantra of a single page. It was because the Void Thunder Manual had such a powerful origin. A moment later, Yen Beichen asked, You were the one who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance in the ancient battlefield? I was. Su Zimo admitted to it. The Sea Calming Manual had been lost for many years, and it was normal that the cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty could not recognize it. However, Azura sect was one of the super sects of Tianhuang mainland, and Yen Beichen, who was before him, was an expert at the void reversion realm. It was only natural that Su Zimo's saber technique was recognized by the latter. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he recalled the thought that he did not complete earlier on. 1,000 years ago, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, Azura sect, Paragon who used a saber, all the clues that were laid out before him pointed out to an incident in the past clearly. Senior, you were the Azura sect Paragon who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance from the ancient battlefield 1,000 years ago, the title manual? Su Zimo blurted out. Yen Beichen nodded. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why Yen Beichen stared at him earlier on with such an odd expression, as though he was looking at a successor of the younger generation. It was not only because he was a disciple of Ethereal Peak and had obtained the Void Thunder Manual. It was because one after another, they obtained the inheritance of the Saber Emperor as well. Go on, attack. Let me see how much of the Saber Emperor's inheritance you managed to comprehend. Yen Beichen raised his palm lightly, and endless spirit chi gathered towards his palm. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a sinister saber. No longer speaking, Yen Beichen attacked immediately after. Su Zimo's reaction was extremely fast, and he whipped out his blood quencher. Attacking upwards, he released the Sea Calming Manual's countercurrent right away. Clang! The two sabers collided and let out a crisp sound, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The power of the attack was not heavy. Su Zimo could clearly feel that Yen Beichen had repressed his power countless times in order to test his saber. Yen Beichen's attack had already reached the level of force. After that attack, Yen Beichen was expressionless and flicked his wrist. The next attack had already arrived stealthily. His saber technique was blurry and unpredictable. Yet, its killing aura was instantaneous and shuddering. Not good. Su Zimo's heart almost exploded. Against that killing intent, Su Zimo truly thought that Yen Beichen was about to kill him. Instinctively, he unleashed his spirit wings and was about to retreat backwards. However, the moment his spirit wings were summoned, they dissipated and turned into specks of light that scattered in the void. Needless to think, That must have been done by Yen Beichen. Su Zimo buckled his knees and channeled his bloodline, wanting to dodge backwards. Immediately after, to his horror, he realized that there seemed to be 3 walls erected on his left, right and back. He could not move and could only stand motionlessly on the spot. Use your saber. Yen Beichen's voice sounded coldly. Or die. Nobody could question the killing intent of the fiend sex Azura. He had said previously that there was nobody he couldn't and wouldn't dare to kill in the world. And Azura did not require reason to kill. Yen Beichen's attack was one of the stances from Azura Saber. Azura Sex Fiend Air Baiyu had used it before in the ancient battlefield as well, and it was the exact same move. However, although they were exact, the might that was produced from Yen Beichen was worlds apart. That attack was ethereal and was imperceivable. Although Su Zimo felt so terrible he wanted to throw up, he had nowhere to retreat. Taking a deep breath, Su Zimo composed himself and closed his eyes instead, choosing to follow his heart. Suddenly, he slashed out at the void before him. It was the ripple stance of Sea Calming Manual. The entire void seemed to drawn in by that slash, and spirit chi swirled, as though it was creating a massive vortex. Under Yen Beichen's pressure, the vortex stance had also reached the level of force. Although the saber was only slashing at an empty spot, it possessed a centrifugal power of attraction that instantly broke through Yen Beichen's Azura saber's intense state. The initially imperceivable saber was now appearing. Clang! The 2 sabers collided once more and retraced upon a single contact. A subtle hint of admiration could be seen flickering through Yen Beichen's eyes. Carry on. His voice was still cold as ever, without any emotions. The Sea Calming Manual was a saber technique comprehended by the Saber Emperor at the seaside. Be it in terms of toughness or flexibility, it was majestic and overbearing, unlike Azura Saber. Azura Saber was a technique that was purely created for killing, and every single move was sinister and lethal. The 2 different techniques, one righteous and one evil, were supreme secret skills in the Tao of the saber. Yen Beichen continued attacking in succession, and the angles of his attacks were tricky. They withdrew, lifted, or were hidden. Every single attack was filled with boundless imagination that left one speechless. Against such a saber technique, Su Zimo could only deal with them using the ripple stance of the Sea Calming Manual, fighting gentleness with gentleness. Su Zimo's ripple stance turned increasingly mature against that immense pressure, and a saber force that was akin to ripples on the surface of water started to appear gradually. A moment later, Yen Beichen retracted his saber and stood upright. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief, and he could barely contain the joy in his eyes. Apart from the final stance of the Sea Calming Manual, which he was still unable to produce, he managed to comprehend the force levels of the other 4 stances completely. It was all because of the pressure that Yen Beichen gave him that he was able to comprehend them so quickly. Otherwise, even if he practiced against air for dozens of years, he might not be able to reach this step unless he had another opportunity. If cultivators wanted to grow, they would have to grind against the brink of life and death continuously. Of course, what truly brought joy to Su Zimo was not only because he managed to comprehend the realm of force. More than that, under the pretext that they were both on the same power level, he was not weaker than this number 1 paragon of Tianhuang mainland north region in the past in terms of his saber technique. Although Yen Beichen had been immersed in the Tao of the saber for countless years, Su Zimo was not disadvantaged. Amazing! Su Zimo was drenched in sweat and was invigorated. Yen Beichen's expression was cold and his gaze was calm, as though he could read Su Zimo's mind. Do you think that you're incredible because you're able to defend against my attacks? Yen Beichen asked indifferently. Su Zimo remained silent. During their previous exchange of blows, although Yen Beichen was repressing him the entire time, Su Zimo did not reveal any openings, and in fact, he managed to defend all of the former's various attacks. However, Su Zimo was embarrassed to admit to something like that after Yen Beichen read his mind. Yet, Yen Beichen's next remark caused Su Zimo's heart to sink as chills filled his body. Take a look at your body. Yen Beichen's eyes was shimmering with a hint of disdain. Furrowing his brows slightly, Su Zimo lowered his head and he froze up, his pupils constricting violently. Before he knew it, A series of cuts had already been made on the green robes in front of his chest. They intertwined near to his heart and formed a gigantic character for the word death. This, Su Zimo felt his limbs go cold. This meant that if this was an actual life and death battle, he would have died more than 6 times in that short exchange earlier on. The most frightening thing was that he did not notice it at all up till now. The more Su Zimo thought about it, the more alarmed he was. The pride and exhilaration he displayed earlier had vanished entirely. If there were no restrictions and he could rely on his movement techniques from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, his speed and his terrifying physique, Su Zimo might not lose. However, at the very least, he was completely defeated in terms of saber technique. Yan Beichen swiped his storage bag and 2 more ancient manuals appeared in his hands. He handed them to Su Zimo. Focusing his gaze, Su Zimo could not help but exclaim, "The title manual!" The Saber Emperor left 2 inheritances in the ancient battlefield, one of which was the Sea Calming Manual which Su Zimo had obtained. The other one was the title manual which was taken away by Yan Beichen 1,000 years ago. Yan Beichen said, "The title manual is not a saber technique, but a secret skill with 9 levels to it. It was created by the Saber Emperor in the past while he was at the seaside, observing the ebb and flow of the tides. He combined that as a skill together with the Tao of the saber, and it possesses the obscurities of the universe. The title manual and Sea Calming Manual complement and complete one another. After cultivating the title manual, you'll be able to utilize the might of the tide. At level 1, each time you make an attack, there will be an additional layer of power to it, and that's the title might." Su Zimo seemed to have an understanding. Yan Beichen continued, "At level 1 of the title manual, you'll experience a 10% increase in strength. At level 2, 20%. Don't look down on the percentages because in actual combat, the difference will be significant." Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If he managed to cultivate to level 9 of the title might, it would be equivalent to an additional 90%, and that would be akin to twice of his strength. It was enough for him to overwhelm anyone else of the same cultivation realm. Of course, the most important use of the title might is to make up for the flaws of the Sea Calming Manual. Yan Beichen explained, "You are already extremely proficient in your first 4 stances. However, there is still some sluggishness in your transition between gentleness and toughness while changing stances. While ordinary cultivators are almost blind to these openings, you will be in danger of dying if you meet with people who are truly impressive." Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. Indeed, he had experienced slight sluggishness while he was practicing his saber techniques earlier on. However, when he battled in the ancient battlefield against the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects, nobody noticed those openings. As such, Su Zimo did not pay much attention to it. He had not expected that his openings would be so fatal when they were exposed to true experts. Su Zimo was immensely grateful. He had not thought that Yan Beichen would impart to him the title manual so easily without hesitation. "Senior, I'll demonstrate the Sea Calming Manual once and describe to you the details of it." Su Zimo's thought process was simple. He wanted to impart the Sea Calming Manual to Yan Beichen as well as a form of exchange. "There's no need." Yan Beichen waved it off indifferently. "I've already begun to comprehend my own Tao. In my eyes, the Sea Calming Manual is no big deal." There was a hint of arrogance in Yan Beichen's tone. He was firmly convinced that he would definitely be an emperor in the future with accomplishments above the Saber Emperor. Su Zimo did not press on further and took the title manual. When he saw the second ancient manual, he could not help but frown. Azura Saber? The other secret skill was Azura Sec's secret skill. Azura Saber. This? Su Zimo was confused. By doing this, did it mean that Yan Beichen wanted him to join Azura Sect? Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before returning Azura Saber. "I haven't thought about leaving Ethereal Peak before. Senior, please take the Azura Saber back." Yan Beichen glared at him but did not take it back. "Even if you don't join Azura Sect, you can take this saber manual to cultivate. Is this appropriate?" Su Zimo frowned. Usually, one would be severely punished and might even be killed if they imparted the secret skills of a sect. You're telling me that even though I dare to impart it to you, you don't dare to learn it? Yan Beichen sneered. Su Zimo was silent. In the ancient battlefield, he had truly created quite a bit of trouble, and there was nothing he wouldn't dare to learn. Furthermore, it wasn't as though Su Zimo hadn't cultivated techniques of the fiend sex before. Back in the river undercurrent, when he was stuck with Demoness G in that cramped stone coffin, he cultivated the blood refinement fiend sutra that was left inside. At that thought, Su Zimo accepted both the ancient manuals. After pondering silently for a moment, he recalled something and asked, Azura sect is located in the middle continent. Senior, were you able to arrive in time because Senior Gu, she sent you a message? Yan Beichen and looked at Su Zimo with a strange stare. To think that this generation's pure maiden of the fiend sex would have chosen you as her tripod. This was the second time that Su Zimo had heard of the term. The first time was under the human emperor's palace when Demoness G confessed to it after being questioned by the sealer of the illusion fiend cult. What's the meaning of being a tripod of the pure maiden sect? Su Zimo could not help but ask. Yan Beichen did not reply. When Su Zimo saw that, he suppressed the curiosity in his heart for now. He thought for a moment and asked again. Why are all the sects, cultivators, and even the royal family of Great Zhou so wary of the witch race? That cautiousness stems from a catastrophe that happened 10,000 years ago. Yan Beichen replied indifferently. 10,000 years ago, there was an overlord in the north region of Tianhuang mainland, and that was the Great Qian Empire. Its territories were vast and it was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, the center of the Great Qian Empire, its glorious capital, was turned into ruins overnight. Yan Beichen continued. Not only that, the two Buddhist monasteries that resided in the territory of the Great Qian Empire and supported it were annihilated. 10,000 years ago, there were 8 Buddhist monasteries, not the current 6. Ah! Su Zimo was shocked and exclaimed softly. There were 8 Buddhist monasteries 10,000 years ago. A single catastrophe had not only turned an empire into ruins, it even destroyed 2 supersects of Tianhuang mainland. He could not help but ask, what sort of a catastrophe was it? Did it have something to do with the witch race? No. Yan Beichen shook his head. It was another one of the primordial 9 races, the dragon race. Su Zimo's mouth opened gradually in a slight daze. The dragon race. He had quite a bit of a feud with the dragon race as well. Yan Beichen continued. There were many rumors to why the catastrophe happened. However, the conclusion was that a certain dragon in the Dragon Bone Valley was enraged. Dragon Bone Valley? Su Zimo frowned slightly and he thought about the endless white bones he saw back in the primordial ruins. There was also a long sea of bones and a towering dragon carcass. The Dragon Bone Valley is one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Tianhuang mainland. Yan Beichen explained. Indeed, Su Zimo felt a sense of trepidation as he recalled his encounter in the Dragon Bone Valley back then. If not for the mysterious Lin Xuanji, he would have died there even if he had 10 lives. Suddenly, he recalled something that Yan Beichen said earlier and could not help but question in shock and disbelief. It was all because of a dragon? A single dragon was enough to bring the Great Qian Empire and 2 supersects to ruins, changing the state of Tianhuang mainland's north region entirely? That's right. Yan Beichen nodded. An ancestral-level divine dragon. As though he could tell that Su Zimo did not understand the concept of an ancestral-level divine dragon, Yan Beichen added, his combat strength can match the human emperor. Su Zimo was stunned. A moment later, Su Zimo composed himself and continued asking, how many ancestral dragons are there in the dragon race? No one knows, Yan Beichen replied. However, the ancestral dragons are not the strongest of the dragon race. The dragon race also has a dragon emperor whose power is far beyond the ancestral dragons. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt like he was being suffocated and was in immense pressure. If an ancestral dragon could fight against the human emperor, who in the world could stop a dragon emperor if it was born? Yan Beichen continued. The primordial 9 races are innately strong from birth and can wipe out almost everyone else at the same cultivation realm. Throughout history, there has been countless emperors, but among them, There are less than 10 emperors of the human race who can go against the emperors of the primordial 9 races. Su Zimo remained silent. That was the difference between them. Humans were born weak, and that was a fact that couldn't be changed. The experts of the primordial 9 races are already able to fight against emperors of the human race when they were at the ancestral level. They did not even have to be emperors themselves. After a brief pause, Yan Beichen said, "The reason why humans were able to win the ancient war was because of the birth of the human emperor. He was a supreme hero who shocked history and could look down on all other emperors. At the mention of the human emperor, even someone as prideful as Yan Beichen revealed a tinge of admiration in his tone. At that point, Su Zimo gradually understood. What the royal family of Great Zhou was fearful about was not the Blood Crow Palace's lord, but the true experts of the witch race. Blood Crow Palace's lord is merely a remnant of the witch race with an impure bloodline. Otherwise, his combat strength wouldn't have been so pathetic. Now that his physical body was destroyed by me, he won't be able to recover in a short period of time, and Ethereal Peak is in no danger for now. However," Yan Beichen paused for a moment before changing the topic. "You've been extravagant in your ways in the ancient battlefield, killing the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect and destroying Poison Sect while defeating Glass Palace. You'll have to watch out from now on. Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect are located at the north region of Tianhuang mainland." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although no one else in Shentian City apart from Ji Chengtian and the others knew of his background, given the strength of Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect, if they truly wanted to hunt him down, it would just be a matter of time. The only way for him was to hide in seclusion without coming forth. However, what worried Su Zimo even more was that Glass Palace's Pei Chunyu was severely injured and escaped into the Fog Valley with his fate unknown. There was a chance that he would have survived and made it back to Tianhuang mainland. That man was a latent danger. For the first time, Su Zimo felt that there were way too many latent dangers around him. Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, Poison Sect, Blood Crow Palace's lord. The moment all of those latent dangers erupted, the outcome would be unimaginable. He had to get stronger as quickly as possible. With those latent dangers ticking down, the only shot he had at survival was to get stronger as soon as possible. Yan Beichen turned around to leave but paused for a moment before remarking indifferently, "You're at Extreme Foundation Establishment and is the second person in history to do so apart from the human emperor. However, you have to understand that before you form a core, everything is merely a dreamscape. In the super sects of Tianhuang mainland, Foundation Establishment cultivators are only outer sect disciples, and they will only become inner sect disciples after forming a core. That was the difference between super sects and Ethereal Peak. In Ethereal Peak, golden cores could become elders. However, in those super sects they were only inner sect disciples." Yan Beichen added, "I heard that Divine Phoenix Island produced a monster incarnate. Although you're at Extreme Foundation Establishment, you're probably only on par with him." Su Zimo did not reply. He could not possibly divulge the identity of Divine Phoenix Island's monster incarnate. Everyone in the cultivation world knew right now that the Divine Phoenix Island's monster incarnate's right hand was a precious piece of Divine Phoenix bone. If the mighty figures and patriarchs of various factions were to come fight for it, no one could protect him at all. Additionally, although phenomenons are the strongest techniques available for golden cores, there's a difference in strength between the phenomenons, Yan Beichen said. The golden core phenomenons you experienced earlier were the low-end ones with limited power. If you meet with golden cores with ancient phenomenons, even an early-stage golden core would be able to kill you. Are all ancient phenomenons definitely strong? Su Zimo asked with a frown. The phenomenons that are cultivated by ancient emperors, mighty figures and patriarchs have gone through the sands of time and are still not destroyed. Their legacy crosses time, and it's only natural that their powers are incredible. Su Zimo asked again. Are all golden core phenomenons cultivated by the later generations weaker than the ancient phenomenons? Yan Beichen shook his head. It's very difficult. All the cultivation techniques you're using right now has been passed down from history. As such, it's only natural that the phenomenons you cultivate can't break out of the shadows of the past ancient phenomenons that easily. If you can really create a mighty phenomenon that's able to compare against the ancient phenomenons, you'll definitely be recorded into the books of history and be nominated into the unusual phenomenon ranking. Unusual phenomenon ranking? Su Zimo was slightly stunned. Yan Beichen replied, "You should know that the ancient battlefield was formed from dimensional shards and is differentiated into different levels based on its stability." Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Demonist G had told him about that many years ago. Yan Beichen continued, "Foundation establishment cultivators can be sent into the elementary ancient battlefield, and it can be opened once every 10 years. The intermediate is more stable and can allow golden cores to cultivate within, opening up once per 100 years. In the intermediate ancient battlefield, there's an extremely famous divine ranking that has been passed down from history known as the unusual phenomenon ranking. The ranking list has a total of 108 positions and millions of golden cores fight for a spot. Only those that have their names listed on the unusual phenomenon ranking are befitting of the word paragon." Yan Beichen said, "I'm sure I don't need to elaborate more about the benefits of the ancient battlefield. Both you and I are beneficiaries of them." Su Zimo nodded. If he hadn't entered the ancient battlefield, there was no way he would have cultivated to his current cultivation realm within a short period of time. Be it the path of immortals or demons, Su Zimo was already half a step through to creating a core. Furthermore, he wouldn't have been able to unlock 9 spirit meridians and reach the legendary Extreme Foundation Establishment realm. He wouldn't have had a chance to obtain the secret skill, ancient dragonification manual, and the Khanate spirit weapon, the coiling dragon seal either. Su Zimo had truly benefited way too much from the elementary ancient battlefield. The intermediate ancient battlefield only opens up once every 100 years, and the unusual phenomenon ranking refreshes once per 100 years as well. Yan Beichen continued, "Apart from fame throughout the cultivation world, the higher one's name was on the ranking list, the more benefits they would obtain. There's a very high chance for one to obtain a massive opportunity and skyrocket from that point." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly asked, "Senior, what was your ranking on the unusual phenomenon ranking in the past?" "Number 1. Yan Beichen replied calmly, as though he was recounting something that couldn't be any more normal. All of a sudden, both Su Zimo and Yan Beichen sensed something and turned around, gazing into the distance. On a mountain peak, the old immortal crane stood with bedazzling green feathers that burned with fiery flames. Its body seemed to have gotten much larger than before. The red crown on its head seemed like it was a massive fireball. It had broken through. The old immortal crane was already a void reversion, pure-blooded, ferocious bird to begin with. Now that it advanced a step further, it was akin to a Dharma characteristic Tao lord of the human race and had broken through the restraints of heaven and earth, breaking free from its imminent crisis of an expiring lifespan. Demons had an extremely different cultivation method from humans, and they did not have early, mid, and late stages to their major cultivation realms. Therefore, demons would usually be stuck in a major realm for a long time and could not break through for hundreds or thousands of years. The good thing was that demons were innately strong from birth, and they had a much longer than humans on the same cultivation realm. For example, the old immortal crane had been stuck in the void reversion realm for more than 1,000 years. However, once a demon achieves a breakthrough and breaks free of the shackles of heaven and earth, it would mean that they have advanced a major cultivation realm, and their increase in strength would be utterly frightening. Prior to this, the old immortal crane had no chance of winning against Blood Crow Palace's lord. But now that the old immortal crane had advanced and was equivalent to a human Dharma characteristic, she could kill the palace lord with ease. Suddenly, the old immortal crane opened its eyes and reared its head into the skies, crying. It was a piercing screech that reverberated through the world. An extremely terrifying aura burst forth from the peak of Ethereal Peak and started spreading out. All 5 peaks were shaken. The ancient forest shook, and all the living beings within the radius of 500 kilometers sprawled on the ground, silent with fear. Instantly, the entire world went silent. Even the air around Ethereal Peak went still, and the clouds stopped floating. Yan Beichen's pupils constricted slightly. Even he was feeling some slight palpitations through that power. Innate divine powers. Yen Beichen took a deep breath of air and murmured, "Is that what divine powers are like? It's truly strong. What are divine powers?" Su Zimo could not help but ask. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had only heart of spirit arts and dermic arts that were above the former. However, he had never heard of divine powers. Divine powers are even more terrifying than spirit and dermic arts. Simply put, divine powers goes beyond one's imagination and are the type of methods you only hear of in legends. Su Zimo was shocked to hear this. It was even more terrifying than spirit and dermic arts. Yen Beichun said slowly, "Lifting mountains and chasing the moon, that's a divine power. Plucking the stars from the heavens, that's a divine power. Incinerating the heavens and burning the seas, that's a divine power. Summoning wind and rain, scattering beams to form troops, those are all divine powers." Su Zimo's mouth opened slightly, and he could not contain the shock in his eyes. One could pluck the stars in the skies. One could boil the oceans and even burn the heavens. Everything was truly beyond Su Zimo's imagination. A brand new cultivation that was vast and incredible started forming in his mind. It was something that invigorated him and made him look forward to. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized, although he had already started cultivating a long time ago, he had only just begun on the long path of cultivation. "How do you cultivate divine powers?" Su Zimo asked excitedly. Shaking his head gently, Yen Beichen replied, "You are too far from divine powers and even I'm unable to cultivate them. Void reversions are known as Tao beings. Thereafter comes the Dharma characteristic realm where they are known as Tao lords. Even after that is the conjoint body realm where one will be known as a mighty figure. Lastly, they will reach the Mahayana realm and be known as patriarchs. One is only qualified to cultivate the art of divine powers when they are at the Mahayana realm." Su Zimo was a little disappointed. He was only at Foundation Establishment realm right now, and even the Void Reversion realm was far from his reaches, let alone the Mahayana realm. However, on second thought, he exclaimed softly and asked with a frown, "However, Senior Crane has just broken through and is only equivalent to a Dharma characteristic. How is she able to comprehend divine powers?" "That's because she's a demon," Yen Beichen replied. "After Void Reversion realm, demons would comprehend a divine power with every step they advance thereafter. The purer their bloodline, the more frightening the divine powers they comprehend would be." Suddenly, Su Zimo's eyes shimmered when he heard this, as he was enlightened about something. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness had a total of 9 sections. The 7th section, Core Formation, was equivalent to the human golden core realm. The 8th section, In Spirit, was equivalent to the nascent soul realm, and the 9th section, Yang Spirit, was equivalent to the void reversion realm. There was nothing to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness beyond that. Initially, Su Zimo could not understand why there were only 9 sections to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. But now, he understood that there was no need for any manuals and techniques after the Yang Spirit section. As long as he made an advancement after that, he would be able to comprehend his own innate divine powers. Su Zimo asked again, "Demons are already able to comprehend innate divine powers at Dharma characteristic realm. Since divine powers are so strong, how do human cultivators deal with them?" Yen Beichen replied, "Once a human enters Dharma characteristic realm, they would naturally undergo transformations and be able to sense heaven and earth while summoning supreme dharmic powers. At that point, the heaven and earth dharma characteristics that they conjure would be able to fight against the innate divine powers of the demon race." Su Zimo seemed to have an understanding. It was the same as when demons formed their inner cores. At that point, the strength and speed would increase exponentially and their physiques would reach a terrifying level of toughness that weak humans couldn't fight against. However, after the elites of the human race formed their golden cores, they would be able to produce golden core phenomenons. The immensely powerful phenomenons could enable them to fight against demons. From the point where they were enslaved in the primordial era to their rise in the ancient era, the cultivation methods of the immortal Buddhist and fiend Taoists of the human race had matured for a long time. The rise of the human race was definitely not due to luck. "I've already severed my karma," It's time for me to leave. Yen Beichen left a single remark and did not linger further, soaring into the skies before speeding into the distance. Little Chen. The old immortal crane called out hurriedly when she noticed that. In the eyes of the younger generation, Yen Beichen was a cold and indifferent old monster. However, more than 1,000 years ago when he joined Ethereal Peak, he was still a child. The old immortal crane had seen him grow up and advance step by step. Yen Beichen's figure staggered for a brief moment but did not turn back. He continued heading forward and disappeared into the horizons before long. When he saw that, Su Zimo came to a sudden realization. The reason why Ethereal Peak lingered so long in Ethereal Peak after the battle was not merely because of him. Yen Beichen was worried about the old immortal crane's safety and was actually defending her in silence here. Given Yen Beichen's character, he would definitely not admit to something like this. The old immortal crane had a conflicted expression and sighed gently. Su Zimo could vaguely sense that there was something more as to why Yen Beichen betrayed Ethereal Peak and joined the Fiend sect, Azura sect, more than 1,000 years ago. The old immortal crane turned and transformed into a middle-aged, red-headed beauty. She had blushed fair skin and looked to be in her early 30s. Waving her arm casually, her robes extended thousands of feet away and brought Su Zimo before her instantly. Congratulations, senior. Su Zimo was truly elated when he saw that the old immortal crane was able to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and extend her lifespan. With the addition of a new Dharma characteristic expert, itinerant cultivators in the territory of Great Zhou would definitely want to join Ethereal Peak in the future, and the rise of the sect was certain. I should be the one thanking you. The old immortal crane smiled and looked towards a spot in the forest outside of Ethereal Peak. Someone from the Fiend sects must have sent a message for Little Chun to arrive in time. I suppose that has something to do with you. Su Zimo remained silent. I don't have any biasness towards the Fiend sections. Head over there and take a look. Someone has been waiting for you for a long time. The old immortal crane pointed to a deep portion of the forest and said with a smile. All right. Su Zimo smiled and spread his spirit wings, speeding towards the forest. In the depths of the forest, a pink figure stood upright with black hair that fell like a waterfall. Her long dress accentuated her curvy figure to its best. The veil on the girl's face had already been removed, and she was smiling towards his direction with a peerlessly flawless face. Thank you. Su Zimo was silent for a long time after arriving before finally speaking. Demoness G could not help but stifle a laugh. Blinking her eyes, she skipped around gently and closed in to Su Zimo playfully. A fragrance wafted over. Their cheeks were extremely close together, and Demoness G asked with a sweet breath, "How are you going to thank me?" With that said, she bit her cherry lips in a seemingly dissatisfied manner and looked at Su Zimo expectantly. He lowered his gaze with the calmness of an old monk. Not daring to meet with her gaze, he took a step back instead. After not seeing her for half a year, Demoness G's charm techniques had gotten even more terrifying. Su Zimo lamented to himself. Seems like she has gotten quite a few opportunities in the human emperor's palace back then as well. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Demoness G returned to normal and chuckled before remarking with a relaxed tone. You don't have to thank me since you've saved me before as well. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. After a brief silence, Demoness G whispered, You offended so many people in the ancient battlefield. Why didn't you join the Fiend sects together with Senior Azura? Although he is cold, indifferent, and doesn't care about relationships, I can tell that he seems to treat you rather specially. Su Zimo shook his head. Demoness G continued, There's another 20 years to go before the intermediate ancient battlefield opens up. Ethereal Peak doesn't have the strength and isn't able to break through the barriers to enter the intermediate ancient battlefield as well. At that time, remember to come look for me. I'll bring you in. We'll discuss it again. In any case, there's 20 more years to go. There's no hurry. I'll make a move first. Yes. Seeing that Su Zimo had no intention of asking her to stay, Demoness G was secretly frustrated and harumphed gently in a begrudging manner. She had just turned around when his voice sounded, somewhat hesitantly. What's the meaning of the pure maiden sex tripod? Demoness G's back was facing Su Zimo and a hint of shyness flickered through her eyes. Hiding it swiftly, she turned around with a fake smile. What do you think it means? There was a saying in the cultivation world that tripods were members of the opposite sex captured and used by evil cultivators to increase their cultivation realms. They would use the tripods to do a double cultivation method by using the tripod's yin to replenish their yang or vice versa. Tripods were akin to slaves and most of them ended up in miserable states, dying from a complete exhaustion of their yin or yang essences. Naturally, Su Zimo had heard of that saying before. However, he did not believe that the pure maiden sex tripod was the same thing. I don't know. He shook his head. Demoness G smiled. Tripods are naturally used for cultivation. When he saw that Demoness G clearly did not wish to elaborate, Su Zimo did not question further. I'm going. She waved to Su Zimo with her back facing him. I'll tease you again next time. Gazing at Demoness G's departing back view, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and turned to leave as well, heading towards Ethereal Peak. This time round, he intended to enter seclusion to try and form his core upon returning. Su Zimo wanted to form his cores for both his immortality and demonic cultivations. Nighttime, Ethereal Peak, a cave abode. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and his eyes were shut. He had already sat there for an entire day without budging like a statue. Although it seemed like he did not make any progress, Su Zimo was making preparations to ensure that nothing went wrong. There were only 12 words to the first sentence of the core formation section. Calm the monkey mind, control the prancing horse, subdue dragons and tigers. That was the first and most important step to core formation. An active mind was like a monkey, unable to keep still. The fluctuations of emotions was like a prancing horse, running wildly. One had to conquer the monkey mind and prancing horse with unparalleled determination, and even subdue dragons or tigers if necessary. All things were connected. In the immortal sex, one would achieve a pure mind by adhering to the extremities of silence. In the Buddhist monasteries, one would chant Buddhist proclamations and refrain from speaking. In reality, all of those were guiding one towards calming the monkey mind and the prancing horse of one's intents. For young people, they were inexperienced and emotional. As such, it was the most difficult for them to calm the monkey mind and prancing horse while cultivating. Older cultivators have been through endless events and are jaded towards the world. As such, it becomes comparatively easy for them instead. Although Su Zimo was not old and he had cultivated for less than 30 years by now, he had been through endless ups and downs in life and wandered around the boundaries of death as well. His mind was resolute and could not be moved. Often, he treated things with humbleness and took care of the overall picture, paying keen attention to things. He took things in his stride and did not overly meddle. Subconsciously, he was already suppressing his monkey mind and the prancing horse while subduing dragons and tigers with supreme determination. After entering meditation, the first 6 sections of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness revolved through his mind in an unhurried motion thoroughly. It went from the beginning body tempering to tendons transformation, bone strengthening, marrow cleansing, organs refinement, then to the orifice cleansing section. There was a remark in the core formation section. Cultivate the chi of the 5 organs and consume the 7 lights. The 7 lights referred to the 7 orifices. As time flowed, countless nights passed by in the blink of an eye. Within the cave abode, the demonic chi that was surrounding Su Zimo intensified and his 7 orifices shone with a divine radiance. His skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, organs, and 7 orifices formed a perfect major heavenly cycle, circulating endlessly. Gradually, the demonic chi outside his body started converging towards the center of his chest. After chi condensation and foundation establishment, cultivators would enter core formation and their golden cores would be created an inch beneath their navel, located at where the spirit chi si and dantian was at. But now, the location of Su Zimo's demonic cultivation for his inner core was clearly different. It was at the center of his chest, extremely close to his heart. The scarlet demon chi was limitless and boundless, converging towards his chest repeatedly while swirling, as if a massive vortex was about to materialize. Be it for demons or humans, core formation was always the most critical step of their cultivation path. This was a sort of finale towards their earlier path of cultivation. After forming a core, it would be the first time they truly broke free of the shackles of heaven and earth, increasing their lifespans. If they failed, everything would come to an end. Su Zimo was motionless and his black hair swayed without any wind. A series of ancient demons were conjured around him, baring their claws and fangs with a menacing ferocity as their eyes shimmered with a red gleam. All of those ancient demons paused for a brief moment before being sucked into Su Zimo's chest by that scarlet vortex. Su Zimo's aura was turning increasingly terrifying. Under the shroud of the scarlet vortex, his body underwent another baptism and transformed once more. His flesh started expanding and his bones and veins shook and buzzed, as though metal was clashing. Twitching violently, his major tendons gave off snapping sounds like thunder and it was shuddering. At the back mountain from Ethereal's main peak, the old immortal crane felt something and jolted awake from her meditation cultivation. More than 10 days ago, Ethereal Peak experienced a calamity and suffered immense losses. Up till now, many cultivators were still healing and had not recovered completely. Even though the old immortal crane was in cultivation, she was paying attention to any activity within the sect keenly. Right now, she was in the Dharma characteristic realm and her strength had grown immensely. Her essence spirit's cultivation had also deepened as well. When released, her spirit consciousness could travel thousands of kilometers away, and every single slight activity would be noticed by her. She sensed the strange situation on Su Zimo's side a long time ago. What a strong aura. He's about to break through. Although the old immortal crane was at the back mountain, her spirit consciousness engulfed Su Zimo's cave abode and saw everything clearly. As time passed by, the shock in the old immortal crane's eyes deepened. Even a pure-blooded ferocious beast doesn't have such a strong demonic technique within its lineage memories. She murmured to herself sternly, "This lad truly has too many secrets on him." Even with her experience, she could not see through all the secrets. They were things that she could not comprehend even at her cultivation realm. How could a human cultivate a technique meant for demons? In the primordial era where the thousands of races reigned, an apocalyptic battle broke out and countless races were destroyed, going extinct. The races that remained formed a massive group that became known as the demons to the later generations. Therefore, there were many different types of demons, and birds, beasts, flora, fishes, and even insects were considered as part of it. A massive bear that was as big as a mountain could be considered as a demon. However, the same could be said for an ant as tiny as a speck of dust or even a blade of grass in the forest. There were many legends in the cultivation world of grasses and wood obtaining spirits and gaining the Tao. The myriad of varieties meant that every single demon had a different body structure, and it was even more different when compared to humans. For example, flora demons did not have skin, flesh, tendons, bones, or organs. Bull demons had 4 hooves and 2 horns, while snake demons had no legs nor horns. The old immortal crane truly could not imagine how there would be a demon technique that a human could cultivate in this world, let alone one that was so terrifying. Unless there was a single possibility. It was a technique that retained all the essence of various demon cultivation techniques. By sieving out the portions that were suitable for a human to cultivate, one could combine all of those together. However, that was a massive project and would require unimaginable effort and focus. Even the ancient emperors wouldn't be able to do it. Who was it who could have created such a cultivation technique? What was the point of this cultivation technique's existence? Could this terrifying being have spent endless effort and hard work just to create this demon cultivation technique to impart to Su Zimo? The old immortal crane fell into deep thoughts. It was pitch black within the cave abode. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his eyes and it was extremely sinister, like 2 flashes of lightning streaking through the dark night. Swoosh! He stood up and his flesh expanded. His bones shifted with a series of cracking sounds and his entire body grew, as though he was about to break through the clouds. It was akin to the rise of a massive ancient demon in the darkness. Bang! Boom! Boom! Su Zimo's body continued growing endlessly and his head was almost bursting through the ceiling of the cave abode. The entire place shook as though it was about to collapse at any moment. Broken rocks fell on Su Zimo's head continuously, but he was perfectly fine. For a disciple such as Su Zimo, the layout of his cave abode was already similar to that of a golden core. It was spacious and had a high ceiling. Without the use of external objects, golden cores could soar through the air and reach 100 feet in height. Naturally, the height of the cave abode had to be more than 100 feet. What was 100 feet akin to? It was similar to a building with 10 levels. Now that Su Zimo was breaking through the roof of the cave abode, it meant that his body had already grew to the height of 100 feet. Energy surged into his body endlessly and gathered around his chest. His body expanded rapidly and caused his flesh to tear open, creating blood mists. His bones were cracking non-stop and even his major tendons were being extended to their limits. Su Zimo was covered in blood. His immensely strong regeneration abilities were healing his injuries repeatedly. Healing after being destroyed. Healing after being destroyed. The cycle continued. The aura that was given off by his body was turning increasingly terrifying. The process of his flesh tearing and regenerating was extremely unendurable. Su Zimo was undergoing unimaginable torment. A long time later, finally unable to hold it in, he slouched his spine and opened his mouth, revealing veins that burst forth from his neck as he let out a thunderous roar from the depths of his throat. Roar! It sounded like a dragon and a tiger, spreading through the entire place and shocking the world. Night was the time for birds and beasts to roam and hunt for food, and their roars and cries could be heard everywhere. However, after Su Zimo's roar, all the mountains nearby fell into complete silence. The old immortal crane jolted awake from her thoughts and her heart skipped a beat. The glabella of the old immortal crane shone, and she released her spirit consciousness swiftly, forming a pitch-black light barrier that isolated Su Zimo's cave abode from the outside world. No one could check on him using their eyes or spirit consciousness. Su Zimo's demonic cultivation must not be revealed yet. Cultivators bore a deep-rooted grudge towards demons, and that was a fact that was difficult to change. If they knew that Su Zimo was undergoing demonic cultivation, the other cultivators of the sect would not be able to accept it. The commotion it would cause would be too great. Many nascent souls and golden cores were alarmed. Thinking that a strong foe had arrived, they came forth from their cave abodes one after another despite the fact that their wounds were not fully healed. Gazing over, everyone caught sight of a light barrier and could not see what was going on inside. Leave first and continue healing up. There's nothing important happening here. The old immortal crane's voice rang in everyone's mind. All the ethereal peak cultivators heaved a sigh of relief and returned, albeit with slightly confused gazes. Everyone had heard that roar loud and clear. Even the nascent souls of the sect felt their hearts skip a beat. What demon was that? It sounds terrifying. I don't know, but its background shouldn't be simple. It should have been taken down by Senior Crane. Many cultivators of the sect discussed in hushed whispers as they went their separate ways. They could not see that the cave abode that was within the pitch-black light barrier had already collapsed. In the rumbling dust, a towering figure more than 100 feet tall stood. Unknowingly, Su Zimo's clothes had already been torn apart, revealing defined bronze muscles that shone with a metallic luster. Blood vessels surfaced on his body one after another as the green veins lined the entire place in a terrifying sight, as though snakes were crawling everywhere. This was a body that could be described as perfect. A series of terrifying phantoms surrounded that body, exuding ancient auras. There was a desolate bull that plowed the heavens, a mighty and towering rock bear, a swiveling anaconda, a wild sanguine ape, a rampant divine steed, a cruel hell's tiger, a winged leopard that traversed the winds. The 7 ancient demons that he had cultivated up to this point of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness were appearing, baring their fangs and claws in a frightening lifelike manner. A round ball of blood was swiveling in Su Zimo's chest, beside his heart, and emitting a rich demonic chi. That was the inner core of the demon race. Inner core formation success. Sensing the 7 ancient demons that were revolving around him, Su Zimo gained a semblance of realization. There were already 7 demon kings up till this point of his cultivation. In other words, 5 more had yet to appear. The limits of his cultivation of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness should be when all 12 demon kings appeared. Su Zimo did not know who were the other 5 demon kings. In the mystic classic that Dai Yu left him, the Yin spirit section was a mystery. Given his current cultivation realm, he could not understand it at all. A blood-red inner core swiveled slowly within his chest. Su Zimo could barely contain the joy in his eyes and merely gripped his fists gently. With every single action he took, he could sense the massive power coming from each part of his body that seemed to be able to crush mountains. It was a leap in quality. Su Zimo withdrew a supreme-grade flying sword from his storage bag and injected spirit energy to it. The sword shone brightly with a cold intent. Su Zimo flicked the blade with his finger gently. Buzz! The blade quivered. The clash of his flesh and a supreme-grade flying sword had actually caused the sound of metal clashing to be emitted. Circulating his spirit energy fully, the spirit sea in Su Zimo's dantian surged and 9 spirit meridians appeared. He took a deep breath of air and with a blazing gaze, struck the supreme-grade flying sword heavily against his arm. Clang! The flying sword was repelled. His arm was completely fine. Although Su Zimo had not managed to cultivate a golden core in his immortality cultivation yet, he was at the legendary Extreme Foundation establishment realm. At full power, his strength was comparable to an early-stage golden core. Right now, the sword did not even leave a single mark on his arm. Even the old immortal crane was shocked when she saw that. The most resilient parts of a demon's body were mostly their fangs and claws. If a supreme-grade flying sword couldn't even penetrate Su Zimo's flesh, a perfect spirit weapon might not be able to hurt his bones as well. If that was the case, it was even less likely that his organs could be injured. The old immortal crane was certain that Su Zimo's body was even stronger than pure-blooded ferocious beasts at Golden Core Realm. That was because she was a pure-blooded ferocious bird herself. Su Zimo had just formed his inner core and yet, he was already in possession of such a terrifying physique. If he were to continue cultivating and arrive at the limits of core formation, the old immortal crane did not dare to imagine. Piak! Right then, a crisp sound rang out from Su Zimo's cave abode. The old immortal crane's pupils constricted and her heart skipped a beat. Su Zimo was holding onto the dim shards of a broken sword with both palms. The supreme-grade flying sword from earlier on was snapped by his bare hands. This? The old immortal crane was a little stunned and her eyes widened while her mouth opened. She suddenly recalled the little mysterious pitch-black beast of unknown origins that Su Zimo had brought back 4 years ago. As she thought about the terrifying fangs and claws of that little mysterious beast, she could not help but lament. This lad's physique is probably comparable to Night Spirit by now. Until now, she did not know of Night Spirit's origins. Both of them are monsters. The old immortal crane could not help but add another remark mentally. Compared to Su Zimo and Night Spirit, her bloodline as a pure-blooded ferocious bird was akin to the bloodline of a domestic fowl. In the cave abode, looking at the broken sword in his palms, Su Zimo thought about that fateful night when Dai Yu imparted to him the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and could not help but go into a daze. She once mentioned that he had to reach the 7th section, core formation, if he wanted to seek revenge from perfected being Tsonglang. Right now, he was there. 8 years have passed since that night. His entire journey up till his point had been surreal. As he recounted the times he spent in the cultivation field back in Pingyang Town with Dai Yu, Su Zimo went silent and gradually entered a trance-like manner. Zimo! Suddenly, the voice of the old immortal crane sounded within the cave abode. Don't get distracted. You have just formed a core, and you have to continue cultivating to stabilize your cultivation realm. Su Zimo jolted awake. It was only at that moment that he realized how much of a mess his breakthrough had created. His cave abode had already collapsed and dust was rumbling everywhere as debris laid on the ground. The reason why the other cultivators were not alarmed was due to the pitch-black light barrier in his surroundings. Su Zimo bowed hurriedly. Thank you, Senior Crane. He shocked himself with his comment. His voice had changed completely. It was loud as a bell and robust, enough to shake one's mind. The old immortal crane said gently, "You have to control the power of your inner core to a point where it's natural. Otherwise, how are you going to be able to face other people? Even your voice will be enough to scare them." Su Zimo nodded and did not delay it any further. Shrugging his massive body, he assumed a lotus position and continued cultivating. After forming a core, stabilizing his cultivation realm and controlling the power of his inner core was relatively simpler and did not carry any risk. All he had to do was spend time to feel the inner core and familiarize himself with it while getting accustomed to the many changes to his body. At that time, his cultivation realm would stabilize gradually as well. As time passed by, the phantoms of the 7 demon kings surrounding Su Zimo gradually faded. His body was shrinking as well. The demonic chi surrounding him gushed into his chest continuously. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Morning, daybreak. A ray of sunlight broke through the mist and landed on a clear and elegant face. His black hair fell casually like a waterfall and swayed gently by itself. The man's eyes were closed and the sunlight moved slowly around his body until he was shining from head to toe. Against the shroud of the sunlight, his body shone with sparkles and was as shiny and flawless as jade. The man resembled a deity that had just entered the mortal realm and was in a pure silence. That was a true transformation. All of a sudden, the man opened his eyes and 2 divine lights shone in a dazzling manner that was even more intense than the sunlight. However, the divine lights faded swiftly as well. Calmness returned to his eyes. Lowering his head, the man looked at his body that had returned to normal and nodded in satisfaction. Retrieving a set of green robes from his storage bag, he wore them once more. The man was Su Zimo, who had just formed his core. Right now, he was already able to master the power of his inner core completely. As long as he did not make use of the power of his inner core, even if he channeled his bloodline, Su Zimo's body would not change in an obvious manner. Before he knew it, the isolating pitch-black light barrier set by the old immortal crane had already disappeared. Su Zimo rose and took a deep breath of air, relishing the freshness of the mountains. His entire body was relaxed and every single one of his pores seemed to have opened up. His cave abode had already turned into ruins and he couldn't stay in it any longer. Rising slowly, Su Zimo flew past the ruins and headed outside without a sound. Suddenly, Su Zimo's gaze shifted and he exclaimed softly, pausing in his tracks subconsciously. Outside the ruins, a young girl sat on the ground hugging her knees. Her features were exquisite and she had golden hair, but it was messy and had many curls. She had not rested for a long time and the girl looked extremely fatigued. Leaning on a cold slab of rock beside the entrance of the ruins, the girl was snoozing. Su Zimo pondered and understood what happened. He had created such a huge commotion with his core formation that it must have alarmed many people. Because Xianxia was worried, she guarded at the entrance and was unwilling to leave. She was dirty all over and her petite face was filled with specks of dust. However, they could not conceal her moving and peerless features. Perhaps the sunlight was blinding, or perhaps she sensed something after Su Zimo glared at her for a long time. Xianxia's eyelids twitched and she opened her eyes, stirring awake. "Ah!" she exclaimed and blushed slightly when she saw Su Zimo looking at her from nearby with a smile on his face. Xianxia stood up hurriedly and patted away the dust on her body. Not daring to look at Su Zimo directly, she remarked in a shy manner, I fell asleep by accident. How long have you been here?" Su Zimo realized that his voice had already returned to normal and was gentle and warm. 3 days, Xianxia replied. That warmed Su Zimo's heart. 3 days ago was the moment when he had just formed his inner core and his cave abode had collapsed. Because he had both demonic and immortality cultivation, 3 days without rest was nothing much to him and he was still energized. However, it was unendurable for a young lady like Xianxia. Su Zimo said tenderly, "Go back and rest, I'm fine." "Oh." Xianxia nodded and continued, Master said that your cave abode is destroyed and asked you to relocate to another one. Master! Su Zimo froze for a moment. Xianxia replied merrily. Senior Crane has accepted to take me in as her disciple. That's great. Su Zimo was delighted and nodded, quipping at her. Your seniority in the sect is even higher than mine from now on. The old immortal Crane was the most senior and the strongest within the sect. Xianxia's future accomplishments would be limitless learning from the old immortal Crane directly. Don't worry, young master. My cave abode is right beside yours. Xianxia explained hurriedly. You can call for me if you require anything from now on. I'll help you do it right away, just like back in Mo's spirit weapon workshop. Su Zimo smiled. From now on, we're sect mates. There's no need for us to get along like before. That won't do. If you hadn't taken me in back then, I wouldn't be here today. Xianxia shook her head and replied solemnly, Young master, no matter what cultivation realm or status I reach in the future, I'll always be the same maidservant by your side. You're speaking nonsense again. Su Zimo chuckled and did not take it to heart. What he did not know was that the nonsense to him was a resolute oath in Xianxia's heart. Su Zimo remarked, Let's go. Take me to the cave abode. Yes. Xianxia nodded. The two of them traveled on their flying swords one after another. Along the way, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked in a seemingly casual manner, Did anything big happen during this period of time? Nothing much, Xianxia thought for a while. There's just many itinerant cultivators that want to join the sect. The royal family of Great Zhou and the other 4 major sects sent cultivators with gifts one after another as well to express goodwill. Now that Ethereal Peak had a Dharma characteristic expert in their midst and had undergone rebirth through nirvana after the flames of war, their rise was only a matter of time. Those changes were naturally within Su Zimo's guess as well. Going silent for a moment, he narrowed his gaze and asked, Iridescent Cloud's Palace and True Fire Sect sent people as well? That's right. Xianxia nodded. After a brief pause, she continued, Don't worry, young master. The other 4 major sects lost their void reversions and many of their nascent souls, golden cores and foundation establishment cultivators were injured and dead after this battle at Ethereal Peak. Given the immense losses, they wouldn't be able to recover within the next 1,000 years and won't be a threat to us. Su Zimo remained silent. Although the other 4 major sects had already showed signs of submission, the life and death feud between him and perfected being Conglang was irreconcilable. Perfected being Conglang must have realized that his chances would get slimmer the longer time passed. Su Zimo was at extreme foundation establishment realm. However, what was perfected being Conglang's potential? How could he possibly compete with the growth of someone at extreme foundation establishment? Before long, the two of them arrived before 2 cave abodes. Xianxia chuckled. We're here. Mine is the right one and yours is on the left, young master. All right, go and have a rest. All right. Call for me if you need anything, young master. Xianxia did not reject him because she was truly too tired and left that remark before heading into her cave abode. Right. Suddenly, Su Zimo called Xianxia back and hesitated for a moment before asking, How much do you remember about your childhood? Ah? A hint of panic flickered through the depths of Xianxia's eyes. Lowering her head, she stuttered, I can't remember. I've been wandering around the capital of Great Zhou the entire time until I met you, young master. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia deeply without pursuing it further. It's nothing much, I was merely asking. Go on then. Nodding, Xianxia did not dare to look at Su Zimo and ran along a path towards the cave abode behind her. Su Zimo gazed at Xianxia's back view with deep thoughts. Actually, Xianxia's background has always been mysterious. Back in Mo's spirit weapon workshop, Su Zimo already knew that. It wasn't just because of Xianxia's innate divine strength and shocking cultivation speed. There was something else. Back then, when they first met and Su Zimo handed Xianxia some food, Night Spirit who was in his embrace had actually closed in and sniffed Xianxia from head to toe. There were not many things that could interest Night Spirit. The dragon egg in the Dragon Bone Valley was one of them. Of course, that alone was not enough to suspect that there was anything wrong with Xianxia's background. The most important thing was that from the moment Su Zimo met Xianxia, the latter was already around 15 years old. But now that 4 years had passed, she still looked like a young girl. Time seemed to have stopped on Xianxia's body. This was impossible, unless Xianxia's innate lifespan was extremely long, such that 4 years was almost negligible compared to her total lifespan. What sort of person, or rather race, would possess such a long lifespan upon birth? Su Zimo had a vague guess in his mind. It might not be an accurate guess. After all, there were many treasures and strange fruits on Tianhuang mainland. It was possible that Xianxia might have consumed some miraculous fruit or elixir in the past, resulting in her innate divine strength and extremely long lifespan. The old immortal crane must have spotted something as well, and that was why she chose to take in Xianxia as her disciple. Of course, it wasn't because Su Zimo suspected Xianxia's intents. Although Xianxia hid her background intentionally, she was a simple and kind girl and harbored no evil intentions towards him or Ethereal Peak, who didn't have their own secrets. Su Zimo had his own as well. He would definitely not tell anybody about his demonic cultivation casually. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo set the matter aside temporarily. He took a walk around and relaxed himself before returning to his new cave abode. He was prepared to continue to form his golden core. Although he had already cultivated an inner core and his strength had increased exponentially, he did not dare to activate the power of the inner core and kill his enemies in his demon form recklessly. He could only be considered as a true golden core if he entered the golden core realm through his immortality cultivation. Furthermore, Su Zimo was excited to see the type of golden core phenomenon he would create. Iridescent clouds palace, ash parasol mountain. An old man in scarlet robes flew through the air without relying on any external objects, descending slowly in front of a cave abode on the middle of a mountain. The sect badge on his waist indicated that he was from True Fire sect. This was Sima Ji, a golden core of True Fire sect. A towering ancient tree stood in front of the cave abode with a stone table beneath it. A man in azure blue robes sat solemnly on a stone stool, his long, narrow eyes shimmering coldly. "Brother Tsong Lang, why have you called for me so urgently?" Sima Ji asked the moment he landed. The azure-robed man was perfected being Tsong Lang of Iridescent Clouds Palace. Perfected being Tsong Lang had a calm expression and took a sip of tea unhurriedly, only speaking after he put down the teacup. "Brother Sima, you don't even know that you're at death's door?" "Ah?" Sima Ji was startled. However, he composed himself in the blink of an eye and shook his head, laughing. "Tsong Lang, what kind of joke is this?" "That Su Zimo is at Extreme Foundation Establishment. Given his vengeful nature, do you think he's going to let us off once he enters Golden Core Realm?" Perfected being Tsong Lang snorted coldly. Sima Ji's expression darkened and he kept quiet for a brief moment. "To be honest, I did think about this after the fight at Ethereal Peak. However, our sect has already sent people to reconcile with Ethereal Peak, so there's nothing I can do about it either. I can't possibly head over to Ethereal Peak single-handedly, right? What's the difference between committing suicide if I did that?" After pausing for a moment, Sima Ji continued, "Furthermore, Sima Ji is at Extreme Foundation Establishment. Whoever lays a hand on him will have to suffer the wrath of Ethereal Peak. Others might have their considerations, but you and I? We're different," Perfected being Tsong Lang said with a deep voice. "The situation is extremely clear right now. It's either Su Zimo or the both of us who dies. We only have a shot at this and we have to be quick about it. Otherwise, there will be a lot more things to account for once that lad makes a breakthrough to Golden Core Realm." Sima Ji's gaze shimmered and he took in a deep breath of air after a moment. "Brother Tsong Lang, what do you think we should do then?" "There's no hurry. I've already invited 3 helpers and they should be arriving soon." Perfected being Tsong Lang gestured for Sima Ji to take a seat and calm down. Not long after, 3 golden cores arrived through the air. In the middle was a skinny middle-aged man with thin lips and a cold expression. On the left was a golden core holding a long cloth. His face was plump and he was all smiles. The one on the right was dressed in a martial arts outfit and looked sturdy with muscles bulging like rocks. There was a ferocious aura coming from him. Perfected being Tsang Lang welcomed them. Pointing to the golden core with a long cloth on the left, perfected being Tsang Lang introduced, "This is the most famous formation master of the Tianhuang mainland north region, perfected being Tan Hao. This is fellow Taoist Gao Hu. He's at late-stage golden core and specializes in body tempering." The martial arts man nodded towards Sima Ji. Finally, perfected being Tsang Lang looked towards the skinny man in the middle and smiled. "This is the renowned fellow Taoist Liang Heng of the North region. At perfected golden core, he entered the intermediate ancient battlefield 80 years ago and contested for the unusual phenomenon ranking." Sima Ji's heart skipped a beat. Within the territory of Great Zhou, there were no sects or factions that had the capabilities to break through the barrier of the intermediate ancient battlefield and send cultivators in. Sima Ji and the others did not have a chance to witness the unusual phenomenon ranking, let alone compete for a spot on it with other cultivators. Liang Heng waved it off and pretended to be humble. "It's nothing much. After all, I did not manage to obtain a spot on it. The unusual phenomenon ranking isn't something that can be compared with us. The fact that you're even qualified to compete for a spot on it proves your strength, fellow Taoist," Sima Ji praised hurriedly. Perfected being Tsang Lang said with a smile as well. Fellow Taoist Liang Heng missed, leaving his name on the unusual phenomenon ranking by just a little 80 years ago. For the next unusual phenomenon ranking, you'll definitely be able to rank within the top 10. Yes, Liang Heng nodded, pleased with their flattery. He did not have much ties with perfected being Tsang Lang. The reason he came this time round was mainly because he heard that Su Zimo had a connate spirit weapon. If he could obtain that connate spirit weapon, he would definitely be able to obtain a spot on the unusual phenomenon ranking the next time he entered the ancient battlefield. Of course, it was a fool's dream to want to obtain a top 10 spot. The top 10 of the unusual phenomenon ranking were one more terrifying than the other. Sima Ji asked, "Right now, Su Zimo should be in seclusion within Ethereal Peak and would most likely not appear before he formed a core. Do we have any way of luring him out? I've got a female disciple called Shun Mengqi. She was childhood sweethearts with that kid," perfected being Tsang Lang declared confidently with narrowed eyes. "If he hears that her life is in danger, he'll definitely come forth." Sima Ji's eyes lit up and he nodded in agreement. The formation master at the side, Tan Hao, pondered for a moment before saying with a smile, "I've got 3 questions. First, you said that they were childhood sweethearts. Would he come forth just for someone that's about to die?" "Definitely." Perfected being Tsang Lang's tone was confident. "All right, second question," Tan Hao continued. "We can't set the location at Iridescent Cloud's palace. Otherwise, that lad might not take the bait." "Of course. I've already taken that into account and planned things," perfected being Tsang Lang asserted. Tan Hao nodded before adding, "The third question is that even if he takes the bait, how do we kill him down? The fight at Ethereal Peak had quite an impact in the cultivation world. I heard that this Su Zimo lad is at Extreme Foundation Establishment realm and has the capabilities to kill golden cores beyond his level. With the 5 of us golden cores attacking together, do we have to fear a single Foundation Establishment cultivator?" Gao Hu asked darkly. Tan Hao remarked, "It's not about fear. I'm worried about accidents. If he manages to escape, we won't get a second chance. His death is certain with me around," Liang Heng declared coldly. "Everyone, please listen to me," perfected being Tsang Lang said with a dark tone. "This kid is at Extreme Foundation Establishment realm and has many trump cards up his sleeves. He possesses a pair of spirit wings, and even has an extremely terrifying secret skill that can go against my golden core phenomenon." Liang Heng, Gao Hu and Tan Hao's expressions changed slightly upon hearing that. The rumors were real. A secret skill released by a Foundation Establishment cultivator could truly go against a golden core phenomenon. Even though perfected being Tsang Lang's golden core phenomenon was not considered to be strong, it was still a shocking fact. Even a lion uses its full might to chase down a rabbit. Since I chose to make a move, I won't underestimate my opponent, even if the kid is only a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Perfected being Tsang Lang said darkly. Fellow Taoist Tan Hao, You have to set up your array formations beforehand to ensure that this lad doesn't escape. No problem, Tan Hao replied with a smile. With me setting up the formations personally, even golden cores won't be able to escape. Perfected being Tsang Lang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Everyone, take a look at what I've truly prepared for this kid." With that said, he withdrew a jade bottle from his storage bag. There was a scarlet flower that resembled an orchid in the middle of it, giving off a faint fragrance. The other few golden cores swept their gazes across and their expressions changed as they retreated one after another. Spirit lock flower. Liang Heng frowned and asked, "This fiend flower has already gone extinct in the ancient era. How did you get your hands on it?" The spirit lock flower would not cause any direct harm to a cultivator. However, its fragrance had a fiendish power that could lock a cultivator's spirit energy. Even golden cores could not defend against it. The spirit lock flower was one of the most famous fiend flowers of the ancient era. Perfected being Tsang Lang gave a smirk and replied darkly, "I got my hands on this spirit lock flower from the Great Qian ruins. I've only managed to resurrect it after nourishing it for dozens of years." At the mention of Great Qian ruins, the expressions of the other 4 golden cores changed and they took deep breaths in silence with wary looks in their eyes. A long time later, Gao Hu said, "Fellow Taoist Song Lang, why don't you ask us along the next time you go look for treasures in the Great Qian ruins? That way we can look after one another as well." "Heh, that's a place that will most likely die in and I'll never return again," Perfected being Song Lang remarked with a sense of trepidation. "The previous time round, I merely took a spin around the outer perimeter of it and I nearly died there," Tan Hao replied with a bright smile. "It seems like you take this Su Zimo guy rather seriously, don't you, fellow Taoist Song Lang? To think that you would be willing to make use of an extinct ancient fiend flower, the spirit lock flower. Isn't it excessive to use the spirit lock flower against a Foundation establishment cultivator?" Gao Hu asked moodily. The spirit lock flower restricted one's spirit energy absolutely. Putting away the spirit lock flower, Perfected being Tsang Lang said coldly, "I've already said that even a lion uses its full might to chase down a rabbit. I won't allow any mishaps to happen for this attack." Tan Hao nodded. With the spirit lock flower, the kid's greatest trump card, his secret skill which allows him to conjure a divine dragon, is now useless. Furthermore, even if he enters Golden Core Realm, it's useless. With his spirit energy locked, he won't be able to use any techniques as a Golden Core, and with the formation set up outside, he won't be able to escape even if he has wings. True fire sex Sima Ji's eyes lit up and he got increasingly excited as he spoke. "Wings?" Perfected being Song Lang sneered. "Don't forget, he won't even be able to use Ethereal Peak's secret skill, Ethereal Wings, with his spirit energy locked. He can only stand on the ground and look up to us." Gao Hu grinned. "In that case, all we have to do is stand in midair, and that kid won't be able to hurt us no matter how many tricks he has up his sleeves or how strong his body is. On the other hand, all of us can just attack him as we want to." "That's right. That's great." The 5 of them exchanged glances and laughed with relaxed expressions. "Let's discuss how we want to distribute his treasures after killing him first, lest we get into needless arguments later on," Liang Heng remarked indifferently. "Don't worry, we'll go with our initial agreement," Perfected being Song Lang said with a deep voice. "We'll give that kid's dragon conjuring secret skill and connate spirit weapon to fellow Taoist Liang Heng. His body tempering technique will be for fellow Taoist Gao Hu. His sword formation techniques will be for fellow Taoist Tan Hao. As for his weapon refinement techniques, they will be for brother Sima. Lastly, we'll divide the remaining spirit stones, elixirs and spirit weapons he has equally among the 5 of us." "That's good." Liang Heng and the other 4 nodded delightfully. Gao Hu was a body-tempered warrior to begin with, and the thing that attracted him the most was Su Zimo's body-tempering technique. Everyone got what they wanted. Just as everyone was about to leave, Sima Ji frowned and asked, "I heard that this female disciple of yours disobeyed your orders previously and did not partake in the battle against Ethereal Peak. Are you sure she's going to help us this time round to go against her ex-lover? Since they're childhood sweethearts, He will definitely be familiar with her handwriting. If you forge something out, there will definitely be flaws. Tan Hao was calm. Humph. Perfected being Song Lang harumphed coldly with a glum expression. She won't get to decide this time round. Sima Ji and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. From the murderous look on perfected being Song Lang's face, it seems like he was going to sacrifice his disciple in order to kill Su Zimo. That traitor will cause trouble for me sooner or later if I continue to keep her by my side. Perfected being Song Lang narrowed his thin eyes and declared frostily, coincidentally, she's about to form her core, Fufu. It isn't that easy for anyone to enter Golden Core realm, and of course, it couldn't be any more natural if an accident happened during the process of it. A month later, Ethereal Peak. Su Zimo was in a lotus position in his cave abode. His palms rested on both his knees and faced up while his eyes were in a seemingly closed state as he breathed steadily. From head to toe, he exuded an extremely serene intent, akin to an immortal. A long time later, Su Zimo opened his eyes and took a long breath, waking up from his meditation. I still can't do it. Su Zimo shook his head. For the past month, he had been cultivating with chi condensation while comprehending the title manual and Azura Saber at the same time as a conclusion to the many secret skills he had obtained after stepping onto the Immortality cultivation path. Although he had to form cores for both his demonic and immortality cultivation, they were starkly different. The demonic Tao required him to subdue his monkey mind and prancing horse intent while condensing demonic chi repeatedly. At that point, things would come together naturally and he could form his inner core. However, the immortal Tao required more of comprehension and understanding. If he tried forming a core forcefully, it would not only lead to problems easily, the golden core phenomenon that he created might not be up to his expectations as well. Therefore, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. Half a month ago, he had already reached the limits for his spirit energy and his spirit sea could not expand further. In other words, he was already at the peak of extreme foundation establishment realm. Given those circumstances, he attempted to form his golden core. His cultivation path up till this point had been overly complex, and apart from immortal techniques, he had cultivated many fiend techniques as well. However, the differences between the Tao of immortals and fiends were way too vast. Immortality placed emphasis on nature and being one with the heavens. However, fiends were obsessed about the extremities of things. By nature, the spirit energy that Su Zimo cultivated was of a fire attribute. However, many of the cultivation techniques he cultivated, such as the Sea Calming Manual, Tidal Manual, and Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, were related to water. Immortals and fiends were irreconcilable, as was fire and water. After half a year, Su Zimo still did not manage to cross that gap. If he tried forming a core forcibly, there would definitely be a large problem. The timing isn't right. He went deep in thought. On the path of cultivation, if one wanted to break through a major realm, they would often have to require the synergy of multiple factors, such as the environment, comprehension of the heaven and earth, fate, and their mental states. Some people gain enlightenment at the lakeside. Some people gain epiphany after traveling through mountains and valleys. Some people form their cores in the spur of the moment while they are listening to the wind and looking at rainfall. Some people sever their karmas overnight and attain enlightenment mentally, forming their golden cores. But of course, there were even more people who die old with regrets without even getting to form a core. Rising, Su Zimo got off his bed gently and murmured to himself with a clear and deep gaze. Seems like it's time for me to head out and take a walk. Right then, a soft knock came from his door. Su Zimo waved his sleeves and the door opened correspondingly. Nian Qi stood at the entrance, gazing in left and right. What's wrong? Arriving beside her, Su Zimo looked at the paper crane in her hands and asked softly. The paper crane was one of the most commonly seen messaging tool in the cultivation world, and it was a type of talisman, created by the Thousand Crane sect. Nian Qi handed him the paper crane. This is for you, young master. It states that it's from an old friend from Pingyang Town. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. There was probably only a single person who was an old friend from Pingyang Town and knew how to make use of paper cranes to send messages. Receiving the paper crane, Su Zimo opened it slowly. A few lines of sentences were written with a dainty handwriting. Zimo, I've failed in my core formation and my spirit meridians have been severed. The injuries are extremely severe and I'm now back in Pingyang Town to recuperate in silence. Our relationship has ended a long time ago and I shouldn't have bothered you to begin with. But recently, I feel that my limits have been reached and I don't have much time left. I hope that you can return for us to meet one last time. Regards, Xianxia. The handwriting towards the end was slightly messier, as though she couldn't muster her strength. Su Zimo's expression was calm after he finished reading it, and there wasn't a single bit of emotion in his eyes. Out of curiosity, Xianxia could not help but inch forward to take a look. It's her? She had some recollection towards Xianxia. Back then, the woman behind perfected being Tsonglang outside Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop was Xianxia. Xianxia said, Young master, could this be forged? It might be a trap. The handwriting is hers, Su Zimo said before sneering. However, there's definitely a trap. The longer time passed by, the more afraid perfected being Tsonglang would be. Therefore, Su Zimo predicted that perfected being Tsonglang would definitely make his move. However, there was no chance for perfected being Tsonglang to do anything if Su Zimo remained in Ethereal Peak. Therefore, no matter what kind of message it was, whether it was at Pingyang Town or anywhere else, perfected being Tsonglang only had a single motive: to lure him away from Ethereal Peak. When Xianxia saw that Su Zimo was calm and did not lose his cool, she felt relieved. However, immediately after, Su Zimo's next sentence alarmed Xianxia. I'm going to leave the peak. Ah? Xianxia frowned and asked, Young master, you're going to continue despite knowing that it's a trap? That's right. Su Zimo smiled and gazed into the distance. A breeze blew over and his black hair swayed gently. As if he was reminiscing, Su Zimo looked a little emotional and murmured, It's just nice that they're all around. It's time to make a clean break and settle all the grievances of the past. However, the other party is prepared and must have set up an impenetrable trap for you, young master. Xianxia had a worried expression as she analyzed calmly. You're not at Golden Core Realm yet, young master. There's truly no need for you to take the risk. Don't worry. If the situation doesn't seem right, I'll retreat first. Su Zimo smiled slightly. Furthermore, I haven't been getting much progress recently in my attempts in core formation. Continuing that way isn't going to be helpful, and I've been meaning to head out as well. Before Xianxia could persuade him further, Su Zimo already rode on his flying sword and turned into a streak of light, tearing through the void. 10 days later, Pingyang Town, night. It was dead quiet on the streets without anyone around. Within a room in a mansion not far away from the Shen family, everything was pitch black. All of a sudden, in the darkness, a pair of eyes lit up and a skinny figure appeared faintly. The person's ears twitched before whispering, Someone's here. Immediately after, a hushed voice sounded from the side. Brother Liang Heng, you're indeed impressively strong. We didn't even detect anyone at all. As he spoke, another few pairs of eyes lit up in the room as a couple more figures appeared one after another. It was perfected being Tsonglang's group of 5. Before long, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air arrived at an extremely fast speed. The sound of it definitely indicated that the person was headed for Pingyang Town. The 5 of them exchanged glances and their killing intent surfaced. Perfected being Tsonglang went to a window and peered outside through a slit. Before long, a green-robed figure arrived above the Shin residence. His robes were fluttering as he stepped on a flying sword, standing upright in the air with a calm expression. Perfected being Tsonglang could not help but smirk when he saw that. He took the bait. Turning around, he nodded to Liang Heng and the other 3. Are we going to make a move now? Gao, who rubbed his palms with a murderous look. He was raring to go. Let's wait a little more. There's no hurry. Perfected being Tsonglang was extremely calm and whispered. Let's observe further to see if the kid has any expert on his heels. Otherwise, we might be the ones falling into a trap. That's right. Sima Ji nodded. Expert? What expert? Liang Heng sneered. If they are golden cores, It doesn't matter how many of them come because I'll be able to take them down single-handedly. As for nascent souls. Ha! Do you guys think that any nascent souls would be so free as to accompany this lad for such a long distance just so he could meet his ex-lover? Gao Hu nodded in agreement. There's nothing wrong with being a little more careful, perfected being Song Lang added with a slight frown. Although Su Zimo had already fallen into the trap and everything was proceeding as planned, for some reason, he felt uneasy as though something was amiss. Isn't everything going too smoothly? A moment later, perfected being Song Lang suddenly asked. Fu! Liang Hong could not help but stifle a chuckle and shake his head. Song Lang, you're truly overly suspicious. We've planned this for so long with so many backups. What are you still worried about? I have no idea as well. Perfected being Song Lang shook his head. He could not help but recall the scene 8 years ago back in Pingyang Town when Su Zimo provoked him through words intentionally and survived because of that. As he recounted, he thought about how Su Zimo played him like a fiddle in front of Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop and humiliated him completely. This kid is so difficult to deal with. How is he falling for this so easily? Perfected being Song Lang was still worried. With a cold expression, Tan Hao asked with a hushed voice. When you saw him earlier on, what was his cultivation realm? Foundation establishment realm. Perfected being Song Lang was the first to freeze after replying. The other 4 could not help but laugh as well. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Perfected being Song Lang chuckled. Since he's at Foundation establishment realm, there's truly nothing to worry about. Even without everything we've prepared, if the 5 of us rush up, it'll be nothing much for us to take down a Foundation establishment cultivator. Gao Hu grinned. The sky above the Shin family. Su Zimo stood upright on his sword with ridicule in his eyes. Before he attained greater mastery of his orifice clearing section, he had already reached the state where he could hear everything. Now that he had formed his inner core, his hearing was even more terrifying. If Su Zimo wanted to, he could even listen to the sounds of ants crawling underground and mosquitoes buzzing within 1,000 feet loud and clear, let alone the whispers of perfected being Song Lang and the others. Initially, Su Zimo had the intention of rushing over to kill perfected being Song Lang and the other 4 instantly. However, his gaze soon shifted towards the courtyard of the Shin family beneath him and his eyes turned slightly cloudy. It was cold and quiet in the Shin family, and of the 4 rooms around the courtyard, only 2 were occupied. The person in the room to the south had a racing heartbeat, panting in a seemingly nervous manner. It was a man who had never cultivated before. If he was not wrong, that should be Shin Nan. In the room to the west, there was an intense twilight aura and the person within it had a weak and faint breathing. This person should not have long to live. Twitching his nose, Su Zimo caught a whiff of medicinal fragrance. The person in the room was severely injured and was beyond cure. How could this be? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. To him, since the handwriting on the paper crane was authentic, it meant that Shin Mingqi was in cahoots with perfected being Song Lang and everything that was written was all a ruse just to lure him here. If that was the case, why was Shin Mingqi truly on the brink of death? In that instant, 2 possibilities flashed through Su Zimo's mind. First, Shin Mingqi wanted to trick him here despite her impending death so that she could drag him down with her. Second, she was just an abandoned chess piece. Su Zimo had a conflicted expression and sighed gently internally. At that moment, he already had an answer in mind. Putting away his flying sword, Su Zimo descended slowly and silently into the courtyard. He headed forward and pushed the door open. Instantly, he was welcomed with a suffocating medicinal smell. Within it was a hint of a woman's fragrance and a faint flowery scent. Frowning, Su Zimo strode inside. A woman laid down on the bed silently with her eyes shut. Her face and lips were pale and she was covered in a large blanket, breathing weakly. Arriving before the bed, Su Zimo looked at the woman quietly without any joy nor sadness internally. The woman was reeking with the aura of death. Her pulse was weak and her organs were starting to fail. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to save her at this point. 8 years. Who would have thought that the impressive young girl selected by an immortal 8 years ago would end up in such a state? This was how fate loved to play tricks. Probably sensing something, Shun Mingqi's eyelids twitched and she opened her eyes slowly. The pair of brilliant and moving eyes from Su Zimo's memories were now empty and lifeless with a cloudy shade. Her gaze was seemingly dazed, as though she could not adapt to the environment. Arriving at Su Zimo's face, her stare lingered for a long time before her eyes gradually widened, shimmering with a glint of light. Shun Mingqi looked slightly more spirited as well. "You've come." Her lips twitched as she revealed a smile. However, she did not have much strength left and even her voice was as soft as a mosquito. "What happened?" After remaining silent for a long time, Su Zimo finally asked with a calm tone. "I was in too much of a hurry to try and form my core." "Sigh, there's no way it would be so easy to form a core." Shun Mingqi chuckled bitterly. "My foundation wasn't stable and I lost control of my spirit energy, causing my meridians to sever. I entered chi deviation and failed in my core formation, nearly losing my life. Thankfully, my master stepped in and managed to save my life." At the mention of the word master, Shun Mingqi glanced at Su Zimo. When she saw that the latter was expressionless and wasn't bothered by it, she continued, "Since I knew that I didn't have much time left, I wanted to return to Pingyang town and return to my roots. Because he dotes on me. Master even sent me back personally." Su Zimo remained silent, but a hint of pity could be seen within his eyes. He wasn't pitying Shun Mingqi for her fate, but her ignorance. Even up till now, she had not realized that she was sacrificed and abandoned by perfected being Tsang Lang. Shun Mingqi murmured, "I know that I owe you too much. The fact that you're willing to come see me and listen to me is enough for me to leave without regrets." Su Zimo surveyed the room and finally, his gaze lingered on a scarlet flower that was on the wooden table beside the bed, frowning. "This flower?" He narrowed his eyes, seemingly pondering about something. All of a sudden, a cold voice sounded from the void outside the door. "Activate." The moment the voice ended, a bedazzling light shone outside, bright as day. It was the light of formation patterns. Su Zimo was a sword formation master to begin with. Even without heading out to take a look, he could sense the aura of a massive formation being activated. Shun Mingqi had a stunned expression, not understanding what was going on. The next moment, the entire room was ripped apart by a tremendous power, causing dust and gravel to fly everywhere. "Ha ha ha ha!" An arrogant laughter rang in the courtyard, reverberating endlessly. When she heard that laughter, Shun Mingqi asked in disbelief with a shocked expression, "Master!" Su Zimo turned around, completely unaffected. After the dust settled, 5 golden cores could be seen in a line in the skies above the courtyard, bearing sharp gazes and murderous intent. Iridescent clouds palaces perfected being Tsanglang was among them. "Master, you guys?" Shun Mingqi's lips quivered and the shock in her eyes vanished gradually. She did not continue speaking. She was no fool and had already understood when she saw that lineup. Glaring at Shun Mingqi, perfected being Tsanglang remarked coldly, "Traitor, if I didn't need you to lure this bastard here, I would have killed you personally a long time ago." "Why? Why?" Shun Mingqi struggled to sit up and trembled, looking at perfected being Tsanglang and asking with a quivering voice, Was it because I didn't accompany you in the fight against Ethereal Peak? It's because your death is the only thing that can bring Su Zimo here." Perfected being Tsanglang's expression was frosty. "Additionally, today, I'll let you understand how you die as well. As a 5-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, you had a high chance of succeeding in your core formation. Yet, you failed." At that point, Shun Mingqi's mouth opened slightly as she shook her head repeatedly, as though she could tell that something terrifying was coming. Smiling sinisterly, perfected being Tsanglang said, "Do you remember the elixir I gave you before you entered seclusion? Indeed, that elixir does help in circulating spirit energy and aiding one in core formation. However, I've added some extra ingredients into that elixir." "Ha ha ha." Eft. Shun Mingqi spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was frighteningly pale. Her face was veiled with an aura of death and she looked even more frail. "I've noticed long ago that you haven't given up on this bastard," perfected being Tsanglang continued. Indeed, you're a good disciple of mine and didn't let me down. After I sent you back, you could not wait to send a paper crane message to Ethereal Peak. Everything was as I had predicted. I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Stupid lass. The only thing awaiting you if you go against me is death. Since I can take you onto the path of immortality cultivation, I can naturally destroy you as well. 8 years. Did our 8 years of relationship as master and disciple mean nothing? Xianxia's voice was shaking and her eyes were brimming with tears. Fufu. Perfected being Lang stifled a laugh. Good disciple. Let me give you one last truth as your master. There's no such thing as a relationship in the cultivation world. In my eyes, you're nothing but a chess piece. Steaming tears rolled down as she sobbed silently. By now, Xianxia could no longer feel the pain coming from her body. All she felt was a gutting wrench of her heart, as though she was about to faint as her limbs went cold. Every single sentence from perfected being Lang struck her already injured body relentlessly like arrows. Shifting his gaze, perfected being Lang looked at Su Zimo and asked with a slight frown, Su Zimo, you don't seem to be surprised? Sima Ji stroked his beard and laughed smugly. You don't have to fake your composure. I'm sure you must be frightened to death by now, right? Do you think that the 5 of you along with this lousy array formation is enough to scare me? Su Zimo smiled as well. In the ancient battlefield, he was in a much deadlier situation going against the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects alongside their sealers. Rubbish. He truly doesn't know his limits. Liang Hong, Gao Hu and the others yelled, exuding their might as golden cores to suppress Su Zimo endlessly. Su Zimo, I'm even using an ancient fiend flower just to set this trap and kill you. Perfected being Lang said coldly, I'm sure you've already realized by now that your spirit energy has been locked. Your death today is certain. Actually, not long after he entered Xianxia's room, Su Zimo had already realized that his spirit energy was being restricted and he could not circulate it. However, it was already too late for him to leave by then. The power of the spirit lock flower was domineering indeed. At Extreme Foundation Establishment Realm, Su Zimo's spirit energy was rich and the structure of his spirit sea was far superior compared to other Foundation Establishment cultivators as well. With a single thought, the seas would howl and there would even be massive waves created within his dantian. But now, there was a mysterious fog shrouding his spirit sea. The waters were dead without any movement. Perfected being Lang sneered. With your spirit energy locked, all your trump cards such as the dragon conjuring secret skill and ethereal wings are useless. Sima Ji was smug and burst into laughter. I heard that you've got a strong physique and bloodline, but what's the use of that? You can only run on the ground without being able to touch our clothes even. Ha ha ha. I'm Tan Hao, a formation master. Waving the long cloth he was holding, Tan Hao commented with a smile. This is merely a trap formation and is extremely common. It can trap golden cores for up to 5 days with ease. As for Foundation Establishment cultivators, Fufu, I don't know, a year, 10 years, or perhaps 30. Gao Hu beamed and revealed a menacing smile, declaring loudly, Kid, don't be afraid. I heard that you're strong in melee combat. I'll head over soon and play along with you. Thud. Unknowingly, Xianxia had struggled to get out of bed, and she knelt in the direction of perfected being Lang, begging miserable, Master, I'm someone that's about to die. The only wish I have is for you to let him off. Please. Xianxia's expression was dismal as she kowtowed to perfected being Lang. As her jade-white forehead smashed against the ice-cold ground time and again, it was stained red before long. The 5 golden cores were indifferent and unmoved. Let him off. As though he had heard something incomparably amusing, perfected being Lang said with a cold stare. The greatest regret of my life is not killing this little bastard personally 8 years ago, leaving him as such a potent danger. Xianxia's body swayed and her head spun, as though she could faint at any moment without waking up again. All of a sudden, a firm palm held her by the arm, pulling her up from the muddy ground. Su Zimo's voice reverberated in her ears, calm yet firmly. There's no need to beg him or kneel down. Zimo, I really didn't know. I truly didn't. I was the one who brought this to you. Turning around, Shun Mingqi looked at Su Zimo beside her and sobbed with swollen eyes. Su Zimo did not look at her as he lowered his head and said, "Although our relationship has ended, there's something else I can do for you." "What?" Shun Mingqi asked instinctively. With a soft voice, he replied, "When we were young, I would always stand up for you if you were bullied. Today, I'll do it for you once more. Perhaps, it might be the last time too." Before he finished his sentence, Shun Mingqi's eyes were already flowing with tears. In that instant, she seemed to have returned to her childhood, back to that carefree world without any scheming and power struggles. Shun Mingqi's vision blurred. The figure before her fused together slowly with that image from her memories. "Brother Zimo," Shun Mingqi addressed him instinctively, and her eyes shone with a glint. She seemed to have recovered quite a bit of energy with her body as well. These were the signs of a final respite before death. It was akin to the final glow of the sunset before dawn broke. In midair, perfected being Tsang Lang and the other four had varied expressions as their gazes shimmered. Liang Hong, Gao Hu and Sima Ji did not seem to realize anything. However, perfected being Tsang Lang and Tan Hao felt something vaguely amidst the moment they caught sight of Su Zimo and were feeling uneasy. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo was way too composed. He didn't look like someone that had fallen into a trap. Perfected being Tsang Lang recalled every single detail of the plan and did not notice anything amiss. He truly could not comprehend where Su Zimo got his confidence from. Raising his head slightly, Su Zimo looked at perfected being Tsang Lang and said indifferently, "Indeed, your plan is perfect without a flaw. Unfortunately, you didn't take something into account." "What?" Perfected being Tsang Lang's heart sank as he asked with a narrowed gaze. "It's useless even if you lock my spirit energy. All of you will have to die." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo's eyes shone black as ink as his hair swayed naturally without any wind. The inner core in his chest circulated slowly, emitting a terrifying aura. Pest! Tsang Lang and the other four were shocked. "Demonic chi. Not good, he's a demon." Crackle. Pang. 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 Su Zimo's tendons and bones sounded at the same time as his flesh expanded. Right in front of the five of them, that body that was initially 7 foot tall expanded instantly, growing to a height of more than 100 feet. He was like a towering ancient fiend king with a torrential killing intent. That terrifying body was filled with green veins that surfaced densely, and it shone with an indestructible metallic luster. Revolving around him were ferocious life-like ancient demons. A wild bovine, a rock bear, an anaconda, a sanguine ape. His aura was absolute, as though it could rip everything apart and devour all life. The 5 golden cores were stunned and their minds went blank. Even with his current cultivation realm and his experience in the intermediate ancient battlefield challenging people on the phenomenon ranking, Liang Hong was startled momentarily. Initially, the 5 of them stood 100 feet above the air and looked down at that ant-like cultivator. But the next moment, a pair of bronze eyes appeared before the 5 of them, glaring coldly with a menacing aura. Every single breath caused a hurricane to howl. What kind of monster was this? That was the only thought in the 5 of their minds. Before they could react, that monster before them grinned and revealed 2 rows of sinisterly sparkling teeth. Without a second word, Su Zimo reached out with his massive palm and engulfed Tan Hao over the head, as though he was about to cover the entire skies. He grabbed downwards. Tan Hao sped away, but he was a step too late at the end of the day and could not manage to get out of Su Zimo's reach. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Tan Hao did not even manage to make a single sound before he was minced into a fog of blood, without any corpse left. "Run!" Gao, who was scared out of his wits and turned to flee. "Roar!" Su Zimo was right behind Gao Hu and took a deep breath, puffing his chest. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. The 7 ancient demon kings that surrounded Su Zimo opened their mouths as well, roaring into the skies with a terrifying might that threatened to shake the mountains and quake the earth. Ah! Caught within it. Gao Hu yelled tragically and his figure swayed. Fresh blood started flowing down from his ears, eyes, nose and mouth. His face was covered with bloodied lines and his features contorted, causing his eyeballs to bulge out as he fell from the air, no longer breathing. He was roared to death. A golden core was roared to death just like that. That single roar contained the terrifying power of an inner core. Furthermore, Su Zimo was not the only one roaring. With the help of the 7 demon kings, his roar rippled through the heavens and engulfed everything within thousands of kilometers. Although the spirit lock flower restricted the spirit energy in Su Zimo's dantian, it could not contain the inner core in his chest. The inner cores cultivated by demons had nothing to do with spirit chi. Their cores were formed after they cultivated their bodies, refined their bones and tendons, swapped their blood in their marrow, tempered their organs and cleared their orifices. In the blink of an eye, 2 golden cores were dead. Against Su Zimo in his demon form, the 2 of them were defenseless and could not even survive through a single breath. Perfected being Tsang Lang and the other 2 were panicked as they turned to flee. However, their expressions changed when they arrived at the borders of the formation. Suddenly, the 3 of them realized something. Now that Tan Hao was dead, the 3 of them could not dispel his formation within a short period of time. The reason why Su Zimo killed the formation master, Tan Hao, first was most likely because he had anticipated this. This trap formation was originally prepared for Su Zimo. Who would have thought that it would end up turning into their graves? They were now doomed by their own trap. Before Sima Ji could turn around, Su Zimo's engulfing palm had already arrived. Bang! Boom! Boom! Rumbling thunder resembling the galloping of horses sounded as the massive aura caused the void to tremble. Go! With nowhere to retreat, Sima Ji withdrew 2 flying swords from his storage bag and injected his power as a golden core into them. Instantly, the swords shone brightly and turned into 2 streaks of light, shooting towards the incoming palm over his head. True fire firmament incineration. At the same time, Sima Ji conjured hand seals and released a secret skill of true fire sect. A scorching flame burned in his palms. Biting his tongue, Sima Ji spat out a mouthful of essence blood that landed in the flames. Immediately, the flare shot into the heavens. Go! Fiercely, he threw the flames in his hand towards Su Zimo's face. I don't care what kind of a monster you are, burn! Sima Ji yelled with his might, as if doing so would suppress the fear in his heart. Su Zimo's expression was as cold as ever. Against his demon form body, Sima Ji's superior-grade flying sword posed no threat at all. Crack! 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 Raising his arm, Su Zimo grabbed both incoming flying swords and gripped his fist tightly before letting go. The 2 superior-grade flying swords shattered and fell to the ground as useless shards. Sima Ji and the other 2 were horrified when they saw that. What sort of a body was that? Even a superior-grade spirit weapon couldn't hurt him. Su Zimo did not dodge nor avoid when he saw the flames approaching. Opening his mouth, he blew out a massive air current. Swoosh! Accompanied by a howling wind, his scarlet demonic chi was mystifying and surged over. The flames extinguished immediately. A secret skill from True Fire Sect was extinguished by a single breath of demonic chi from Su Zimo. Die! Roaring, Su Zimo's voice was deafening like a bell. Bang! A single palm landed and Sima Ji's body was torn into pieces. He died on the spot. Don't panic! Seeing that he had nowhere to run, Liang Heng calmed down rapidly and said with a dark voice, Song Lang, this mess was created by you. Right now, the both of us only have a single way out, and that is to kill this bastard. Let's join forces. Perfected being Song Lang grit his teeth and gulped. If you've got any trump cards up your sleeves, now isn't the time to continue hiding them. Give it your all. A look of conviction flashed through Liang Heng's eyes as he swiped his storage bag and withdrew a shiny silver metal chain. Go! Hollering, Liang Heng threw the silver metal chain at Su Zimo's head. Circling down, it restricted Su Zimo's body and tightened repeatedly. His scarlet demonic chi seemed to be suppressed by the bindings of the silver metal chain and faded gradually. The phantoms of the 7 ancient demon kings surrounding Su Zimo flickered for a moment as well, showing signs of dissipating. Perfected being Tsang Lang was delighted upon seeing that, and could not help but praise. Amazing methods, Brother Liang Heng. Liang Heng heaved a sigh of relief and declared proudly as well, "This was a treasure I obtained in the intermediate ancient battlefield 80 years ago. Although it's just a supreme-grade spirit weapon, it's an imitation of the ancient emperor weapon. The demon binding lock and is especially effective against demons. Even a pure-blooded ferocious beast will have to bow down and submit obediently if it was trapped by this." Su Zimo exerted his strength to try and break free from the silver metal chain. However, as though it was agitated, the silver metal chain bound him even more tightly and even dug into his flesh. Su Zimo's expression changed. Hee. Liang Heng sneered. "Little bastard. Even though this is an imitation of the demon-binding lock, it inherited the latter's powers as well. The more you struggle, the tighter the lock will contract. I'll advise you not to make things difficult for yourself. Brother Liang Heng, don't waste time talking to him. Let's kill him now lest he creates trouble for us in the future." "All right." Liang Heng whipped out a cold, shimmering sword. He was actually a sword cultivator. Perfected being Tsang Lang summoned the supreme-grade flying sword in his hands as well, prepared to control it to slice down at Su Zimo's head. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Su Zimo reared his head and laughed with a feral gaze. "Do you think that a lousy imitation chain is able to trap me?" Splash. The blood chi within Su Zimo surged and his inner core churned fanatically, causing endless scarlet demonic chi to be released. The phantoms of the 7 ancient demon kings stabilized again, and their eyes lit up one after another, as though they were just awakened with spirit. "Break it!" Roaring into the skies, Su Zimo's flesh expanded once more, and his power of blood chi and inner core reached their limits. Instantly, the silver metal chain started buzzing. Liang Heng's expression changed starkly. Before he could react, there was a bang. The silver metal chain broke into dark pieces against Su Zimo's supreme demonic strength and turned into a pile of scrap metal. "Die!" With a maddened roar, Su Zimo took huge strides and arrived before Liang Heng within a couple of steps. He reached out with his massive palm and engulfed the latter. It was heavenly encompassing. After witnessing the terror of Su Zimo's physique, there was no way Liang Heng dared to be careless as he grit his teeth tightly. Channeling the golden core in his body, he roared, "Golden core phenomenon. Heavenly essence swords." Clang, clang. The sound of swords streaking rang through the world and reverberated within the formation. Behind Liang Heng, a massive cyclone made up of incomparably sharp swords howled over, connecting heaven and earth like a divine dragon sucking water. Before the heavenly essence swords arrived, Su Zimo already felt his skin being torn slightly. Golden core phenomenons were the strongest methods available for golden cores. When cultivators formed their cores and their golden cores were of a certain quality, they would start harmonizing with the spirit chi in their surroundings and form phenomenons. The greater the quality of one's golden core, the deeper their understanding of the Tao of the core and the more spirit meridians they had, the stronger the golden core phenomenon created. Humans were innately weak, and at chi condensation and foundation establishment realm, apart from some of the strong body-tempered cultivators, most other cultivators would be dead if they were closed in by demon beasts. However, after they formed their cores, cultivators would have a chance of cultivating golden core phenomenons, and that would make up for their disadvantage. If they were able to release their golden core phenomenons in time during a fight, it would be difficult for demons to go against the might of the phenomenons. Not only that, if the golden core phenomenons were strong enough, they could easily take down ancient remnant beasts or even pure-blooded ferocious beasts. For golden cores such as the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking, even pure-blooded ferocious beasts would have to avoid crossing their paths. Liang Heng's golden core phenomenon, Heavenly Essence Swords, was clearly much stronger than any other golden core phenomenons that Su Zimo had encountered. If this was before he had formed his inner core, even if he used all his trump cards such as the ancient Dragonification Manual and other secret skills, Su Zimo might not be able to handle a golden core phenomenon as such. But now that his inner core was formed, Su Zimo had nothing to fear. There was no one else who understood the might of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness better than him. When he attained lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section, he was already able to suppress most other cultivators of the same cultivation realm. At greater mastery of the orifice clearing section, he was almost invincible in the ancient battlefield. Right now, he had formed his core. Su Zimo believed that although he had only just created his inner core, given the transformations he experienced from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, he was certain that he could kill most of the golden cores. Clang! Clang! The cyclone created by the heavenly essence swords was already hurtling towards Su Zimo's direction. The demonic glint in Su Zimo's eyes pierced into the cyclone like two streaks of lightning. Boom! Without avoiding or retreating, he roared from the depths of his throat and extended both hands, receiving the incoming sword cyclone with his bare hands. Poof! 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 Wounds appeared on Su Zimo's palms and arms as the sword cyclone injured him, causing fresh blood to flow. However, after he bled, Su Zimo turned more excited instead as he grabbed the sword cyclone before him with both arms, as though he wanted to grab this long divine dragon and suppress it. You must have a death wish. Liang Heng laughed sinisterly and controlled with his will. The heavenly essence swords intensified and the cyclone expanded, engulfing Su Zimo entirely. Mince him. Liang Heng grit his teeth with an excited expression. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Normally speaking, any living being that was dragged into the heavenly essence sword cyclone would be cut into pieces. However, it was a pity that Su Zimo was his opponent. This was someone that was even more terrifying than pure-blooded, ferocious beasts. If one could focus their gaze and look into the heavy sword cyclone, they would discover that although there were many wounds on Su Zimo, none of them were deep. Some of them were merely faint marks. More importantly, even those injuries that were bleeding were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as though the wounds were recovering the moment he was injured. Liang Heng's golden core phenomenon did not manage to hurt Su Zimo at his core. On the contrary, against the scarlet demonic chi, the heavenly essence sword cyclone spin rate was turning slower. Every single sword had their strength reduced after they were tainted by the demonic chi. Before long, Liang Heng's smile gradually froze, as though he was realizing something. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The heavenly essence swords scattered. Su Zimo broke free. Initially, he was still covered with wounds. However, all it took was a few dozens of breaths and those wounds healed completely without a scar. This? Liang Heng and perfected being Lang felt their hairs stand on end as their pupils constricted. Is that all you've got? Su Zimo sneered and strode forward. Swinging his arm, his massive fist pummeled down from the heavens like a gigantic mountain. A shadow enveloped the place. Although golden core phenomenons were powerful, there was no way someone could activate them twice within a short period of time. Liang Heng did not have time to hesitate as he saw Su Zimo's incoming fist. Hurriedly, he withdrew a gigantic shield from his storage bag, and it floated above his head. Thereafter, he crushed a few protection talismans immediately. Bang! Right after he did that, Liang Heng heard a deafening sound. His shield was repelled. Creak, creak, creak. Against Su Zimo's fist, his protection talismans were akin to paper and shattered. It's over. This is where I die. Liang Heng closed his eyes and thought to himself. The next moment, he felt an immense pain surge through his entire body as his tendons and bones were torn apart. With his organs smashed, he fell to the ground, already dead. In the blink of an eye, perfected being Lang was all alone. He knew that Su Zimo had intentionally left him for last. Perfected being Lang continued to soar into the skies, trying to get out of Su Zimo's attack range. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with mockery. Although he had yet to form his golden core, he had formed an inner core and could also soar into the skies without the use of external objects. Boom! Stomping on the ground, Su Zimo leaped into the air. By the time he was in midair, Su Zimo's body had already returned to normal. As such, his speed increased significantly and he arrived behind perfected being Songlang in the blink of an eye. Myriad sunlight. Sensing the wind behind him, perfected being Songlang released his golden core phenomenon without even turning back. The blue skies were suddenly filled with immensely breathtaking sunlight that spread everything in a blinding manner. Unfortunately, Su Zimo was unaffected because of his immensely powerful vision. Sneering, he threw out a punch. Compared to Liang Heng's golden core phenomenon, perfected being Songlang's myriad sunlight was significantly weaker. Boom! With his body and terrifying demonic strength alone, Su Zimo took the golden core phenomenon head-on and shattered the myriad sunlight. He was overwhelming everything with brute force. Poof! Perfected being Songlang's figure staggered, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. That punch did not merely shatter his golden core phenomenon. The aftershock of the punch even followed through with the sunlight and struck him, causing his organs to shift position right away. Knowing that escape was almost impossible, perfected being Songlang turned around suddenly. He did not give up against the incoming Su Zimo and channeled his flying sword, piercing it towards Su Zimo's direction. Shoo! The flying sword streaked through the air and arrived instantly. Without even blinking, Su Zimo extended his bare hands and grabbed the incoming flying sword directly. Gripping both ends of the flying sword, he snapped with force. Piak! The flying sword shattered. Su Zimo continued advancing, tossing the flying sword in his hands to the ground casually. He arrived before perfected being Songlang in the blink of an eye. The two of them were in a face-off. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent and his gaze was calm. However, perfected being Songlang's hair was in a mess and he looked wretched with a frightfully pale expression. This was 8 years in the making. Although they were now reunited back in Pingyang town, it was under completely different circumstances. 8 years ago, you told me that although the inferior ant yearns for the sky, how can they ever touch the eagle's wings? Su Zimo remarked indifferently. Today, I'm telling you that not only can I touch the wings of the eagle, I'm even going to snap them. Before he finished his sentence, Su Zimo reached out for perfected being Songlang's throat. Perfected being Songlang's expression changed starkly as he raised his hands instinctively before him to defend. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. The moment he touched perfected being Songlang's arms, he exerted strength forward. Snap! Perfected being Songlang's arms were snapped on the spot. Flesh hung from his broken bones that were revealed as blood flowed everywhere in a grisly manner. Ah! Shrieking tragically, perfected being Songlang almost fainted. Instantly, cold sweat started pouring from his forehead. Striding forward, Su Zimo yanked perfected being Songlang's hair and descended instantly. He dragged perfected being Songlang towards Xianxia. With his lifeless arms, perfected being Songlang could do nothing as Su Zimo dragged him across the mud. The entire battle lasted for less than 100 breaths. Standing where she was, Xianxia looked at everything in a daze and her mouth was slightly agape, unable to close for the longest time. This was 8 years in the making. The young man who perfected being Songlang regarded as an ant back in this town, the person whose life's honors were removed, had now grown to such a point. 8 years ago, that young man's dignity was trampled by perfected being Songlang and he was bullied, even nearly killed by the latter. 8 years later, perfected being Songlang was now being dragged by the young man of the past across the ground, defenseless like a dead dog. 8 years ago, when perfected being Songlang descended, all the mortals of Pingyang town knelt down, except for a single person who stood upright and proudly. Xianxia could clearly remember chasing after the young man that day, questioning him loudly. Why aren't you keeling? What does it matter if you kneel down for a while? The young man replied, It doesn't matter, but I am not willing to. 8 years later, that same unyielding young man yanked perfected being Songlang down from the clouds and trampled the latter into the mud of the mortal world. Arriving before Xianxia, Su Zimo relented his grip and tossed perfected being Songlang onto the ground. There was yet another yell as the latter convulsed with a pale expression. Su Zimo, what are you trying to do? Perfected being Lan's eyes were filled with fright. With a calm expression, Su Zimo looked at Shen Mingqi and said, "Since he destroyed your core formation, I'll help you cripple his cultivation." "Don't!" When he heard that, perfected being Lang's hairs stood on end and he shrieked. "Eft!" Su Zimo stomped down fiercely on perfected being Lang's abdomen. How terrifying was Su Zimo's physique. He had the strength to snap a supreme-grade spirit weapon directly. That single stomp was something that perfected being Lang's body could not endure. His abdomen was torn right through as grisly fresh blood gushed forth from that mess of flesh. However, that was only the wound on his physical body. Perfected being Lang's golden core was also smashed, and more than 200 years of cultivation was lost in a single moment. Perfected being Lang coughed huge mouthfuls of blood with an ashen expression. With his golden core smashed, his cultivation was crippled, and that was a feeling even more terrible than death. His appearance was turning old rapidly. Right now, perfected being Lang was more than 200 years ago. The reason why he looked like a middle-aged man was because he had formed his golden core and his lifespan was extended. However, with the destruction of his golden core, his powers were gone as well and he could no longer withstand the power of time. Perfected being Lang's hair started turning white and his skin lost its luster. This was the same for demons. After demons form cores, their lifetime's cultivations would be stored within their inner cores. With the inner cores, demons could take on human form and even speak in human tongues. However, if their inner cores were removed, they would lose their demonic powers, and those that took on human form would revert to their original state while losing the ability to speak in human tongues. Su Zimo was no longer looking at the groaning and dying perfected being Lang on the ground. He walked straight to the edge of the courtyard and squatted down to observe. Not long later, he stood up and continued walking around the perimeter of the formation. From time to time, he would stop and step down gently. When he left, there would be a footprint at where he stood, surrounded by web-like cracks. At the center of the footprints, there was a spirit stone that was dim without light, crushed by Su Zimo. Shen Mingqi understood what was happening. Su Zimo was dispelling the formation. With every single footstep, he was crushing a formation eye. The light surrounding the formation began to dim gradually. The formation that Tan Hao claimed to be able to trap golden cores for up to 5 days was destroyed in less than 15 minutes by Su Zimo. This was the second extreme foundation establishment cultivator in history. The #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou. Formation master. Was there anything he couldn't achieve? Suddenly, Shen Mingqi came to a realization. Su Zimo had not changed the entire time. He was still that brother Zimo from her childhood who could do everything. The pride of Pingyang Town. The one who changed was herself. The reason why life was cruel wasn't because it was short, but because there was no way of redoing things. For certain people and things, losing them would be for a lifetime. Gazing quietly at that figure not far away, Shen Mingqi's eyes were fixed the entire time. She did not have much time left. Before long, the formation lights dissipated into the night and the formation was dispelled, revealing the skies to them once more. The night was hazy and the moon was bright with few stars. Although a massive battle had just broken out at the Shen family, it was quiet in the town. Most of the mortals in the town were already awake due to the shock. However, how would any of them dare to show their faces in a fight between immortals? Everyone hid under their beds and clutched their blankets tightly, praying that they wouldn't be implicated. Turning around, Su Zimo whisked up the groveling perfected being Lang and turned to leave the Su Zimo, heading for his own residence. Shen Mingqi's body swayed as she looked at Su Zimo's leaving back view, almost stumbling. The door at the side opened with a creak and a middle-aged man ran over frightfully with a look of trepidation. Supporting Shen Mingqi, he asked dearly, "Mingqi, are you all right?" The man was Shun Nan. He was hiding in the room and did not dare reveal himself. If I hadn't followed Master and left back then, perhaps things might not be this way right now. Shen Mingqi's condition was getting worse and her consciousness was fluttering as she murmured to herself, "I was the one who caused myself to be in this state today. There's no one else to blame. Immortal fate? That's nothing but a dream. Alarmed and afraid, Shen and hugged Shen Mengqi's swaying body and asked, Mengqi, what's happening to you? Don't scare me. Everything is in the past and it isn't your fault. Before he could finish, Shen Mengqi turned and looked at him with a dazed expression, tears pouring down her face. Shen Nan, I regret everything. After 8 years, Su Zimo's residence hasn't undergone much changes. Dragging perfected being Tsang Lang, he leaped and landed in the courtyard. The cherry flowers were blooming in the center of the courtyard. In this short period of time, perfected being Tsang Lang's hair had already turned completely white and his breathing was weak. Blood flowed continuously from that massive wound on his abdomen. Coupled with the fact that his golden core and cultivation was destroyed, perfected being Tsang Lang was aging at an extremely fast rate. One after another, wrinkles appeared as though they were etched on his face as his sockets sunk. His eyeballs were cloudy and were almost at the end of their lives. Throwing perfected being Tsang Lang to the side of the peach blossom tree, Su Zimo asked, Do you know why I brought you here? Perfected being Tsang Lang no longer had the strength to talk. By now, he knew that he was going to die for sure today and could only glare at Su Zimo venomously. 8 years ago, you burned Zhui Feng in front of me. Even though it was a spirit beast, I viewed it as a kin. Gripping his fists, Su Zimo said coldly, Zhui Feng's ashes are buried beneath this peach blossom tree. The moment I buried them, I said that one fine day, I will use your blood and rinse it here. Suddenly, perfected being Tsang Lang's gaze turned incomparably conflicted. There was hatred, regret, fear, and reluctance. 8 years ago, if it wasn't for Zhui Feng, I would have died under your true fire. Su Zimo grabbed perfected being Tsang Lang's head and snarled word after word with a cold intent. Tsang Lang, pay with your life. Poof! Extending his fingernails, Su Zimo sliced across perfected being Tsang Lang's throat viciously. Fresh blood splashed out and sprayed at the foot of the peach blossom tree. The Shen family's courtyard was in a mess. Standing where she was, Shen Mengqi's expression turned increasingly terrible. There was a dark aura of death shrouding her as her consciousness faded in and out. She could collapse at any moment. Shen Nan was supporting her carefully by the side, watching everything unfold helplessly. Initially, he hoped that he and his family clan would be able to flourish instantly by relying on the fact that his younger sister had joined an immortal sect. However, all of his hopes were dashed right now. Yet, there was no disappointment in Shen Nan's heart. At this very moment, the only thing he wished was for his sister to survive. Even if they had to return to their ordinary lives in the past, it would be better than him being left all alone. Shen Nan asked softly, Do you want to lie down and rest? Shen Mengqi shook her head gently and stood where she was obstinately. She struggled to open her eyes and watch the entrance, as though she was waiting for something. She knew that if she were to lie down now, there was a chance she wouldn't get up again. The night darkened gradually. Finally, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Green robes, black hair, and a set of elegant features. That person had once accompanied her through countless warm and happy times. Now, he had returned to send her off for her final journey. Shen Mengqi said softly, Take me there. After a long silence, Su Zimo replied, All right. Waving his robes, he brought along Shen Mengqi, who was not far away, and soared into the skies, disappearing into the night above the skies of Pingyang town. Before long, the two of them descended in a small valley. Spring was blossoming right now and all life was flourishing. Against the hazy night skies, sprouts and leaves could be seen swaying gently. There was even the sound of spring water trickling peacefully in the valley. Such a scenery was nothing much in the cultivation world. Major sects would typically look for places with rich spirit qi to set up their bases, such as places flourishing with flora, places with vast clouds and skies, places with towering waterfalls, places with billowing smoke, or places with rainbows. Those were places that mortals could not reach. There was naturally no way this valley could compare to the beauty of those. However, it had an advantage in how realistic it was, with gentle breezes, the chirps of birds and insects, as well as the trickling sounds of water. In the clamor of the mortal world filled with strife, This was considered as a rare paradise that was serene and beautiful. The two of them discovered this place by accident when they were young and regarded as a paradise hidden from the world. This was a place that belonged to the two of them, and they never discussed it with anyone else. Apart from the time when Su Zimo went to study, this was the place where both of them visited the most. They spent countless nights lying side by side on a small peak in the valley, gazing at the skies and the endless stars, dreaming about their future. Xianxia had once said, "If we turn old and die one day, I want to be buried here." Right now, she was here. Su Zimo placed Xianxia on the grass fields in silence with an indifferent expression. However, a hint of a conflicted emotion flickered through his eyes. He no longer had any attachments towards Xianxia. The moment she decided to leave 8 years ago, that was the end of their relationship. However, witnessing her meet with such an end, Su Zimo could not help but feel a surge of sympathy and pity in his heart. Xianxia was not bad by nature. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped Su Zimo beg for mercy 8 years ago, or remind him to be wary of Zhou Dingyun. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone against perfected being Conglang 8 years after, resulting in her death. She was not suited by nature to survive in the cruel cultivation world. Even if perfected being Conglang did not harm her, she would have met with her demise sooner or later. She was ruined by that immortal fate. Zimo, actually, I haven't been living a happy life in the past 8 years of cultivation. I've had enough of the conniving cultivation world and its cruelty and coldness. Xianxia laid beside Su Zimo's legs and gazed at the stars above, murmuring softly with a dazed expression. I've often thought about how great the past was, carefree without worries. Even if I was merely accompanying you and watching you study in silence. We were together every day and made so many wishes. As she talked about the wishes, Xianxia smiled unknowingly and her eyes flickered with light. However, those lights dimmed before long. But later on, Xianxia's voice got softer as she continued. Su Zimo listened silently the entire time. As daybreak approached, the stars in the skies disappeared bit by bit. Those stars are so beautiful. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see them again. Slowly, Xianxia closed her eyes. They never opened again. The power of the spirit lock flower was gone by now. Channeling spirit energy, he swept his sleeves. A human-shaped grave appeared on the ground, and although mud and dust flew everywhere, none of it touched Xianxia. Su Zimo placed Xianxia into the grave. Just as he was about to fill the grave back with mud, he paused. His face was slightly lowered and his gaze was calm. He did not move at all, remaining silent. He stood there quietly. A long time later, a ray of sunlight purged away the remnant darkness of the night. Within the grave, Xianxia was like a young girl in a peaceful deep sleep. She seemed like she was one with the valley. Under the ray of sunlight, 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of the girl's eyes. The tears were clear and transparent, reflecting a figure in green robes. The tears fell along with the figure they reflected, buried together with this young girl in this valley for all eternity. Finally, Su Zimo took a deep breath and waved his sleeves, burying the grave. He turned around. Not far away, Xianxia stood with tears streaming down his face, bearing a look of misery. From this day forth, he no longer had any kin in this world. Initially, Xianxia's heart was filled with fear towards Su Zimo. At that moment, he had lost all sense of reasoning as he yelled at Su Zimo. What did she do wrongly? What reason was there for her to reject the opportunity of an immortal ascension presented to her? Who could reject it? Why did things end up as such? Why? Xianxia bawled and screamed from the depths of his heart in a frenzied manner. At that moment, he even wished that Su Zimo could kill him so that he wouldn't have to endure such misery anymore. Walking towards the outside of the valley, Su Zimo paused for a brief moment when he passed by Xianxia and said softly, "She wasn't wrong. It was fate that was wrong." Xianxia froze for a moment before stumbling to sit down weakly. Su Zimo left and disappeared before long. Upon returning to Pingyang town, Su Zimo walked along the long street and looked at his familiar surroundings. Suddenly, A surge of emotions gushed through his heart. Everything began here. Because of an immortal fate, Su Zimo, Shun Mingqi and perfected being Songlang's fates were changed. 8 years later, everything ended here. It was as though everything was predestined. It was until now that Su Zimo was certain that he had truly let go of Shin Mengqi and the past. He had no resentment, hatred, sadness, or joy. The past between the both of them was buried within that valley. All the grievances of the past had been stuck in Su Zimo's mind like a rock and settled down for 8 years. Now everything was finally gone completely, crushed into dust. In a single night, he severed his fate from the past and ended his karma, attaining clarity in his mind. The spirit sea within his dantian surged and formed massive waves. Su Zimo could sense that the opportunity for him to enter the Golden Core realm had arrived. Su Zimo put away the storage bags of Liang Heng and the others. Although Songlang and the others were Golden Cores before their death, they were now dead and their bodies were weak. Conjuring a demon fire from his fingertip, Su Zimo burned all 5 corpses into ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. After settling that, Su Zimo returned to his residence. He wanted to make his breakthrough in this courtyard. Opportunities were required for breakthroughs of major cultivation realms. It was a mysterious feeling in one's mental state, similar to adrenaline rush. At that moment, if Su Zimo were to take a long journey back to Ethereal Peak, he could very likely lose out on the timing of that precious opportunity. Furthermore, he truly could not think of a more meaningful place than here to conduct his breakthrough. 8 years ago, in this unseemly courtyard, beneath that peach blossom tree that was blossoming right now, Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and comprehended the Tao overnight, entering the path of cultivation. In his heart, this place was more meaningful than any paradise out there. Forming a core was no small feat and one must not be disturbed at all. Not daring to be careless, Su Zimo started setting up a formation. Without resting at all, he set up multiple formations around his residence. Not only were there support formations, there were even illusion, trap, and killing formations. One after another, the formations were interlinked. 3 days later, the formations were fully set up. Activate! Su Zimo shouted softly, and a bedazzling luminescence lit up around the vicinity of the residence as countless mysterious formation patterns surfaced. An illusion formation was set up at the outermost perimeter. It created an illusory residence that seemed no different from before on the outside and would not attract any attention. However, in reality, there were runes concentrated within the illusion formation that shone bright as day within. Arriving beneath the peach blossom tree, Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and closed his eyes to rest. He had worked tirelessly for the past 3 days to set up such a huge formation and had expended a lot of energy as well. Su Zimo had to adjust himself to his best condition. A long time later, he gradually stabilized and slapped his storage bag, causing millions of superior-grade spirit stones to spill out and form small mountains. Thanks to the Most Spirit Weapon Workshop, Su Zimo had managed to earn a large amount of spirit stones in the capital of Great Zhou, and they sufficed for him to attempt core formation. Boom! Massive waves surged within his Dantian spirit sea. Divine light shone everywhere as his spirit chi surged into the air. Through the mounds of spirit stones, endless spirit chi entered Su Zimo's body continuously. 9 spirit meridians appeared and flickered, akin to 9 long rivers that surged relentlessly before converging into his Dantian spirit sea. The spirit sea was akin to a bottomless pit, sucking the incoming spirit energy relentlessly and forming a gigantic vortex with a terrifying might that spun and shrank non-stop. Core formation was the most important divergent point in one's cultivation path. Be it immortality or demonic cultivation, they had to cross this gap. From chi condensation to foundation establishment and finally to golden core, cultivators undergo the process of training their chi, liquefying it and eventually condensing it into a core. From gas to liquid and finally solid, every single transformation was a leap in quality. From that, it could be seen that the foundation of the golden core was still spirit chi. However, it was merely built from a continuous and gradual transformation. Almost all the cultivators understood what the process was like. It was a never-ending process of extraction, condensation, and compression. Along with time, one could turn the initial spirit chi into a solid golden core and complete the transformation. However, throughout history, there were many cultivators, and yet, less than 1 in 10,000 are able to form a core. What was the reason for that? Why were there still people failing despite the ease and clarity of the entire process? It was a simple logic to understand. The rise in quality of spirit chi along with one's cultivation would naturally lead to an increase in strength. However, why was one's lifespan extended for hundreds of years after a core was formed? In reality, the reason for that was the true secret behind core formation: to understand life. If one wanted to form a core, they had to understand the true meaning behind the Tao of a core. That was the only way for them to break free from the constraints of heaven and earth and extend their lifespans. The reason for the extension in lifespan was because of a new level of deep understanding. The wisdom that Buddhists often speak of refers to the comprehension of the Tao and enlightenment, allowing one to transcend life and death, turning into a saintly being. It was a sort of comprehension at a new level and referred to supreme wisdom. What was the truth behind the golden core? There were two sides to everything. It was the same for life. A still rock wasn't alive, and neither was a running river. The most primal and natural state of life was only manifested through a combination of stillness and movement. The existence of life was activity. Motions are a way of representing life, while stillness was a method for nourishing life. In truth, the formation of a golden core was a process born out of nothing by instilling stillness into motion. To begin with, spirit chi did not exist within one's body. However, after years of cultivation for a strain of spirit chi to appear, it could then gradually grow stronger and turn into a liquid form which could course through the 8 meridians with firm strength. Eventually, it would flow into the sea and return to the dantian, forming a silent and still golden core. Things would happen naturally and logically. At that moment, life would undergo an unprecedented change in quality. By interweaving motion and stillness to condense a golden core and nourish life, one's lifespan could be extended. To begin with, life was something that was produced out of nothing. Eventually, it would enter an eternal slumber after its vibrancy. Producing something out of nothing, entering stillness after motion, that was an interpretation of life. In truth, the formation of a core was the understanding of one of life's obscurities and as such, gaining an extension in lifespan. That was the true meaning of core formation. Once one creates a golden core, one's lifespan will not be decided by nature. That was the most famous mantra of core formation and also hinted at its true essence. For foundation establishment cultivators, the chances of them condensing a golden core was more than 80% as long as they unlocked 5 spirit meridians. Even so, there were still people who failed. They did not fail in core formation, but in the comprehension of the true meaning behind core formation. Throughout history, generations and generations of seniors and predecessors passed down their personal experiences of breaking through to the golden core realm. However, Tao was something that was incorporeal, couldn't be explained clearly, touched or seen. Even if one knew what was going on, it was useless. The only way for them to transcend mortality and break out of their mold was through personal comprehension. As time passed by, Su Zimo's aura turned increasingly terrifying as his black hair swayed gently without any wind. His lifespan was extending endlessly. 200 years, 300 years, 500 years. Su Zimo's understanding of core formation had not only affected himself. Subconsciously, another life in the courtyard was affected. Behind him, the peach blossom tree was shrouded by an invisible Tao, and it grew. Its trunk grew thicker and its branches extended. One after another, pink buds blossomed in the blink of an eye. The petals scattered around Su Zimo's vicinity. Instantly, the petals that scattered grew into new flowers, and the entire process was mysterious, akin to a dream. The peach blossom tree swayed gently. If Su Zimo were to open his eyes right now, he would be able to sense that the peach blossom tree was exuding an emotion of joy. It had gained sentience. Waves raged fiercely within the spirit sea of the dantian, shining with a divine radiance. The two starkly different Daos of immortals and fiends were in constant conflict within the Dantian. Fire and water, two starkly different energies, were clashing within the Dantian as well. The situation that Su Zimo was in right now was rather unique. He managed the first step of understanding the true essence of core formation and extended his lifespan. However, due to the fact that there were two starkly different energies clashing, his golden core was yet to be formed. A situation as such was rarely seen throughout history, and one would have to undergo immense danger. If anything untoward happened during the clash of the two different energies, his Dantian would rupture on the spot and his foundation would be entirely destroyed. Right now, fire and water was interweaving constantly within his body. These two forces were irreconcilable. With every clash, there would be a violent jerk in the Dantian, letting out a jarring sound. At the same time, an extremely terrifying force would surge through all his limbs and organs. For normal cultivators, the impact of those forces were destructive. If they were in this position, their bones and tendons would have snapped while their organs would have exploded along with their bodies into blood mists. However, of all things, Su Zimo was someone who did both immortality and demonic cultivation. Furthermore, his demonic cultivation technique was a supreme demon classic that could change the world and creation, forging a body that was terrifying beyond anything else. His body was akin to a relentless utensil that could undergo all setbacks. He was unyielding as the forces of fire and water clashed against him. As time passed by, spirit chi entered his body endlessly. Coupled with the fact that he was at the legendary Extreme Foundation establishment realm, the two different energies climbed relentlessly. At the same time, the clash between the two energies was getting more intense as well. Bang! 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 Loud bangs were even echoing from within Su Zimo's body. Later on, with every single clash, Su Zimo's body would jerk and he would frown with a look of pain. At that moment, the most rational thing to do for him was to stop in his core formation attempt. However, Su Zimo's expression was resolute and he wasn't swayed at all. He believed in his determination. If he could calm the monkey mind, control the prancing horse and subdue dragons and tigers, why wouldn't he be able to subdue the Tao of fire and water as well? He also believed in Dai Yu and the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. He was convinced that his body would be able to endure the impacts. Boom! Boom! Time slowly passed. The frequency of the clash between the two energies subsided. However, each clash was now scarier with accumulated force and the impact was even more terrifying. Poof! One after another, terrifying bloodied scars appeared on Su Zimo's body and face. His flesh was split open and there was a mist of blood around him. It was painful. Every single inch of meat was in tremendous pain and struck at his nerves. The impact was something that came from within. First, it collided within the Dantian. Next, it burst forth and rippled through his organs, meridians, tendons, bones, and flesh. Almost instantly, Su Zimo broke out in cold sweat. As if it could sense his pain, the peach blossom tree behind him swayed gently and a pink glow wafted down, akin to moonlight falling in a gentle manner. The light fell and dissipated into spots, dancing in the air like spirits before surging into Su Zimo's injuries with vibrant life force. To be honest, the power of those light spots was not strong. However, that was the only thing the peach blossom tree could do. When the two energies within his Dantian rested for a moment, the terror of Su Zimo's body was displayed once more. With a boom, his blood chi surged and roared like tsunamis, washing across his wounds. His inner core churned maniacally and demonic chi spread. A tremendous self-regeneration power repaired his organs and connected his tendons, bones, and meridians. After they were torn, they regenerated and turned the energy in his organs purer, made his tendons more flexible and his bones even stronger like weapons. His body was undergoing yet another baptism. Su Zimo's 9 spirit meridians were expanding as well. Initially, the spirit energy in his spirit meridians could only be compared to the current flow of a stream. However, his expanded spirit meridians became broader, and his spirit energy gushed even fiercer. comparative to massive rivers surging into the sea. Boom! Just as his internal injuries were recovering, the two different energies clashed once more and produced a resounding bang. Su Zimo's body shuddered. It was a type of pain that struck his bones and almost caused him to faint. Su Zimo knew that there was no way out for him. If he were to retreat at this moment, he would suffer even greater difficulties and pain in the future for his next attempt at core formation. No one could break Su Zimo's determination. His spirit sea condensed continuously, shrinking, transforming, and ascending. An illusory phantom of a golden core appeared faintly. Endless spirit energy surged towards that illusory golden core, allowing it to turn corporeal and firmer. The demon inner core was condensed in Su Zimo's chest. On the other hand, the immortal golden core swiveled an inch beneath his navel in his dantian, shining with a golden glow in its spherical shape. Against that bedazzling golden shade, Su Zimo's organs, blood, flesh, bones, marrow and meridians shone with an illuminating transparency. Su Zimo sat beneath the peach blossom tree with a transparent and flawless body, emanating the aura of an ethereal immortal. He was like a peerless immortal king that had descended, looking down on the world and shocking the masses. By stepping into the golden core realm, breaking free of the restraints of heaven and earth and extending one's lifespan, there would also be a change in one's demeanor as they transcend mortality. Su Zimo now truly possessed an air of immortality. His expression calmed down gradually. At this point of his breakthrough, he had already crossed over the most dangerous and arduous stage. What was left was for him to materialize the illusory golden core before stabilizing it. The peach blossom tree swayed and petals fell with a hint of joy as well. An unknown period of time passed. Su Zimo shuddered and a golden core was formed in his dantian. It was indestructible and pure, radiating with an immense luster. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from within Su Zimo's body, as though a gigantic ancient true dragon was awakening. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's eyes were initially shut. However, he suddenly felt his vision blur and witnessed a shocking scene. Dark clouds were overcast and lightning flashed as thunder rumbled. The skies collapsed and formed a series of tears. An apocalyptic firestorm rained down and all living beings were crying miserably. In the face of this energy that could destroy all life, Su Zimo's expression was pale, and he felt that he was pathetically insignificant. Even nascent souls and void reversions would be met with death, let alone golden cores. Bang! Boom! Boom! All of a sudden, heaven and earth rumbled. An incomparably massive ancient demon descended with a terrifying aura and 4 legs that were akin to heavenly piercing pillars. Standing in the middle of a dark, deep sea, it did not move and suppressed the raging tides. Its tough armor carried the broken firmament and blanketed the world, blocking the massive void currents while protecting all living beings. It was a turtle-shaped demon beast. Su Zimo had never seen such a gargantuan beast. Filled with a vicissitude aura, it seemed like it had crossed through the sands of time from the ancient eras and appeared in the world. Mysterious patterns were etched on its shell, forming obscure runes that seemed as though they could understand the world and the secrets behind the origin of the universe. Focusing his gaze, Su Zimo realized that his eyes stung with an incomparably sharp pain, and instantly, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks and he spun in dizziness. Startled, Su Zimo shut his eyes hurriedly. Against the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, the turtle carried the broken heavens and calmed the raging tides with all 4 legs, protecting all living beings. Raising its head, it roared into the skies and divine light burst forth from its eyes in an unstoppable momentum. At that moment, the divine turtle was the only godly being in the entire world. Although Su Zimo's eyes were shut, that scene was etched deeply into his mind unforgettably. This is my golden core phenomenon. Secretly delighted, Su Zimo closed his eyes and recalled the phenomenon he had witnessed in his mind. He did not know the origin of his golden core phenomenon or what its name was. Perhaps it might even be an unprecedented golden core phenomenon. However, Su Zimo knew that the golden core phenomenon was extremely powerful. At the very least, He had never come across another golden core phenomenon as dazzling as such. Prior to this, in the battle at the Shin family, a golden core released his heavenly essence swords, and it was already strong enough to be able to wound Su Zimo's body. However, compared to the golden core phenomenon Su Zimo had just comprehended, that was far inferior. In his estimations, even 10 heavenly essence swords wouldn't be able to deal with his golden core phenomenon. As Su Zimo was comprehending his golden core phenomenon, his eyes blurred once more and the divine turtle from earlier on disappeared. The next moment, Su Zimo was stunned. It was as though he had traveled back in time, and instantly, the environment changed. Previously, the heavens were shattered. This time round, the earth had caved in and blood flowed everywhere. Heavens collapsing and the ground sinking in were catastrophes of the legends. When they surfaced in Su Zimo's vision, it shook his mind and felt extremely realistic, as though he was right in the midst of it. The ground caved continuously, opening up bottomless ravines one after another. A baleful aura surged forth. The mountains were tumbling and the ground was disintegrating. Lava surged forth endlessly with a scorching heat, flowing rampantly on the vast lands and burning everything in sight. Countless living beings were turned into ashes, experiencing the apocalyptic tragedy brought forth by the terrifying power of this catastrophe. Su Zimo felt his mind shake and he could not steady himself. What is this? Su Zimo was dumbfounded. Logically speaking, he had already cultivated a golden core phenomenon. Why was another phenomenon appearing before him? Furthermore, it was comparable to the previous phenomenon in terms of power. The miserable cries of the living beings seemed to have woken some sort of a powerful existence. All of a sudden, a massive living being crawled out from the depths of the ground with a terrifying aura. It had the head of a snake and the body of an anaconda. Red in color, it was lined with scales that stacked against one another like flaming red steel plates. That is, Su Zimo's mouth opened slightly. Boom! Before he could react, the living being soared into the air, and a massive pair of flaming wings appeared on its gigantic back. What sort of a monster was that? The head of a snake, body of an anaconda, scales of a dragon. No horns on its head nor legs beneath its feet. It was like an ancient WRM with wings. However, the aura of the WIRM was not inferior compared to true dragons. Ascending above the 9 heavens, the scarlet eyes of the WIRM scanned the place. When it looked at the endless corpses of the countless living beings buried in the sea of flames, it could not help but bellow. Swoosh! Opening its massive mouth, the WIRM sucked furiously. All the scorching lava on the ground flowed in reverse into the WRM's mouth like rivers entering a sea. It swallowed the lava with large, angry mouthfuls. The scales on the WRM turned brighter and redder, and the flames on its wings intensified. Countless living beings were saved by the WRM single-handedly. Su Zimo took a long time before he could calm down after seeing the scene. Double phenomenons? Could a single person possess 2 different phenomenons? Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo recalled and experienced the 2 different phenomenons, comprehending them deeply. An unknown period of time passed. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes with a lightning gaze. Behind him, a phenomenon with a majestic aura rose. The heavens shattered and void currents flowed everywhere as meteors fell. A divine turtle stood between the world and stabilized the void currents with its limbs while holding up the heavens with its back as it roared into the skies. Immediately after, on the other side, another phenomenon surfaced. The ground caved in and volcanoes erupted, causing lava to surge with countless living beings implicated. A WIRM surged forth from the ground and descended upon the mortal realm. The 2 phenomenons appeared together behind Su Zimo and emitted a terrifying aura as though they could contain everything. The peach blossom tree was motionless, seemingly scared stiff by the 2 phenomenons. A long time later, Su Zimo let out a deep breath and the divine light in his eyes vanished. Gradually, his aura retracted and gathered within his dantian. The 2 golden core phenomenons dissipated slowly. Success! Su Zimo was delighted that he had managed to cultivate 2 golden core phenomenons that were so strong and frightening. However, he had many questions. What were the origins of his phenomenons and what were their names? Or rather, why was he able to conjure two phenomenons? Recalling carefully, Su Zimo thought about information he had read about many ancient remnant beasts and pure-blooded ferocious beasts in the ancient books. However, none of them matched the two demon beasts. Could they be living beings from the primordial era that are now extinct? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. If they were extinct living beings from the primordial era, there would be almost no records of them in the ancient books now. Only some ancient super sects might have retained remnants of information regarding them. Su Zimo did not know much about golden core phenomenons. Perhaps I might only get a better understanding after entering the intermediate ancient battlefield. After all, the intermediate ancient battlefield had the phenomenon ranking. That was a place where all the elites of the golden core realm in Tianhuang mainland were gathered. A massacre between geniuses and the clashing of top-tier golden core phenomenons. That was a feast that only belonged to the paragons. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Among the 4 golden cores that accompanied perfected being Tsonglang here, apart from Sima Ji, judging from their sect badges, they did not seem like they came from the Great Zhou dynasty. He might be able to seek out some useful information from the golden core who cultivated the heavenly essence swords. Su Zimo took out the person's storage bag and injected spirit energy into it. After a brief check, he withdrew an ancient book from it. There were 4 words written on it: Golden Core Phenomenon Ranking. The intermediate ancient battlefield would open up once every 100 years. This meant that the phenomenon ranking would refresh once every 100 years. Throughout history, there have been countless golden cores who left their names on the phenomenon ranking and it was refreshed constantly. However, there were not many changes to the top 108 golden core phenomenons. All in all, only those slightly more than 100 golden core phenomenons could be considered as the strong ones. Su Zimo opened the ancient book. There were many words scribbled on it. It was clear that someone had recorded them. The words on the first row were the largest and the most striking. Phenomenon ranking number 1. Dean, Chaos Ocean. The front portion was his name while the back was the golden core phenomenon he cultivated. There was even a line of small words after his golden core phenomenon describing the origins of it. When Su Zimo caught sight of the first sentence, he was shocked. Chaos Ocean, ancient phenomenon, created by the human emperor. Su Zimo continued reading. The Chaos Ocean was created by the human emperor using everything he learned after he entered the Extreme Foundation Establishment realm and observed the secrets of heaven and earth while pursuing the origins of the universe. It's the top among thousands of phenomenons and is the number 1 across history. Top among thousands of phenomenons and number 1 across history. What an incredible evaluation. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. Although he had also cultivated to the Extreme Foundation Establishment realm, the golden core phenomenon he cultivated did not depend on the number of spirit meridians he had unlocked, but his experiences and his comprehension of his cultivation. There was a high chance that this golden core phenomenon ranking was from 100 years ago. Su Zimo did not know what sect or background Diin was from to be able to comprehend a golden core phenomenon created by the human emperor. Any cultivator that could occupy the top spot of the phenomenon ranking was definitely not someone to be messed with. It was clear judging from Yen Beichen's methods. Su Zimo continued reading. Phenomenon ranking number 2. Heartless Yi Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. When he saw Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, Su Zimo knew that the cultivator was the successor of Azura sect. In that battle at Ethereal Peak, the same phenomenon appeared behind the Azura Yen Beichen and it had a tremendous might. With a single strike, it killed 2 void reversions. Su Zimo continued reading. Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, created by the first Azura of the ancient era. Initially 2 different golden core phenomenons, Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea. Although there have been many fiend heirs in Azura sect, few of them could fuse the 2 together. Once fused, it possesses terrifying might and can be ranked in the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking. Su Zimo nodded silently. According to Yen Beichen's words, he should have become number 1 of the phenomenon ranking 1,000 years ago by relying on this Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. Although Chaos Ocean was the number 1 phenomenon throughout history, the ranking on the phenomenon ranking wasn't determined solely on one's phenomenon, but the strength of the cultivator as well. Even for the same golden core phenomenon, the strength displayed by two cultivators releasing it would be worlds apart if they had different levels of comprehension towards it. Phenomenon ranking number 3. Monk Pujian, Green Lantern Ancient Buddha. The appearance of the ancient Buddha accompanied by a green lantern booms loudly in Sanskrit across all directions, incinerating all living beings and suppressing all demons, ghosts, and fiends. Cultivated to its peak, it can be considered as a top 10 on the phenomenon ranking. There were a bunch of other golden core phenomenons behind the phenomenon ranking, and they were dizzying. Su Zimo was extremely curious as he hadn't heard of them before. Eternal Kingdom, Meandering River Sunset, Glass Divine Light, Underworld, Thousand Swords United, Amplifying Fog, Limitless Hell, Endless River Mountains, Eastern Purple Chi, Seven Floor Pagoda, Buddha's Radiance, Incinerating Embers, Yin Yang Double Fishes. Every single golden core phenomenon had a detailed introduction. Su Zimo continued browsing and could roughly deduce the sects or factions the phenomenons belonged to judging from their names and descriptions. For example, Glass Divine Light should be a golden core phenomenon of Glass Palace. The description displayed high regards for Glass Divine Light, and if it was released at its peak, it could be considered as a top 10 on the phenomenon ranking. Underworld and Limitless Hell should be golden core phenomenons of the Fiend sections. As for Seven Floor Pagoda and Buddha's Radiance, those should be phenomenons of the Buddhist monasteries. Gradually, Su Zimo realized that the phenomenon ranking was mostly occupied by the supersects of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects, as well as the various powerful factions of Tianhuang mainland. Of the top 108 spots on the phenomenon rankings, there were only around 60 golden core phenomenons. Most of them were repeated, coming from different cultivators of the same sect. After reading through the phenomenon ranking, Su Zimo did not discover any golden core phenomenon similar to his. Frowning slightly, he felt somewhat dejected. Suddenly, his expression changed. At the end of the phenomenon ranking was another page. When Su Zimo flipped over, he saw that there were also some golden core phenomenons listed on the last page. Those were phenomenons that had appeared once without reappearing or had gone extinct. First row. World Cleansing Green Lotus. Originally a phenomenon of Fahua Monastery, the eternal green lotus glowed brightly and had a terrifying strength that could cleanse all evil in the world. This was something that could be considered as a top 10 on the phenomenon ranking. However, 10,000 years ago, the North region met with a catastrophe and the Great Qian Empire was destroyed along with Fahua Monastery, leading to the loss of the world-cleansing Green Lotus. At that point, Su Zimo was enlightened. So, one of the two great monasteries that was destroyed in that catastrophe 10,000 years ago was Fahua Monastery. Su Zimo shook his head, a little stunned. Now that 10,000 years have passed, how many people could still remember that flourishing empire and monastery? If that was the case for a destroyed supersect, a fallen paragon would probably be lost in the sands of time and be forgotten by everyone after 100 years. As Su Zimo continued reading, he could not help but shudder as his eyes lit up. Primordial Divine Turtle. An amphibious divine being that is lost. Primordial Soaring Serpent. A fire divine being that is lost. Legend has it that, in the primordial era, the thousands of races fought one another and all life was in turmoil. Blood was shed everywhere as corpses lined the ground. That massive battle caused the skies to topple and the ground to collapse. Void currents surged everywhere. Meteors crashed. The ground caved in while lava spurted everywhere, killing countless lives. Su Zimo was in deep thought at this point. The battle royale of the primordial era was something that he had heard Uncle Liang of Elixir Yang sect mention before. However, he did not know the reason for it. What he knew was that the battle was the reason why only 100 races were left with thousands of races going extinct. Because of that, the human race gained a respite and managed to rise up. Su Zimo continued reading. Finally, that battle alarmed two divine beasts of the primordial era, the turtle and serpent, to descend at the same time. The divine turtle managed to carry the heavens with its shell and suppress the void currents with its limbs. The soaring serpent rose from beneath the ground. With a snake's head, anaconda's body, dragon scales, phoenix wings, no horns nor legs, and strength comparable to a true dragon, It devoured all the lava and suppressed the volcanoes everywhere. The appearance of the turtle and snake saved all lives. Experts of the human race who witnessed that were moved and created the two phenomenons by comprehending them. Throughout history, there would occasionally be cultivators who managed to comprehend the two golden core phenomenons of the primordial era. However, none of them could display the same might of the past. There were rumors that when the phenomenon ranking was just created, the two golden core phenomenons were listed among the top 10. Upon seeing this, Su Zimo suddenly had an epiphany. He finally understood the meaning behind the two phenomenons. When he was forming his core, his dantian contained the energies of fire and water, which were starkly different. Both of them clashed repeatedly, with neither side willing to relent. As such, the two energies intensified continuously while contesting against one another. Finally, with the risk of Su Zimo's body exploding, the two different energies finally stabilized and reached a balance. At that moment, the energies of fire and water were already at their limits. That was also the reason why Su Zimo managed to witness the two shocking scenes of the primordial era. The divine turtle represented water, while the soaring serpent represented fire. The reason why the primordial divine turtle and primordial soaring serpent was not in the previous iteration of the phenomenon ranking wasn't because they weren't strong enough, but because both of them had gone extinct for many years. Smiling gently, Su Zimo felt a sense of pride. No matter the past of the two golden core phenomenons, now that the both of them were in his hands in this generation, he was certain that he would definitely be able to release them to an unparalleled degree. Su Zimo sorted out the storage bags of Zhonglang and the other four once more. There weren't many noteworthy treasures, only elixirs, spirit stones, and some spirit weapons. None of them interested Su Zimo. Right now, what he wanted the most were secret skill manuals regarding the Tao of the core. The Qi Condensation Realm had the Qi Condensation Manual. The Foundation Establishment Realm had the Foundation Establishment Manual. There should be a cultivation technique for the Golden Core Realm as well. Cultivation techniques were extremely important to a cultivator's cultivation speed and rise in strength. For example, as long as one were to cultivate one of Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills, Ethereal Foundation Establishment, diligently and comprehend it, they would be able to unlock up to 6 spirit meridians. That was something rather impressive before entering the ancient battlefield. With a high-end cultivation technique, a cultivator could have his effort on his Golden Core Realm cultivation. However, Ethereal Peak did not contain any top-tier cultivation techniques for the Tao of the Core. After the massive battle at Ethereal Peak, Sect Master Ling Yun mentioned this to Su Zimo. The circumstances of Su Zimo's core formation were rather special as well. The two different energies of fire and water clashed within his dantian. Although he managed to suppress fire and water while subduing the turtle and serpent thanks to his strong determination and terrifying physique, it was still a latent danger. Without the help of a powerful cultivation technique for the Tao of the core, Su Zimo was worried that he would run into trouble in the future. The fact that there weren't any secret cultivation techniques within the storage bags of perfected being Zhonglang and the others was something Su Zimo expected as well. Storage bags mostly contained consumables such as elixirs and spirit stones or spirit weapons used for killing. Most people would not put their secret cultivation techniques in storage bags. However, from Liang Heng's storage bag, apart from the phenomenon ranking, Su Zimo discovered a messaging spirit crane. The content within stirred his interest. It indicated that there was a dangerous ground known as the Great Qian Ruins. 10,000 years ago, the capital of Great Qian was destroyed overnight and was reduced to ruins with countless living beings implicated in the tragedy. Alongside the capital of Great Qian were 2 great Buddhist monasteries of the time, Fahua Monastery and Daming Monastery. Many treasures were buried within the ruins. Apart from miraculous elixirs and spirit weapons, there were also lost cultivation techniques. It was said that the number 1 secret skill of the Tao of the Core, Mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra, was buried along with Fahua Monastery in the ruins. However, no one managed to find it. Of course, the ruins were not a friendly place and were filled with treacherous dangers. Over the years, there have always been cultivators who took the risk to explore it but failed to return alive. There were even rumors that although the capital of Great Qian was destroyed and reduced to ruins, The connate spirit fire that burned it down had not extinguished and was still burning. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo decided to check out the Great Qin ruins. Firstly, there was the obvious lure of the treasures that were buried along with the majestic capital of Great Qin and the two super sects in the ruins. Secondly, if he could find the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra, it would definitely be a great boon for his cultivation. It was different from his demonic cultivation. Although Dai Yu had also left him a supreme demon classic before she left, there were corresponding cultivation sutras right from the body tempering section at the beginning all the way to the yang spirit section at the end. For his immortality cultivation, Ethereal Peak did not have any top-tier cultivation techniques. While Su Zimo established his firm foundation in Ethereal Peak, his truly powerful immortality techniques were not learned from Ethereal Peak. He learned the ancient Dragonification manual from the Human Emperor's Palace. The Candlelight Sword formation was obtained from Extreme Fire Dao Lord. It was the same for his Sea Calming manual, Tidal manual, and Azura Saber. Therefore, Su Zimo decided to take a spin around the Great Qin ruins and see if he could gain any rewards. Thirdly, it was the rumor regarding the Spirit Fire. If he could meet with connate Spirit Fire, Su Zimo could attempt to repair the mystic gold silk armor in his storage bag. Back in the elementary ancient battlefield, he had even managed to pick up a few black gold arrows that used to be connate spirit weapons but had their spirit patterns destroyed. He could try to repair them. Additionally, the third level of the Candlelight Sword formation required 27 swords. If he could refine his flying swords again with a connate spirit fire, that would be a great boon to the power of his flying swords. Lastly, it was for his personal cultivation. Right now, Su Zimo was in possession of many cultivation techniques. If he were to merely rely rigidly on seclusion cultivation, it would be hard for him to meet with any progress. The way for him to meet with rapid growth was to be triggered by threats. Take Azura Saber for example. If one didn't kill and turn into an Azura, they won't be able to comprehend the secret of the Azura Saber. Tidying his attire, Su Zimo rose and dispelled the formation surrounding his residence with a wave before pushing the door and exiting. Standing at the entrance, he paused for a moment and turned back. His gaze was cloudy as he watched the petals falling from the peach blossom tree in the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. Now that this was completed, he would most likely not return in the near future. A long while later, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and closed the door before turning to leave. In midair, Su Zimo sped towards the direction of the Great Qin ruins with nothing beneath his feet, experiencing the power and changes brought forth by the Golden Core realm. Apart from his year in the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo had never left the territory of Great Zhou up till this point of his cultivation. On the one hand, he did not have much time. Merely 6 years have passed ever since he joined Ethereal Peak. For him to reach Golden Core realm from Qi condensation within 6 years was a rather terrifying cultivation speed. On the other hand, Su Zimo's cultivation realm was way too low. Foundation establishment cultivators could barely protect themselves within the territory of Great Zhou. If they were to leave, it would be difficult for them to return alive. The Great Qin ruins was not located within the Great Zhou dynasty. Now that Su Zimo had formed a core for both his immortality and demonic cultivation, he was much more confident and ready to explore the Great Qin ruins. He traveled for an entire month without sleeping and resting before finally arriving at his destination. On the horizon far away, a rubbled wall emanating an ancient aura came into view. Sweeping his gaze across, the ruins were vast and boundless. One could imagine the territory in the reign of this massive, glorious empire in its heydays. At the very least, it was more than 10 times the current Great Zhou dynasty. When he got closer, Su Zimo focused his gaze. In the middle of the ruins was a frighteningly massive ravine that split the place into two, extending into the horizon far away. Looking down, it seemed as though a gargantuan beast was opening its massive mouth, ready to devour all life. The ravine was deep and dark, giving off a chilling wind. Even with the power of his vision, Su Zimo could not see what was within. Furthermore, he could sense extreme danger coming from the ruins. However, for some unknown reason, Su Zimo felt a familiar aura coming from the depths of the ruins, as though a voice or some sort of a power was calling out to him. Uncanny. He lamented while shaking his head. At the same time, the sound of chains rattling, dull and heavy, could be heard from the depths of the dark, ghastly ravine. A pair of eyes opened up with a ferocious glint. It flickered within that space. In that moment, it seemed as though day and light had just swapped over while yin and yang intersected. In that momentary flash of illumination, an extremely old and withered face could be seen faintly. It was extremely horrifying. The face grinned and let out an ear-piercing laughter. Kakik. The fated person has arrived. Knowing that the Great Qian Ruins was not a friendly place, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless and descended slowly at the boundaries. He only headed in after checking out the surroundings. Even a capital as majestic as such was now reduced to rubbles and broken walls, turning into a ruin. As he walked across the mud and debris, Su Zimo was emotional. Be it immortality or demonic cultivation, the reason why most cultivators cultivated was because of the word longevity. However, who could withstand the power of time? In the ancient era, there were multiple emperors and countless mighty figures and patriarchs. But now all of them were gone, leaving nothing but legends. Su Zimo did not know much about the Great Qian Ruins, and neither did he dare to advance too quickly. His ears twitched and his gaze intensified as he channeled the technique of universal sight and hearing to sense for activity around him. Along the way, he came across a few cultivators, and there were also Qi refinement warriors and foundation establishment cultivators. All of those cultivators were extremely cautious and wary. When they caught sight of Su Zimo, they had cautious expressions and hid far away, detouring around him. In these ruins, apart from the danger present here, it was also extremely common for others to kill for treasures. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Su Zimo did not receive any rewards from the ruins. He merely found some broken shards of spirit weapons in the debris which he tossed away casually. Naturally, he did not encounter any danger as well. It was late at night right now and the moonlight was pure. The entire place was eerily quiet. Strange, Su Zimo frowned. Ah! Suddenly, a tragic shriek sounded nearby. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. After pondering for a moment, he decided to check it out. If he knew the source of the danger, he could prepare himself for it as well. In a flash, he sped towards the origin of the sound. Not long after, he caught sight of a Qi refinement warrior standing on the spot. His back was facing Su Zimo, and although there was a clear life force coming from him, he did not move at all. A few cultivators stood and watched from far away, not daring to close in with fear in their eyes. Coughing gently, Su Zimo asked with a raised voice, "Fellow Taoist?" When the Qi refinement warrior heard Su Zimo's voice, his body moved and he turned around slowly. Su Zimo was petrified when he caught sight of that person's appearance. The person's forehead was dark and his lips were purple. Against the moonlight, his pale face seemed extraordinarily frightening as he let out a sinister smile. When he saw that smile, Su Zimo's hair stood on end. Hee hee hee. A creepy laughter sounded from the person as he grinned before lunging towards Su Zimo with open arms. Su Zimo calmed down before long. He might have been stunned if he had encountered something as such back when he had just stepped foot into the cultivation world. But now, he was already a golden core, and even if he hadn't encountered something as such before, he could roughly guess what was going on. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid the attacking Qi refinement warrior. Reaching out, he slapped the person's forehead gently without exerting any force and shouted softly, "How dare you harm someone, demon? Get out!" Ah! A shriek came from within the Qi refinement warrior's body. A ghost flew out from the top of his head. It was difficult to see as it was illusory and transparent. When it sensed Su Zimo's aura, the ghost was horrified and fled into the distance right away. The Qi refinement warrior's body shuddered, and his lips and face regained some color. However, that person was frail and weak, falling down limply as he panted heavily. "Thank you, Senior," the Qi refinement warrior panted while expressing his thanks. "Take a while to recover and leave this place as soon as possible. If you linger longer, you might die," Su Zimo remarked darkly. All right." The Qi refinement warrior nodded hurriedly. The thing that possessed the Qi refinement warrior was a little ghost that did not have much dermic powers. At the most, it could only attach itself to the bodies of mortals and low-level cultivators. This was the possession by ghosts that is widely known in the mortal world. While little ghosts were troublesome, they did not dare to provoke three types of people. The first type was cultivators with strong dermic powers. Most Foundation establishment cultivators would already have no need to fear little ghosts. The second type was people with a strong yang blood qi. Be it cultivators or mortals, as long as they were fit, strong, and had a robust blood qi, they could defend against most demons and illnesses. Now that Su Zimo was at the tsunami blood realm, his blood qi was akin to a blazing sun even without him channeling it. There was no way a little ghost would dare approach a burning furnace. That was the reason why little ghosts all wanted to avoid Su Zimo along the way, let alone close in to him. The third type was people who were filled with righteousness and just those who were educated and possessed righteousness. Righteous people could compose themselves in the face of temptations and threats. The reason why some people would never fall ill with their mortal bodies despite being jailed and having to endure those terrible environments was because they possessed righteousness. Predecessors always mentioned that one must not be corrupted by wealth, bend their integrity due to poverty, or bow down against power. In reality, that was the realm of righteousness. Mortals often mention that one would not fear ghosts if they hadn't done anything guilty. This was also the same logic. As long as one did not commit acts of guilt, their hearts wouldn't weaken out of fear. Those that were righteous were always fearless. Back when he was young, Su Zimo had even heard about some legends when he was studying. For great scholars with immense wisdom and righteousness, in their twilight years, even with their weak mortal bodies, a single shout was enough for them to keep evil at bay. Their shouts could shock the ghosts into dust. 10,000 years ago, millions of lives were killed in this place overnight. As such, the aura of vengefulness was strong, and there were many wandering ghosts left around with their grievances. Given the large number of little ghosts, there were bound to be malicious ghosts born from them. Little ghosts were troublesome, but they would not harm one's life. Malicious, ferocious, and evil ghosts were those that killed. Even for Foundation establishment cultivators and golden cores, a slight misstep could cause them their lives. Su Zimo continued advancing, and as the night got darker, he entered deeper into the ruins as well. Not long after, a tragic laughter sounded in all directions. It was unpredictable and caused one's hairs to stand on end. Smirking coldly, Su Zimo did not stop and continued forward. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind welcomed him. Su Zimo's black hair swayed gently, and his expression was calm. There wasn't a single trace of panic in his eyes. "If you continue forward, I'll take your life." The shrill voice of a woman could be heard from the evil wind. Su Zimo was unmoved. He had just walked a dozen meters ahead when a hazy phantom appeared behind him, dressed in blood-colored robes with long black hair touching the floor. A menacing face could be seen faintly from between the black hair. The malicious ghost reached out with both hands, lunging towards Su Zimo silently with its purplish-black fingernails. Su Zimo seemed oblivious to it. The moment the hands of the malicious ghost touched Su Zimo's body, its expression changed and it shrieked. Su Zimo's bloodline surged and shone with streaks bedazzling lightning. The power of thunder was the most righteous energy in the world and was the greatest counter to evil entities. The malevolent ghost would not have expected that Su Zimo's bloodline would possess the power of thunder. Instantly, it was struck by the thunder and dissipated into ashes, disappearing. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo's footsteps had not stopped at all. Initially, there were other malevolent ghosts surrounding him. When they witnessed that, all of them scattered in unison. In the night, Su Zimo continued advancing and was getting nearer to the center of the Great Qian ruins. Although he came across some spirit stones and weapons along the way, they were not valuable and were commonly seen in the markets. The Great Qian ruins existed for 10,000 years and countless people have been here during that period of time. The relatively safe areas at the outer perimeter were most likely ransacked thoroughly long ago. If one wanted benefits, the greatest possibility would be at the depths of the ruins right in the center. Su Zimo guessed that the outer perimeter of the Great Qian ruins was mostly filled with little ghosts that did not have much power. As he ventured deeper, he came across malevolent and evil ghosts. If he were to continue advancing deeper into the center of the ruins, there was a high chance that he would meet with danger that could threaten golden cores. As he looked down at the gigantic ravine that ran through the ruins from midair, Su Zimo felt a sense of trepidation. Before long, he gradually stopped and gazed across, murmuring softly with a look of shock. Was this the palace back then? At the front, a series of towering pitch-black walls stood piercing into the clouds majestically. Although it looked obvious that they were old, it also displayed the dominance of this palace back in the past. Even the sight of the debris alone was enough to shock Su Zimo. Against the palace walls, any cultivators would seem like an insignificant ant. If the Azura Yen Beichin had not told Su Zimo about it, he would not have been able to imagine that a capital as huge as this was destroyed by a divine dragon overnight. What a pity for such an empire. Su Zimo lamented internally and entered slowly. The moment he entered the vicinity of the palace, his expression changed and he frowned. He felt a cold chill piercing his body. Given Su Zimo's immensely strong blood qi that could repel evil, the fact that he was able to sense chills meant that this palace was far from simple. What a malevolent energy, Su Zimo thought as he checked out his surroundings. A prolonged stay in this palace would result in malevolent qi entering one's body. Over time, it would result in massive issues within one's body and could even reduce their lifespans. Even with Su Zimo's formidable blood qi, he did not dare to linger too long in this place. Seems like not only did many people die in this palace, their cultivation realms were not low either. Otherwise, such a terrifying malevolent qi wouldn't have been formed. Just as he was about to move forward, his ears suddenly twitched. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he shuffled his footsteps, stealthily dodging to the side and hiding behind a fake mountain without touching the ground with his heels. Ta, ta, ta. Before long, a series of dull footsteps sounded, marching in unison. Gazing over, Su Zimo saw that there was a squadron of more than 1,000 soldiers strolling over from a small path nearby. All of those soldiers were armed and wore ancient armor that was filled with rust. Each of them wore helmets and were expressionless, emanating a frosty aura as though they came straight from hell. Otherworldly soldiers crossing. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Otherworldly soldiers crossing was formed from the lasting misfortune, vengeance, grievance and malevolence of soldiers that died on the battlefield or troops that met with untimely demise. When the malevolent qi was too strong, it would even materialize into the images of otherworldly troops of the past. In reality, all of these soldiers were already dead. However, their consciousness was stuck in the moment that they were dead as they continued with their missions in an orderly manner. For example, the 1,000-odd soldiers here were tasked to patrol the palace before their death. Even 10,000 after their deaths, the otherworldly soldiers that were conjured maintained their vigilant stance and continued patrolling the palace against enemies. All of a sudden, the otherworldly squad that had initially passed the fake mountain paused, and their leader turned around slowly, gazing towards Su Zimo's hiding spot. The leader of the otherworldly squad was not weak, and the aura he gave off was similar to an early-stage golden core at least. Furthermore, he had extremely keen senses. Su Zimo had just recognized the otherworldly soldiers crossing, and his pores emitted a faint bloodline qi. Instantly, the leader of the squad noticed. Given the icy environment, the slight heat of blood qi could be sensed instantly by the strong otherworldly soldiers. Su Zimo was extremely quick to react as well as he locked his pores, stopped his heart and sealed his blood qi in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he closed his eyes. That way, he would not be noticed by the otherworldly squad leader not far away from the glint in his eyes. Those otherworldly soldiers were not alive after all and did not possess the 5 senses. They merely existed relying on their familiarity with the place as well as their remnant consciousness. The eyes of the otherworldly squad leader shone with a demonic red glint and lingered for a long time at Su Zimo's area. When he didn't notice anything unusual, he turned back and led his squad to continue patrolling. After the otherworldly soldiers left, Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and darted out from behind the fake mountain. Given his current strength, he did not have to fear those otherworldly soldiers. However, if he were to engage in a battle with them, otherworldly soldiers from other parts of the palace would definitely be attracted over by the commotion. A mere patrolling squad had more than 1,000 troops. In that case, an army of this palace would definitely range in the millions. That was a massive number. If those otherworldly soldiers were to charge over endlessly, Su Zimo would be embroiled in a tough battle. If there was any unstoppable existence within the otherworldly soldiers, he would definitely be in danger. However, with his inner core condensed, Su Zimo possessed the power of universal hearing and would dodge any patrolling otherworldly soldiers. For anyone else, this palace was a treacherous place with dangers lurking everywhere. However, it wasn't anything much for Su Zimo. Gradually, he entered the depths of the palace. With so many otherworldly soldiers gathered in this palace preventing ordinary golden cores from entering the depths, there was a high chance that great treasures could be hidden within. As he continued advancing, Su Zimo gradually noticed something amiss. Something seemed to have happened within the palace. There were otherworldly troops converging towards the north endlessly. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of galloping was like thunder as the ground quaked. In Su Zimo's vision, there were even thousands of mounted riders charging towards the north with a furious killing intent and a dark aura. There's other intruders that alerted the otherworldly soldiers. Su Zimo deduced almost instantly. The sound of killing, shouts and horses galloping were mixed over that side. The murderous echoes shook the heavens. Unless they had extraordinary means, they would have to pray to survive against the encirclement of so many otherworldly soldiers. Su Zimo did not have the energy to go save anyone he did not know about. Just as he was about to change directions and head the other way, he exclaimed softly with a startled expression, "Not good." His ears twitched for a little and he was alarmed, rushing towards the north without hesitation. In the night, within the great Qian Palace, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The surrounding otherworldly aura was immense and torrential, almost engulfing the entire skies. "Xianyi, let's go. We can't hold out anymore." The person who spoke was a beautiful middle-aged lady drenched in sweet sweat. Talisman runes shone in her hands as she tossed them out, scattering like butterflies, as though she had an endless supply. The beautiful middle-aged lady was the peak master of Ethereal Peak's Talisman Peak, perfected golden core, Lu Hui. Beside Lu Hui, two other golden cores released spirit arts and flying swords, fighting against the surrounding otherworldly soldiers. The two of them had a few wounds each and looked pale, seemingly unable to hold out any longer. One of them was Array Peak's master, Xianxia. The other person was wearing a set of white robes soaked in blood. Wielding a 3-feet-long green sword, he revealed an edged frosty sword chi and was a sword cultivator. The three of them took a spot each in a triangular formation and their feet shuffled continuously, looking out for one another. However, there were simply way too many otherworldly soldiers that charged from all directions, as though they were endless. Wave after wave, they lunged forward and attacked Xianxia and the other two repeatedly. The three of them were on the verge of dying. Gritting his teeth with an indignant expression, Xianxia could only remark darkly, "Retreat! It's probably not going to be easy for us to retreat now," the white-robed sword cultivator said softly with a terrible expression. The three of them caused quite a commotion and otherworldly soldiers rushed over from other parts of the palace continuously. The otherworldly soldiers that came later on were extremely strong. Initially, the patrolling otherworldly soldiers were only at the strength level of early and mid-stage golden cores. But now, there were late-stage golden core otherworldly soldiers joining the fray. The situation was turning deadlier. The three of them retreated endlessly but were trapped by endless otherworldly soldiers. As though they were stuck in a swamp and had difficulty moving, their speeds became slower and slower. The longer things dragged on, the worse the situation would be for them. All three of them were injured. Although they were consuming elixirs repeatedly, given the fact that they were in an environment filled with malevolent chi, their injuries could not heal up and bled continuously. Furthermore, The malevolent qi entered their bodies through their wounds, and over time, the damage to their meridians, dantian, and bloodline would intensify and turn progressively worse. In the end, even if the three of them were not killed by the charging otherworldly soldiers, they would have their meridians and core frozen by the malevolent qi and die with their daos dissolved. Moreover, among the three of them, Lu Hui was already in a terrible condition. Her lips were purplish and her footsteps were sluggish. Her spirit energy was thoroughly expended and her golden core was shrouded by malevolent qi, about to fall at any moment with difficulty circulating. Although their triangular formation was great, it wouldn't be able to function if one of them was down. At that time, the circumstances would be even worse for the three of them. Flashes of blood appeared. Lu Hui grunted and a nasty gash appeared on her abdomen as blood flowed endlessly. Xianyi's expression changed starkly, and he took a step forward, supporting Lu Hui, who was about to fall. Waving his robes, he let out a tremendous amount of spirit energy that knocked back the incoming otherworldly soldiers, pushing them back like dominoes. Ziyue, break out of the encirclement with all your might. I'll cover the back. When he saw the wound on Lu Hui, Xianyi frowned and a hint of frenzy could be seen in his eyes. Slapping his storage bag, Xianyi took out a couple elixirs and devoured them in a single mouthful. At the same time, he summoned 12 supreme-grade flying swords. Clang! Clang! The swords quivered and buzzed endlessly. Hexagonal sword formation. Xianyi's golden core channeled to its limits and was already throbbing in pain. Controlling the 12 flying swords, he conjured 2 hexagonal sword formations and blocked the otherworldly soldiers that were coming from behind him. 2 hexagonal sword formations appeared in midair and shone brightly with a bedazzling radiance. Bang! 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 More than 10 otherworldly soldiers lunged over. When they struck the hexagonal sword formations, they turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Xianyi did not have a golden core phenomenon. However, he was a sword formation master. With his hexagonal sword formations, he was strong enough to fight against some golden core phenomenons. Up ahead, the white-robed sword cultivator took a deep breath of air and swallowed a few spirit regeneration elixirs. Letting out a long roar, the sword in his hands quivered as he shouted, "Golden core phenomenon, ethereal sword rain, pitter-patter, pitter-patter." Raindrops fell endlessly. A rain descended behind the white-robed sword cultivator, and it poured heavier and denser, shining with an endless gleam of sharpness. Poof! 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 Many of the otherworldly soldiers at the front fell to the ground one after another after being pierced by the sword rain, turning into malevolent qi before dissipating. At the very least, a few hundred otherworldly soldiers vanished with the release of the golden core phenomenon. Up ahead, a vast empty space came into sight. "Let's go!" The white-robed cultivator bellowed and charged first with his sword, paving the way forward. Xianyi carried Lu Hui with his arms and followed close behind. They did not get far when the sound of galloping could be heard behind, rumbling like thunder. Even the ground started quaking uncontrollably, as though thousands of troops were charging over. "Watch out!" The white-robed cultivator's expression changed. The otherworldly soldiers at the front seemed to have received some sort of an order as they scattered in unison. A large number of troops wielding spears and riding otherworldly horses formed an all-shaped formation, charging over murderously to clash against the white-robed cultivator's golden core phenomenon. Boom! There was a deafening sound. A few riders at the front fell off their mounts. However, the ethereal sword rain phenomenon also showed signs of falling. Another clash would be sufficient to dispel the white-robed sword cultivator's golden core phenomenon. "Xianyi Ziyue, just leave. Don't bother about me." Lu Hui's expression was grim and her meridians, bloodline and body were freezing up after being sealed by the malevolent qi. She was extremely weak and no longer had the strength to fight. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xianyi had cultivated for more than 300 years and had a warm personality, rarely getting emotional. But now, he was agitated and his eyes were reddened as he shouted, I'll only be a burden to you guys if you take me along. At that time, none of us will survive." Lying in Xianyi's embrace, A tender look flashed through Lu Hui's eyes as she whispered, "Xianxia, I know how you feel about me. I'm afraid we won't have that affinity in this lifetime." When he heard that, Xianxia turned calm instead. "Lu Hui, since you know how I feel, you should know that I definitely won't leave you." Xianxi's gaze was resolute as he held Lu Hui's ice-cold hands, not willing to let go as he laughed. "I've been a coward towards relationships for my entire life. Today, I'm finally brave." Turning around, Xianxia nodded to the white-robed sword cultivator and said calmly, "Ziyue, leave first. I'll accompany her." By accompanying her, it meant that he was going to die with her. "Fellow Taoists, you guys?" The white-robed cultivator looked anxious and did not continue speaking. Xianxia smiled gently. "The path of cultivation is limitless without any end in sight. Even if we truly attain longevity and end up dying old in loneliness, what's the point of that? This is fine. Lu Hui and I will take this opportunity to head down and accompany our old bro, Wen Xian, lest he gets bored below." "Ha ha!" Xianxia laughed once more as he hugged the woman in his embrace tightly. At that moment, it seemed as though the two of them were the only ones left in the world. It wasn't everyone who could embrace death with such an open mind. Boom! At that moment, another bang sounded. The white-robed sword cultivator's golden core phenomenon was shattered by the otherworldly soldiers. Without any protection, the three of them were completely exposed against the dense otherworldly troops. Instant thunder. Suddenly, a voice sounded. It wasn't exactly clear given the commotion of the battlefield. However, right after, the tides of the battlefield shifted. Snap! An incomparably dazzling thunderbolt tore through the dark clouds and descended among the otherworldly troops. Electric snakes slithered around in a blinding manner, turning the entire place into a sea of lightning. Crackle! There was a deafening and crisp sound. At least 1,000 otherworldly soldiers were devoured by the sea of lightning and turned into dust. The sheer number of strong otherworldly troops at this part of the palace was not the only reason why it was so dangerous. More than that, it was because the troops were created from malevolent qi. Even if the cultivators were beaten down, they would only turn into malevolent qi again. All it took was a period of time for the defeated otherworldly troops to spawn again. Their numbers would not diminish and could even be said to be endless. However, malevolent qi feared thunder. The thunder earlier smited thousands of otherworldly soldiers into dust, and their malevolent qi was purged as well. They could not respawn anymore. "An expert came for us?" The eyes of the white-robed sword cultivator lit up as he turned around and urged, "Xianxia, an expert is here. Take Lu Hui with you and we'll try again to kill our way out of this." "That noise from earlier?" Xianxia furrowed his brows with a confused expression. "It seems to be that lad Zimo?" Lu Hui commented weakly. Before her sentence was completed, the sound of clothes fluttering arrived. It came at an extremely fast speed and arrived before them almost instantly. A green figure stood in midair with swaying black hair. His eyes were deep and sparkled like stars as he gave off a terrifying aura. "Zimo, it's truly you," Xianxia exclaimed. The person who arrived was Su Zimo, who had barged into the palace as well. Shoo! 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 Not far away, rows of archers knelt on the ground and shot out long arrows lined with malevolent qi. A flurry of them arrived instantly, like a swarm of locusts. "Watch out!" Xianxia exclaimed. He was clear about the strength of those otherworldly soldiers. In this palace, the otherworldly soldiers that were spawned were almost representative of the massive, unstoppable army that guarded the palace in the great Qian capital of the past. There were many different types of soldiers, and they were powerful. Apart from patrolling troops, there were archers as well as light and heavy armored mounted riders. Furthermore, all of them were golden cores. If armies of golden cores could range in the millions, it would mean that golden cores were everywhere and nascent souls were plenty as well. The might of the great Qian Empire could be seen from that fact alone. The malevolent arrows that were fired were extremely swift, but Su Zimo was faster. He did not bother to deal with the malevolent arrows at all as he descended quickly. All of the malevolent arrows missed. It was a deafening crush. Su Zimo was like a human-sized ferocious beast, causing the ground to shudder as he descended before Xianxia and the other two. "Follow me." The situation was dire and the otherworldly soldiers were charging once more. Whipping out blood quencher from his storage bag, Su Zimo did not waste time on needless words as he led the way and paved a path. "Zimo, watch out. Those otherworldly soldiers are not easy to deal with," Xianxia reminded hurriedly. Naturally, he could tell that Su Zimo had already formed a core. However, the strength of those otherworldly soldiers were increasingly powerful and could even destroy the golden core phenomenon of the white-robed sword cultivator. Even at late-stage golden core realm, the three of them ended in such a helpless situation. Su Zimo had just cultivated to early-stage golden core realm. Despite his amazing potential and strong trump cards, if he was encircled by the otherworldly soldiers, he might have to die in regret here as well. Clang! Blood quencher quivered and let out a blood beam, circulating his bloodline. Su Zimo slashed out and the blood beam expanded with lightning crackling on it in a terrifying manner. Bang! 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 The light-armored mounted riders that charged over from the front were swept over by Su Zimo domineeringly and dissipated instantly. They were completely helpless. The otherworldly soldiers that could destroy the white-robed cultivator's golden core phenomenon could not withstand the sharpness of Su Zimo's blade. What a strong blood chi! Impressive! The white-robed sword cultivator was secretly in awe. "Please follow closely behind me." Su Zimo continued advancing with blood quencher and his speed wasn't affected at all. He displayed an extremely terrifying saber technique with his hands. Phantoms appeared everywhere as blood chi spread out. The killing intent of the saber technique was immense and every single strike was fatal, aiming for one's life. Coupled with blood quencher, everywhere the blood beam touched, people and mounts would fall. No one could stop Su Zimo for a moment. That saber technique was none other than Azura saber, imparted to him by the Azura, Yen Beichen. Although Su Zimo practiced it in private after the battle at Ethereal Peak, it was against thin air and he could not feel the excitement of a massacre and a massive battle. At the same time, he could not truly comprehend the intent of Azura saber. But now, with the help of the surrounding otherworldly soldiers, Su Zimo was practicing his technique while breaking free from the encirclement. Ghosts howling, blood flow, hell, white bones, phantom, corpse. Every single attack felt increasingly familiar. Su Zimo carefully experienced the intent of his attacks and felt the changes of the saber technique. "Fellow Taoist, the direction isn't right." A short while later, the white-robed sword cultivator frowned and said deeply, "We're now headed towards the depths of the palace. We're getting further away from the outer perimeter." Su Zimo replied, "The commotion caused here was too great and there are at least millions of troops waiting outside. It's not too realistic if we want to kill our way out." In reality, given his strength, it wasn't considered difficult if he wanted to kill his way out. If Su Zimo could kill his way in, he could naturally do the same in reverse. But now that he was with the group of three and Lu Hui was severely injured, that made things difficult. With a calm expression, Su Zimo analyzed, if those otherworldly soldiers retained their memories from 10,000 years ago, there must exist places within the palace that they're not permitted to enter casually. Once we enter, we'll find those places and that will ensure our safety temporarily. Xianxia nodded and hugged Lu Hui while summoning sword formations, defending against the incoming otherworldly soldiers. "Let's listen to Zimo." Thud, thud, thud. Before long, a deafening sound of horses galloping sounded in a shuddering manner. Instantly, the debris and rocks in the ruins started bouncing. The sound came from the front and back. Xianxia and the others narrowed their gazes and looked. The otherworldly soldiers that chased them from behind dispersed and a dark cloud shrouded over with a terrifying malevolent aura. It was dull, heavy and suffocating. That dark cloud gradually condensed into a series of mounted riders. Wielding long spears, the mounted riders had short spears hanging from their backs and they wore a tight, ancient armor all over. The only things that were exposed were a pair of grisly bloodshot eyes. Heavy armored mounted riders. The white-robed sword cultivator's expression turned terrible. Earlier on, the light-armored mounted riders condensed by the malevolent chi could already shatter his golden core phenomenon with ease. If these heavy-armored mounted riders were to charge over, their iron hooves would be able to drown them in an instant, killing them without a corpse remaining. It was the same in front of them. Millions of heavy-armored mounted riders rushed over with a torrential momentum. "Don't be afraid. I'll settle them." Su Zimo's voice sounded once more, calm and composed without any emotions. For some reason, when he heard that voice, the uneasy heart of the white-robed sword cultivator calmed down instantly. "Kill!" A leader of the mounted soldiers raised his long spear and growled from the depths of his throat with a bloody glint in his eyes. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The remaining millions of heavy-armored mounted riders chanted with a mighty aura while withdrawing the short spears on their backs at the same time, throwing them towards Su Zimo and the other three with their full strength in unison. Buzz! Buzz! Millions of short spears that gleamed coldly tore through the air and let out an ear-piercing sound. This was equivalent to millions of golden cores attacking at the same time, and the force of it was much stronger than the arrows. Dense and clumped, they covered the skies and almost drowned Su Zimo and the other three. The white-robed sword cultivator had cultivated for more than 100 years and had been through countless life-and-death experiences. Yet, he still felt his heart palpitate at this scene and could not contain himself properly. I guess only nascent souls can survive against such an attack? A thought flashed through the white-robed sword cultivator's mind. Ring, ring, ring. At the same time, a clear sword buzzing sound reverberated through the world, tearing through metal and rock with an endless sharpness. The white-robed sword cultivator was extremely familiar with such a sharpness. To begin with, he was someone that cultivated the Tao of the sword. Instinctively, the white-robed sword cultivator turned towards the sound. As Su Zimo waved his sleeves, 18 supreme-grade flying swords hovered in midair. The swords quivered and spirit light shone brightly. As though they were alive, the 18 flying swords moved unusually and interweaved in midair, leaving behind streams of sharp, cold sword chi. As they interweaved, the sword chi sliced the void into pieces and formed an extremely mysterious formation. "Candlelight sword formation," Su Zimo hollered softly. 18 flying swords gathered at the same time with their tips pointing out, resembling a blazing sun radiating with a supreme sword chi. It formed in front of the white-robed sword cultivator and the other two, defending them with a gigantic disc made of swords that spun wildly. Boom! Thousands of short spears struck the candlelight sword formation and let out a deafening bang. The entire void seemed to have quivered. Right after, the world went silent. The white-robed sword cultivator's eyelids twitched rapidly. This scene had caused his heart to leap into his throat. The candlelight sword formation paused for a moment. Quivering slightly, it let out a creaking sound as though it could disperse at any moment. Xianxia's expression turned a little pale. If that sword formation could not hold out, they would be engulfed within a world of spears instantly and die without any corpse left. Bang! 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 After a momentary pause, the candlelight sword formation began spinning wildly once more, destroying all the incoming short spears as they turned into malevolent chi and dispersed in the air. The white-robed sword cultivator was tongue-tied and stunned. That sword formation managed to defend against the attack of millions of heavy-armored mounted riders. The Battle of Ethereal Peak spread within the territory of Great Zhou, and he too had heard about the monster incarnate of Ethereal Peak that was at Extreme Foundation Establishment realm and could kill beyond his level. However, he truly did not dare to believe that Su Zimo would possess such terrifying might with a single attack. The candlelight sword formation had 9 levels to it. Level 1 required 9 flying swords. Level 2 required 18, while Level 3 required 27. Su Zimo had already comprehended the candlelight sword formation to Level 3. However, he had just formed his core and did not manage to refine new flying swords yet. One of the reasons for his trip to the Great Chen ruins was so that he could seek out the legendary Khanate Spirit Fire and refine a new set of 27 flying swords. Every additional flying sword increased the power of his attacks. The power increase of 9 additional swords together with the force of the sword formation was indescribable, and its might would be terrifying. While the white-robed sword cultivator was shocked out of his mind, Su Zimo was not pleased. The level 2 candlelight sword formation could only be used for defense passively and was nearly smashed apart. If he could create a level 3 candlelight sword formation, it could even charge forward and mince the millions of heavy-armored mounted riders into ashes, let alone the malevolent spears. With the candlelight sword formation blocking behind, the heavy-armored mounted riders could not approach them for the time being. Up ahead, before the heavy-armored mounted riders arrived, Su Zimo took the initiative and joined his thumb and middle finger to form an obscure hand seal of the Buddhist monasteries. Fiend Suppression Seal. The ink-black malevolent chi in the skies started dispersing, as though they sensed something. Boom! There was a deafening sound. A golden palm descended from above, radiating with a golden brilliance that tore the heavens apart. Repressive void currents started surging towards the heavy-armored mounted riders in a frightening manner. The golden light spread and malevolent chi started dissolving, akin to snow meeting with a scorching sun. The dermic powers of the Buddhist monasteries were the best counters to evil. At Foundation Establishment Realm, Su Zimo could not unleash the true might of the Fiend Suppression Seal. But now that he had formed a core, the power of his Fiend Suppression Seal had increased significantly. Yet Su Zimo frowned after attacking. Something was still not right. Although the might of the Fiend Suppression Seal had increased significantly after he arrived at Golden Core Realm, Su Zimo could still sense that he had yet to unleash the true potential of the Fiend Suppression Seal. Compared to the Fiend Suppression Seal that was displayed by that reverend of the Buddhist monasteries in the Buddha bead, his Fiend Suppression Seal was still inferior, be it in terms of power, force, or intent. Before he could contemplate further, the Fiend Suppression Seal had already descended. Boom! The gigantic palm smashed heavily on the ground, and countless otherworldly soldiers were smited into dust as their malevolent chis were purified by the Fiend Suppression Seal. Up ahead, an empty area the size of a palm formed. All the otherworldly soldiers stopped for a moment in their tracks, not daring to advance as though they were stunned by the power of the Fiend Suppression Seal. Su Zimo continued going forward in the hazy night, and with his powerful vision, he vaguely caught sight of a dilapidated structure up ahead. Quite a number of otherworldly soldiers revolved around the structure, but none of them entered. There were many forbidden grounds within the palace that even the troops guarding the palace could not step foot in casually. "Let's go there." Su Zimo pointed forward and strode over in huge steps. The white-robed sword cultivator and Xianxia, who was carrying Lu Hui, followed closely behind. As though they could sense that Su Zimo's group wanted to enter the structure, more otherworldly soldiers swarmed towards them and attacked wildly. Su Zimo changed his saber force, turning from a sinister saber technique with torrential blood chi into a majestic aura with tides rumbling. A single slash caused a countercurrent. Coupled with the sound of tsunamis, the might was horrifying. Even the attack formed by the heavy-armored mounted riders could not stop Su Zimo's footsteps. At the back, the candlelight sword formation defended them. At the front, Su Zimo swung Blood Quencher in huge motions. Countercurrent, raging tides, vortex and ripple. Su Zimo fought in all directions and broke through the layers of obstacles, eventually bringing Xianxia and the other two with him into the structure. The endless otherworldly soldiers behind them surged over. However, all of them stopped in the tracks when they arrived before the structure. None of the otherworldly soldiers dared to take a single step in. When they saw that, the white-robed sword cultivator and Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, finally calming down. Now that he was fully relaxed, the white-robed cultivator finally experienced aches all over his body. His spirit energy was nearly entirely exhausted, and his robes were sticking to his body, long drenched in sweat. That escape had pushed his stamina to its limits. Instinctively, he turned to look at Su Zimo. However, that look gave him a shock. Normally, given the fact that Su Zimo was right at the front and took on most of the attacks while summoning the candlelight sword formation and conjuring a spirit art with such a terrifying might, he should be the most exhausted. But now, he was standing on the spot looking calm and breathing steadily. It seemed as though he still had energy left and he did not break a sweat at all. What sort of a stamina was that? Was he a monster? The white-robed cultivator took out a couple of elixirs and consumed them. After taking a breather, he cupped his fists towards Su Zimo and said sincerely, "Thank you for rendering your assistance, fellow Taoist Su. I am Li Ziyue, a cultivator of Ethereal Peak. I was originally exploring outside and had only returned recently." Su Zimo nodded and shifted his gaze. Looking at Li Ziyue's sleeve, there was an emblem of a flying sword etched on it. That was the emblem of Spirit Peak's master. Xianxia remarked, "Ziyue is one of the few cultivators in the sect who managed to comprehend a golden core phenomenon, and he's also a sword cultivator. As such, he can be considered as the number one of the golden core realm in the sect, and has returned this time round to take over the position of Spirit Peak's master." "I'm ashamed." Li Ziyue shook his head hurriedly and said with a bitter smile, "I'm not worthy of being the number one of Golden Core Realm. Fellow Taoist Su's strength is above mine. Your reputation truly precedes you, impressive. In the cultivation world, cultivators lived for hundreds and thousands of years and strength reigned supreme. Although Su Zimo was only a young man in his 20s right now, he had already formed his core and was in the same realm as Li Ziyue. There was nothing wrong with the both of them addressing one another as fellow Taoists. If Li Ziyue started speaking to Su Zimo with an arrogant attitude and the tone of an elder just because he had lived for more than 100 years, that would be unwise of him. Perhaps it might be acceptable within the same sect. However, if it was outside, there was a huge possibility that a large fight would break out and one could even get themselves killed. "Peak Master Xianxia, why did the three of you enter this place?" Su Zimo changed the topic and asked confusedly. What happened for three peak masters of Ethereal Peak to leave the sect together? Xianxia sighed and replied, "Your master's foundation was hurt during the battle at Ethereal Peak and he requires a tribulation tiding elixir to recover. Otherwise, there's a 90% chance that he's going to fail in his attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the disheveled old man was injured, but he did not expect the impact to be this great. The Tribulation Tiding Elixir is a grade 3 elixir, and there are a few spirit herbs within that are too rare to be found. We couldn't find them in several marketplaces. However, some of the legends state that those spirit herbs might be able to be found within the Great Qian ruins, and that's why we're here. Xianxia continued, "We did not find those spirit herbs in the outer perimeter of the ruins, and I didn't heed Ziyue's advice and ventured deep into the center of this place. I nearly caused all of us to lose our lives here." Cough. Right then, Lu Hui, who was lying in Xianxia's embrace, coughed a couple of times. Her mouth opened slightly as she spat out a mouthful of black blood that carried a dark, malevolent qi. Su Zimo turned to his side and took a glance with a calm expression. However, Li Ziyue's gaze narrowed as he lamented, "The malevolent qi has entered her blood. Lu Hui, how are you?" Xianxia's expression changed starkly as he took out a few jade bottles hurriedly. Opening the bottles in a flustered manner, he fed all the elixirs in them to Lu Hui. "It's useless." Lu Hui sighed gently. "After it enters the body, malevolent qi can be purged by elixirs and the immense spirit energy of one's golden core if it did not enter deep into the bloodline. However, she was too severely injured. The malevolent qi had already infiltrated her bloodline and was circulating along with it, eating into her heart. It won't be long before her heart stopped beating." "Dedant." Xianxia was extremely anxious and his voice was quivering. He could naturally sense that Lu Hui's condition was getting worse. Her body was turning colder and her heart was beating fainter. However, he was helpless towards such a situation. If he had the fresh blood of a pure-blooded ferocious beast that he could feed Lu Hui, that might be able to contain the malevolent qi within her body. However, they were in a ruin with countless otherworldly soldiers patrolling around them. There was no way for them to get out. They were surrounded by silence. Apart from the few of them, there were no other living beings, let alone pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly came before Lu Hui and squatted down. A wound appeared on his wrist area, clearly inflicted recently. He extended his wrist and placed his wound beside Lu Hui's lips. The moment a drop of blood dripped out, her injuries started healing. Xianxia's mind was in a state of chaos and he was only watching everything subconsciously. That drop of blood shimmered with a divine light and emanated a pure and terrifying aura. The moment that drop of blood entered Lu Hui's mouth, a massive surge of energy burst forth, rippling through her body like a hurricane and entering all her limbs. The malevolent qi within Lu Hui's body could not defend against it and was purged before long. Her heart was pounding with a sturdy strength. Rather than a drop of blood, it was akin to her devouring a blazing sun. The entire process happened within a couple of breaths. By the time Xianxia returned to his senses, a flush of scarlet had already returned to Lu Hui's face, and her body was gradually turning warm. Even the massive gash on her abdomen was starting to heal. This? Both Xianxia and Li Ziyue were stunned. Although there was the saying of lead-mercury amalgam and tsunami blood in the cultivation world, the power of blood for cultivators that specialized in spirit energy and dermic arts were way too far from those. Most cultivators did not have direct knowledge towards the power of bloodline. But now, Li Ziyue and Xianxia, whose combined ages amounted to almost 500 years, finally witnessed what the power of blood was like. Li Ziyue sized up Su Zimo as though he was looking at a monster, remarking internally, "A single drop of blood from him already contains such immense power. There's no wonder why his stamina is so strong." Another while later, Lu Hui's condition recovered immensely, and she could already manage to walk with Xianxi's support. "Thank you, Zimo." Xianxia was delighted and turned to thank immensely. Looking at the otherworldly soldiers gathering outside, Su Zimo frowned and said darkly, "Peak Master Lu Hui is fine now. Let's continue inside and leave the line of sight of these otherworldly soldiers first." Although they could not enter, the fact that all those otherworldly soldiers were gathered here was not good either. "All right." Xianxia supported Lu Hui, and the three of them followed behind Su Zimo into the depths of the forbidden grounds. Along the way, Su Zimo would stop occasionally and survey their surroundings. Judging from the signs left behind, he deduced that there was a high chance this was a woman's chamber in the past. From the large surface area and intricate design of the structures, this woman must have had a significant position in the palace back then. Su Zimo brought the three of them and maneuvered in this place, vanishing from the line of sight of the otherworldly soldiers before long. The otherworldly soldiers outside did not have a mind of their own at the end of the day. After patrolling for a short while, they began to disperse. Outside the palace, more than 20 figures flew through the air, growing clearer against the hazy night. When they arrived, it could be seen that they were all traveling without any external objects beneath their feet. All of them were golden cores. The golden cores were dressed in the same attire and had a bright moon with many stars embroidered on their clothes. A sect badge hung from their waists etched with a moon and sun. Their leader had the most immense aura and his black hair swayed. With a fair complexion, his eyes resembled bright stars that shimmered in the night. "Senior Brother Qian, why did you stop?" A golden core behind him asked softly with a respectful expression. The leader curled his lips and looked in a seemingly casual manner towards a dark place nearby. Before long, he retracted his gaze as his eyes flashed with a look of mockery. "It's nothing much. Something seems to have changed in the palace. Are we still going to enter it?" The golden core behind him asked. "Of course." The leader smiled. "All the otherworldly soldiers of the palace are gathered towards a single direction. Let's take a look and check out what happened." With that said, the golden cores rushed towards the depths of the palace and disappeared in the night before long. After that group of cultivators vanished, 8 figures appeared from a dark place nearby, emitting sinister auras similar to ghosts in the night. "Senior Brother Mo, there's quite a few people from Stellar Luna sect," a golden core whispered warily. One of the 8 figures had a dark expression and was scrawnier, faintly visible against the night. He harumphed coldly. "What's to be feared about the Stellar Luna sect? Shadowless sect isn't weak either. Their leader seems to be a paragon of Stellar Luna sect, Qian Xinyu. I heard that Qian Xinyu inherited the ancient phenomenon of Stellar Luna sect, the 92nd rank of the phenomenon ranking, Solar Luna Stellar Lumen." Another person frowned and remarked darkly, "Earlier on, Qian Xinyu seemed to have noticed us." "It's all right," the scrawny man said coldly. If it comes to a death bout, I, Mo Xiaofeng, am not scared of him. Let's enter the palace to check things out as well. Mo Xiaofeng waved and brought his 7 sect mates with him into the palace. Before long, another group of cultivators descended. There were more than 10 of them in this group, wearing scarlet robes and seemingly covered by blazing flames. Judging from their attire and sect badges, it was obvious that they came from one of the top super sects of the Tianhuang North region, Blaze Columbus Valley. Although Blaze Columbus Valley was not within one of the 9 immortal sects, their strength was not to be underestimated. Their leader was a tall man with a fiery gaze. He was none other than the genius of the Blaze Columbus Valley inner sect disciples, Wang Yan. Fufu, what a crowd! Wang Yan roared in laughter. To think that cultivators of Stellar Luna sect and Shadowless sect would be here too. This is good. I'll see for myself how much Chen Sinew and Mo Xiaofeng have grown in the past few years. Before his laughter ended, Wang Yan led the way into the palace. Depths of the palace. Su Zimo led Xianxia and the other 2 and continued exploring and advancing in the forbidden grounds. The malevolent qi in their surroundings was getting heavier and Xianxia and the other 2 were not in great condition. The 3 of them had injuries which could not heal completely given the environment. As such, their bloodline was flowing slower and their bodies were turning colder. Noticing their condition, Su Zimo frowned to himself. If they were to continue in that heavy malevolent qi, in less than a day, even without the threat of the otherworldly soldiers, the 3 of them would be in grave condition. Unlike Su Zimo, they did not cultivate to the tsunami blood realm. The malevolent qi could not get close to him at all. Stopping in his tracks, Su Zimo said deeply, "Let's take a rest first. Once those otherworldly soldiers disperse entirely, I'll take the 3 of you to leave this place as soon as possible." He possessed universal sight and hearing and could notice the movements of the otherworldly soldiers beforehand, giving them a chance to hide in advance. Xianxia and the other 2 nodded. Su Zimo asked, "What other spirit herbs are needed for the tribulation tiding elixir? I'll look for it after sending you guys out." Rain frost flower, purple cloud lingji, 1,000-year blood ginseng and Shen essence grass, Xianxia replied. Su Zimo had dabbled in elixir refinement before and was familiar with spirit herbs. The moment he heard their names, he could not help but knit his brows. Those 4 types of spirit herbs were way too rare. They were rarely seen in recent years. For example, blood ginseng could only be cultivated with the fresh blood of a living being and nurtured painstakingly, let alone 1,000-year blood ginseng. Pondering for a moment, a scene flashed through Su Zimo's mind and he could not help but remark, "When I came to the ruins, I saw that there was a gigantic ravine in the middle of the ruins. Those spirit herbs might be found inside." "Pest!" Li Ziyue was alarmed and gasped, shaking his head as he said with a frightful expression, "Don't go in there." "Why?" Su Zimo asked instinctively. Gulping, Li Ziyue asked instead, "Do you know how that gigantic ravine was formed?" Su Zimo shook his head. Li Ziyue replied softly, "It's said that the ravine was created by that catastrophe 10,000 years ago. An ancestral-level divine dragon fought an earth-shaking war with the top experts of 2 great monasteries and the Great Qian Empire. It was an extremely tragic battle and the capital was destroyed overnight. Countless experts, mighty figures and patriarchs of the 2 monasteries were killed as well." Su Zimo had heard the Azura Yen Beichin mention about the catastrophe before, but he did not know the details. He could not help but look stunned when Li Ziyue mentioned it. A single divine dragon caused a catastrophe that killed countless living beings, toppling heaven and earth while causing countless stars to plummet. Su Zimo felt a sense of trepidation when he thought about it carefully. A few years ago, when he hid in the capital of Great Zhou after he and Night Spirit devoured a dragon egg, they were pursued by a divine dragon. If not for a mysterious expert's presence in the capital of Great Zhou that day, the catastrophe of 10,000 years ago might have repeated itself. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo asked, "What happened after?" Li Ziyue sighed gently and lamented, "Everyone knows about the aftermath. The capital of Great Qian was destroyed, and that gigantic empire broke apart, while the 2 great monasteries disappeared from Tianhuang mainland. Is that divine dragon still alive? Su Zimo asked again. Li Ziyue shook his head. It's said that other super sects of Tianhuang mainland were alarmed by that battle, and more than one emperor came forth. Eventually, with the combined forces of a couple of emperors, with the painful price of a few emperors dying, the divine dragon was killed here and buried in that ravine. A blood stench filled the air as the event was being recounted. The atmosphere was turning extremely repressive. Li Ziyue whispered. The ravine's name is called the Dragon Burial Valley, and the divine dragon was buried 10,000 years ago with the blood of old emperors and the death of patriarchs. It's an extremely unlucky place. Rumor has it that even Dharma-characteristic Dao lords and conjoint body mighty figures could not make it out alive. When he said that, a sinister gust of wind blew past. Instantly, Li Ziyue's face turned frightfully pale as he shuddered, not daring to say anything more, as though he was afraid something unlucky might happen. Su Zimo went silent. At the mention of Dragon Burial Valley, even he felt a chill, let alone Li Ziyue. It was as though a pair of eyes was watching them from the darkness, causing their hairs to stand on end. Su Zimo shrugged his head to compose himself. The blood of emperors and the death of patriarchs buried the divine dragon. There must be countless dangers lurking in that unlucky place. If it was somewhere a conjoint body mighty figure could not make it out alive from, he would naturally not take the risk as a golden core. However, the rain frost flower, purple cloud lingji, thousand-year blood ginseng, and chen essence grass were extremely rare spirit herbs. Where should he look for them? The tribulation-tiding elixir was way too crucial for the disheveled old man. Without that elixir, the disheveled old man would have to endure a tremendous risk to attempt at a breakthrough. Otherwise, he could only wait till his lifespan was eaten up and die of a weakened blood qi. Su Zimo strode in deep thoughts. Before long, he felt a dull pain as though he stepped on something. He did not think much about it and continued walking. After a while, he started wondering. Even without circulating his inner core or invoking his blood qi, his body was tough enough to defend against weapons. What could it be that could cause him to feel pain? A treasure? 10,000 years ago, a capital was destroyed overnight alongside two great monasteries. Countless treasures were buried in the ruins. However, Su Zimo did not find anything along the way. The forbidden grounds in the palace that he was in was extremely unusual, and there was quite a high chance that a great treasure might be buried within. Turning back, Su Zimo took more than 10 steps before he came to a stop, glaring at the ground beneath his feet with a deep gaze. Under the stone slabs and dust, a piece of metal protruded with a dull green gleam. Frowning slightly, Su Zimo waved his sleeves and cleared the slabs in the surroundings. More of the metal was revealed, looking like the handle of an object. Grabbing the handle, Su Zimo pulled it outside. Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. That unknown object that was buried in the ruins merely budged slightly. Freeing both hands, Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he grabbed the piece of metal. His bloodline surged and he exerted his entire body's strength, yanking upwards with a deep grunt. Bang! Boom! Boom! The ground shook violently and almost sank in. Coming forth from the ground, a gigantic object gradually came into view. It was a bronze tripod. Tripods were the most mysterious objects in Tianhuang mainland. In the cultivation world, tripods, cauldrons, pagodas, and bells were the most difficult weapons to control, and they were not sharp. Any cultivator that could use those 4 types of weapons were not to be trifled. All 4 types of weapons had a common feature. All of them had empty space within. They could restrain and lock up living beings or other weapons. The 4 types of weapons possessed different dharmas and daos. To begin with, each of them had different mysterious powers that were frightening. For example, the bell possessed the power of sound. In the monasteries of the cultivation world, most of them possessed the gigantic bells of Buddhism. Each time the gigantic bells rang, the sounds of Sanskrit would reverberate and evil demons, ghosts and monsters would not dare to approach. As for cauldrons, they possessed the power of incineration right after they were refined. Among them, the tripods were symbols of dignity and power. Tripods were pillars of nations and daos. A single suppression from them could stabilize the 4 seas and the 8 desolates. They possessed supreme powers and had an absolute position. In the cultivation world, most of the tripods referred to 3-legged round tripods. 3 legs, 2 handles, and 1 base. Innately, they fit the cosmic rules and the obscurities of the Tao. The tripod before him was a 4-legged square tripod. Unlike the 3-legged round tripod that symbolized harmony with its roundness, the 4-legged square tripod was defined and did not fit in with the world as it stood upright. However, the defined shape of the tripod gave it a domineering look and a mighty aura. If the heavens do not tolerate me, I'll break the heavens. If the earth does not tolerate me, I'll trample on it. If the world does not tolerate me, I'll create my own world. The 4-legged square tripod was extremely similar to Su Zimo's character. The bronze square tripod was a meter tall. Placed upright before Su Zimo, it gave off an ancient aura. A single look was enough to tell that this was no ordinary object. Unfortunately, the bronze square tripod was filled with cracks all over and was dim without luster. It seemed to have gone through something that caused it to be destroyed. What a pity! Xianxia shook his head and sighed. I'm sure this bronze tripod must have been an incredible weapon back then. Even if it's a connate spirit weapon, it's now useless in this state. There were a couple of damaged connate spirit weapons in Su Zimo's storage bag. For example, although the mystic gold silk armor was destroyed with its spirit patterns dispersed, the armor itself was fine, and there was even a broken connate spirit pattern that was left behind. As for the bronze square tripod before them, the tripod itself was almost completely destroyed and there was no chance of repairing it. Even a slight knock would be able to break this bronze square tripod before them into useless metal shards. Su Zimo gave a self-deprecating smile and lamented, I must have thought too much. Now that 10,000 years have passed, even if there were any great treasures, others must have taken it away. How could there be anything left for me? Just as he was about to turn away, he frowned and looked at the bronze square tripod before him. His gaze shimmered, seemingly in deep thought. A moment later, he narrowed his eyes that suddenly shot out 2 divine lights. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his bloodline and punched the bronze square tripod heavily. Clang! The fist and tripod collided. There wasn't the dull sound of flesh being struck. Instead, a metallic sound reverberated non-stop. The bronze square tripod did not budge at all. Su Zimo did not hold back with that attack at all. Even if it was a perfect superior grade spirit weapon, it would have been broken into pieces. Expressionlessly, Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and took out his coiling dragon seal. His intent was clear. He was going to test out the bronze square tripod. Furthermore, he was testing it with a connate spirit weapon. In any case, the bronze square tripod was already extremely battered and useless. There was nothing to feel sad about even if it was destroyed by the coiling dragon seal. However, if the coiling dragon seal could not destroy it, tossing the coiling dragon seal out, Su Zimo channeled his golden core and shot out a stream of spirit energy from his fingertip that entered the coiling dragon seal. The coiling dragon seal shone brightly. 6 spirit patterns shimmered repeatedly before letting out a dazzling golden burst of light that resembled a blazing sun. At Foundation Establishment Realm, Su Zimo could not release the full might of the connate spirit weapon. But now, a change happened when his power of golden core was injected into the coiling dragon seal. The divine dragon etched on the surface came to life in that endless golden light, roaring wildly into the skies. It happened at almost the same time. The Stellar Luna sect, Shadowless sect and Blaze Columbus Valley cultivators, who had just entered the palace, felt the shockwave of spirit energy bursting forth from the depths of the palace. Looking over, they caught sight of a golden light shining vaguely in the night. Chen Xinyu soared into the air and gazed at the direction of the golden light deeply. His eyes lit up as he chuckled. Indeed, a great treasure has appeared. I'll definitely be able to get into the top 100 of the phenomenon ranking in the ancient battlefield 20 years later. It's a connate spirit weapon. In the darkness, Mo Xiaofeng of Shadowless sect came to a halt and his gaze burned. Blaze Columbus Valley's Wang Yen reared his head and roared into laughter. No longer hiding himself, He rose into the air and glared in the direction of Stellar Luna sect and Shadowless sect in an unbridled manner, shouting, "I'm going to get my hands on that connate spirit weapon. Only the strongest can get their hands on that great treasure." Xianxia sneered and sped towards the depths of the palace in a flash. The many cultivators of Shadowless sect and Blaze Columbus Valley made their move as well. Boom! A golden divine dragon coiled around the coiling dragon seal and descended with a terrifying might. The air currents exploded with a resounding bang. Clang! The coiling dragon seal slammed heavily against the bronze square tripod, causing sparks to fly. In the end, Xianxia and the other three were shocked. The connate spirit weapon, the coiling dragon seal, was repelled. The golden divine dragon in midair let out a tragic cry, as though it was scared by something, and turned into a streak of golden light before retreating into the gigantic seal once more to hide. The light of the coiling dragon seal dimmed gradually. Waving his sleeves, Zimo put away the coiling dragon seal into his storage bag once more. The bronze square tripod stood in its original spot, embedded deeply into the mud but without much changes to it. Even after a full might smash of the coiling dragon seal, the tripod looked the same, filled with cracks, but it did not collapse entirely, nor did it turn into a pile of scrap metal. Even a supreme-grade spirit weapon would have shattered against the smash of the coiling dragon seal. Furthermore, given the coiling dragon seal's reaction, it seemed as though it suffered slightly in that clash. "It's so tough." Li Ziyue was secretly stunned. Pondering for a moment, Zimo walked forward and placed his palm on the bronze square tripod, injecting a stream of spirit energy into it. The bronze square tripod had no reaction at all. No matter what sort of a treasure this was in the past, the fact that it was destroyed to such an extent means that it could probably only be used to toss at people in the future. Whisking up the bronze square tripod, Zimo placed it in his storage bag. After pulling the bronze square tripod up from the mud, the ground sank in once more. Zimo's nose twitched and he remarked softly, "What's wrong?" Xianxia could not help but ask when he caught sight of Zimo's expression. "Underground." Frowning slightly, Zimo murmured. Xianxia and the others could not smell it, but his senses were extremely frightening after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness constantly. He was even sharper than pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Zimo caught sight of a whiff of medicinal fragrance from underground. Strange. Why is there the smell of spirit herbs underground? Narrowing his eyes, Zimo thought to himself, could there be another world beneath this forbidden grounds? After a moment of contemplation, he made up his mind and stomped heavily on the ground. It was a deafening crush. The ground shook and countless mud slabs and dust collapsed. Zimo dodged to the side and a gigantic crack opened where he stood. Spanning more than 100 feet, rows of stone steps appeared one after another, leading downwards. Xianxia and the other two were dumbfounded with widened eyes. As the crack surfaced, the medicinal scent from within was even more evident. Zimo tilted his head and listened in. After a moment, he turned to Xianxia and the other two. "Go, let's head down and take a look. Be careful, we don't know what's below." Li Ziyue revealed a worried expression. "Don't worry." Zimo shook his head. Despite the massive commotion above ground, it was still silent without any activity underneath. There should be no danger within. The four of them walked down the stone steps, and a long time later, they arrived at the bottom, surveying the place. Before them was a gigantic underground palace. Towering pillars stood one after another, filled with an ancient aura. Lining up in a mysterious order, they formed a massive underground palace. The palace was extremely spacious and was hundreds of feet beneath the ground. Even golden cores wouldn't be affected if they soared into the air. Furthermore, the air underground was refreshing and filled with a faint medicinal fragrance without any impurities. It was clear that there was another way for air to enter. Compared to the sinister atmosphere in the ruins outside with little ghosts and otherworldly soldiers roaming everywhere, this place seemed like a paradise. To think that despite the catastrophe 10,000 years ago that turned the capital into ruins, this underground palace was perfectly preserved. In fact, it was even isolating the malevolent qi outside. Without malevolent qi shrouding them, Xianxia and the other two looked evidently better and color was returning to their faces. The four of them continued advancing. The medicinal fragrance in the air was getting more intense and even Xianxia and the other two smelled it. It's so fragrant. By the looks of it, there haven't been any intruders in this place. Perhaps there might be some spirit herbs preserved. Xianxia and the others were invigorated and continued forward hastily. Before long, the four of them slowed down and stopped in their tracks. Their mouths opened slightly and endless shock filled their eyes. Before them was a magnificent medicinal field that was separated into blocks with different spirit herbs. All of them grew in a splendid manner with a dazzling radiance, emanating robust spirit qi. All of those spirit herbs swayed and let out a fragrant medicinal scent. Even without any knowledge of elixir refinement, one could tell that those spirit herbs were already mature and were at least thousands of years old. The rain frost flower, purple cloud lingji, blood ginseng and shen essence grass that the tribulation tiding elixir required were all present. Furthermore, the blood ginsengs in this medicinal field were not just 1,000 years old, but 10,000 years old. The blood ginseng's shape was already humanoid with its feet and arms vaguely forming. With another 10,000 years, the blood ginsengs would have turned into spirits. Apart from the four types of spirit herbs, there were plenty of other rare materials such as the scarlet flame bamboo, scarlet moongrass, and scarlet flame fruit. Su Zimo and the others were delighted. The value of this medicinal field was unimaginable. When they got closer, the spirit qi was thicker and the medicinal fragrance almost materialized. With a slight whiff, Xianxia and the other two felt their injuries recovering. Although they were in an underground palace, bright moonlight spilled down from above the medicinal field in a hazy and mysterious manner. Raising his head slightly, Su Zimo caught sight of a series of magnificent crystals and gems at the top of the palace that could reflect the light from outside nicely onto the field. From the outside, the underground palace could not be seen and it was merely in ruins. However, through the crystals, everything outside could be seen from this palace. It was truly an impressive design that was out of this world. This was also the exact reason why this medicinal field was buried underground for 10,000 years without withering or being discovered by exploring cultivators. Su Zimo took a walk around the medicinal field and was drawn to a particular spirit field in the middle. Although it had a large surface area, there was only a single stalk of spirit herb in it. It was scarlet all over and looked resplendent. Swaying gently, there was a green and red fruit at the top that was the size of an infant's fist. What is this? Li Ziyue also took notice of the spirit fruit and asked instinctively. I think this is a vermilion fruit. Su Zimo replied with a smile and joyful eyes. At the mention of vermilion fruit, Xianxia and the other two widened their eyes. The vermilion fruit was one of the most famous spirit items in the world because it only bloomed once every 5,000 years before taking another 5,000 years to bear fruit. It was also known as the 10,000-year vermilion fruit. After consuming it, golden cores would experience a burst in their spirit energies and could rise a single minor realm. For someone like Su Zimo, although he had just formed his core, if he were to consume the vermilion fruit, he could advance to mid-stage golden core right away. That was not all. The vermilion fruit was a great tonic for golden cores with immense benefits. It could change their physiques to a great degree and burn away all impurities in their bodies, extending their lifespans. Of course, that was for golden cores. If ordinary mortals or foundation establishment cultivators were to consume the vermilion fruit, they would be burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. I heard that the vermilion fruit is scarlet all over and resplendent. Why is the fruit green? Li Ziyue asked curiously. It isn't fully ripe, Su Zimo replied. But by the looks of it, it should ripen within a month or so. Before it was ripe, the vermilion fruit was not a great tonic and even possessed immense poison. If ordinary living beings were to approach it, they would be affected by the aura released by the vermilion fruit and would lose their minds, falling into a deep hallucination. Most of these spirit items of the universe possessed the capability to protect themselves. This place was unusually secretive and did not have much intruders usually. Otherwise, There would be countless corpses around the vicinity of the spirit items. The vermilion fruit could only be plucked after it was ripe. Furthermore, once the fruit ripens, if it wasn't plucked within a single day, it would fall off on its own. Once the vermilion fruit makes contact with mud, all the energy contained in the fruit would flow back into the mud and return to the earth. It would be completely wasted. Su Zimo remarked, "Let's dig up all the spirit herbs in the outer perimeter of the vermilion fruit and give up on those inside. Don't get close to the vermilion fruit by all means. There's no hurry. The spirit chi here is robust and the medicinal fragrance is rich. We can use the chance to cultivate here for a while, and our injuries should be healed before long." Li Ziyue remarked deeply. Xian Yi and Lu Hui nodded. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly and did not speak further. The most logical decision after discovering such a treasure ground in the Great Qian ruins was to dig up the spirit herbs and leave as soon as possible. The Great Qian ruins was not a kind place. Dangers did not come from the ruins alone, but also other cultivators. If any intruders were to enter and catch sight of this medicinal field, needless to think, a bloodied battle would be invoked. When he saw that Xian Yi and the other two had already assumed lotus positions to heal up, Su Zimo did not interrupt them. At that moment he had two other doubts in mind. Firstly, there should be ferocious beasts in the vicinity of this universal spirit item, guarding it. Su Zimo believed that any ferocious beasts hiding here wouldn't be able to avoid his detection. But up till this point, he did not notice any trace or aura of any ferocious beasts. That was way too strange. Secondly, apart from the vermilion fruit, there was also the scarlet flame bamboo, scarlet moongrass, and scarlet flame fruit. It was probably not a coincidence that so many spirit herbs with the power of flames was born in this place. There was an extremely high chance that the rumors about the connate spirit fire in the Great Qian ruins were true. A clear spirit spring surrounded the medicinal field, emitting a rich spirit chi that nourished the spirit fields constantly. Su Zimo meandered along the spirit spring and continued deep into the palace. 1,000 feet away, he arrived at the mouth of the spirit spring. The mouth of the spirit spring was a gigantic pool that was gurgling with spring water, flowing continuously for 10,000 years. This pool seemed like it was created for baths to be taken. Made with white jade, it was more than 5 meters long and had a depth of 2 meters. Exquisite drawings of fishes, dragons, flowers, and birds were etched around the walls of the pool. Against the reflection of the jade, the clear spring water shimmered brightly, and the fishes, dragons, flowers, and birds on the walls seemed alive. A flowering crabapple blossomed in the middle of the pool. The spring water gushed and a misty fog spread. In the haziness, an alluring body seemed to form above the flowering crabapple with a pleasant elegance. Beautiful as white jade with a rouge tinge, it was extremely charming and reached into one's soul. Su Zimo felt his heart skip a beat and shut his eyes hurriedly. A moment later he opened them again and looked over. There was nothing on the flowering crabapple except for the fog around it that changed endlessly. The owner of the pool and medicinal field should have been a woman, and her status in the Great Qian Empire should have been rather imminent. Reaching out, Su Zimo splashed gently in the pond and his eyes lit up. True enough. The spirit spring was warm. There had to be a powerful source of fire deep beneath this place. He did not know what status this woman held in the past or how powerful she was to be able to create such a majestic palace underground in the capital. Not only that, she made use of the powerful fire source underground to nurture a medicinal field and turn the spirit spring into a hot spring. Circling around the hot spring, Su Zimo surveyed the ground with a keen gaze, seemingly looking for something. In theory, there should be an entrance leading underground in the vicinity of this hot spring. However, after circling a few times, Su Zimo discovered nothing. A moment later, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and fixed his gaze on a divine dragon etched on the wall of the pool. There was nothing wrong with that divine dragon. It was lifelike, and its claws, scales, horns, and whiskers were realistic. However, one of its eyes was missing. Was it an error in the etching? Or could it have been washed away by time after 10,000 years? Su Zimo shook his head. The possibility of both guesses were extremely low. The eyes when you're drawing a dragon. Those words came to Su Zimo's mind as he murmured, The eyes? The eyes? Heading forward, he reached out and pressed gently on the spot where the dragon's eye was missing. That push caused the walls of the pool to sink in slightly. Sensing the motion beneath him, Su Zimo soared into the air hurriedly. The two stone slabs that he was standing on slid to both sides rapidly and revealed stone steps leading underground. Su Zimo praised internally. The structure could be considered as a piece of godly work. Even after 10,000 years, the mechanisms did not age and functioned as per normal. Taking a whiff at the entrance, a cold glint shone in Su Zimo's eyes. He could sense a vague hint of demonic chi in the warm air current that was surging out. In that case, the ferocious beast guarding this place should be hiding in the depths of this place. With the possibility of a connate spirit fire existing beneath, Su Zimo would not give up despite knowing the possible dangers lurking. Entering the tunnel slowly, he gradually disappeared into the darkness. The two stone slabs above his head closed silently, leaving no gaps. As Su Zimo ventured deeper along the descending stone steps, the surrounding temperature increased. A long time later, he came to the end of the stone steps and was clearly at the bottom of the place. Before him, there was a dark tunnel that had an unknown destination. Not daring to be careless, Su Zimo withdrew blood quencher from his storage bag and headed into the depths of the tunnel with narrowed eyes. The temperature was getting higher. His green robes were already so dry that a single spark could ignite them. If not for the fact that he possessed tsunami blood and a shocking physique, no ordinary golden core would be able to endure this scorching heat. If I'm not wrong, a connate spirit fire must definitely be hidden in the depths of this place. Su Zimo was increasingly convinced. The connate spirit fire was more important to him than the 10,000-year vermilion fruit. With the connate spirit fire, he could refine a new set of 27 flying swords, and the power of his candlelight sword formation would increase significantly. Furthermore, he could attempt to repair his mystic gold silk armor and the black gold arrows he found in the ancient battlefield. If he could repair the mystic gold silk armor, it would mean that he would be in possession of a connate-grade defensive spirit weapon. Coupled with his physique, the power of ordinary golden cores wouldn't be able to hurt him. He might even be able to withstand the attack of an ordinary nascent soul. As Su Zimo contemplated, a series of red lights flashed vaguely from the darkness ahead. The deeper he ventured, the brighter and clearer they became.